Bai Xi opened his personal panel, eyes settling on the glowing words Silver Dacha. The name itself seemed to shine, and it filled him with quiet satisfaction. Everything tied to heat vision and super hearing was now fully integrated into this physique. Long ago, both abilities had already pushed past their original limits, so folding them into Silver Dacha felt natural. Back then, his heat vision could only reach temperatures comparable to the sun's core. Now, it could melt and vaporize nearly anything it touched. His hearing had reached the same absurd level. There was nothing he could not hear, and, because of that, it too became part of Silver Dacha. He shifted slightly. Hela, who had been half lost in thought, suddenly tensed. "I need to talk to you," she said, opening her eyes and scanning the area, but Bai Xi was nowhere in sight. If she had not heard his voice so clearly, she would have thought she was imagining things. "Where are you?" she demanded. "I'm right under the car," Bai Xi replied. Hela froze. "What?" "That anti-detection of mine. You can't find me unless I want you to." Then he continued, casually, "So, what do you think about conquering other worlds together?" Hela's eyes lit up instantly. "Go on. I like where this is heading." For a while, the two of them talked in low voices, like conspirators. What started as a test of his new power turned into something more serious. Bai Xi had just unlocked a new ability. Super ventriloquism. Even if he was on the other side of the universe, he could make someone feel as if he were standing right beside them, creating the illusion of being in two places at once. If it worked across worlds too, he could even keep an eye on Wanda wherever she was. Right now, she was like a dangerous child. Left alone, she could tear the universe apart. By the time their conversation ended, Bai Xi realized he and Hela had reached an understanding. They were alike, but not the same. Hela preferred violent conquest. Bai Xi was more restrained. One black, one white. Which one moved first depended on the world they were facing. Wanda. Wanda. Wanda jolted awake, her name still echoing in her ears. "Bai Xi," she called out in panic. "I'm here," his voice answered at once. "Do you want me to come to your room?" "No," she said, already calming down. Just knowing he was close was enough. The voices faded, and she hugged her doll and drifted back to sleep. Hearing her steady breathing, Bai Xi activated dimensional teleportation. With his current strength, slipping through barriers between worlds was effortless. He also kept part of his awareness on Wanda, checking if he could still hear her. If he could not, he would come back immediately. In another world, deep inside a basement, a woman made of diamond was chained to the wall. Every part of her was bound. Not far away, a woman in a flowing black dress lounged on a red sofa, swirling a glass of wine the color of blood. Her lips and nails were just as dark. "Why not let me have a taste?" she said lazily. The diamond woman sneered. "So you can drain my life?" "Don't dream." "I'm curious," the woman in black replied. "You never age. If I drink from you, wouldn't I become the same? If I die, you get nothing." Still stubborn. The black-haired woman stood, her long dress brushing the floor, and picked up a whip. "My power doesn't need food or water," the diamond woman said coldly. "I cannot last you." The whip cracked, but Diamond felt no pain. "Selena," she mocked, "stop dreaming. Be your black queen and stay in your place." Selena grabbed her by the throat, furious. "You mortals don't understand. Only fools are satisfied being queens. I want to be a god." Her psychic powers could not touch the diamond woman. That was her curse. Diamond form blocked all mental intrusion. "You forced me," Selena hissed as black energy poured from her body, forming a thick, swirling fog. "This is ancient magic," she laughed. "It will summon the true Mephisto." Emma's eyes widened. She could feel her diamond body creaking. "Stop it," she shouted. But Selena could not stop. The power was already unleashed. Terrified, she turned and fled up the stairs. Then the fog collapsed inward. A thunderous crash echoed. A figure tore through space itself and appeared in the basement. Bai Xi stood there, adjusting his slightly disordered clothes. His gaze fell on the chained diamond woman. With a casual gesture, he dragged Selena back through the air and caught her by the throat. "Black magic?" he asked. Selena nodded, choking. He threw her to the floor and stepped on her back. Congratulations. You summoned the conqueror. In Emma's eyes, Yelena looked like a dog pinned under his foot. Who are you? Bai Xi asked. Yelena. Black Queen of the Hellfire Club. That explains it. He turned to Emma. You're the White Queen. His eyes glowed, and the chains melted away. Turn it off. Emma released her diamond form, revealing pale skin that almost glowed. Good. Bai Xi tightened the whip around Yelena's neck and lifted her again. I hate black magic. Then he spoke, calm and absolute. From now on, Hellfire Club has one king. Yelena lowered her head. My king, what is your name? I am Bai Xi, he said. The Conqueror. Here's a clean, fluent rewrite that keeps the story, tone, and power dynamics intact while making it read like a polished web novel chapter. The Black Queen and the White Queen followed Bai Xi out of the underground chamber. The Hellfire Club was no longer what it used to be. Most of its true elites were already dead. What remained were nothing more than stinking fish and rotten shrimp. The Black King, Xia, had been taken out by the X-Men. The Black Queen had spent years playing her own games. And most of the powerful mutants who once made up the club's backbone had long since defected to Magneto's Brotherhood. Yet, even in this broken state, the Hellfire Club was still terrifying. It gathered powerful people from all over the world. Even without mutants, its influence alone could shake nations. Now that Bai Xi had taken control of both queens, the club instantly became his. With the Black King dead and the White King never having truly existed, there was only one ruler left. Him. The Hellfire Club was built on chess titles. Kings, queens, bishops, and knights. Above them all stood the Supreme King. At this moment, that title belonged to Bai Xi. When the members saw the Black Queen standing obediently behind him, no one dared to question his authority. Masks were worn by everyone who entered or left the club. The Black Queen personally led Bai Xi into a private box. Bai Xi needed to understand this world. This was not Paradise Island. That small corner of Earth had no real weight. But here, in this era, power and influence truly mattered. He knew he was in the mutant world. What he didn't know was the time. On Paradise Island, Diana had not yet fought Ares. Here, televisions, fashion, music. The 1980s. Even earlier than when he had first entered the Marvel world. Back then, Natasha and Yelena were still little girls. Now, they probably had not even been born. As Bai Xi processed this, Yelena, the Black Queen, finally removed the whip from her neck. Holding a wine glass, she sat on his lap and leaned in. My king, she whispered. Are you a god? I am your god. At the same time, far across the world, another voice echoed. I am your god. Apocalypse stood before Storm, his blue skin glowing with unnatural power. Storm stared at him in horror as her abilities surged. Lightning and wind responded to her will like never before. Apocalypse, the first mutant, ruler of ancient Egypt. When he awakened in this era, he found that mutants had lost their place as gods. Humans ruled. That was unacceptable. So he began gathering his 4 horsemen. Storm was the first. To her, it felt like rebirth. To him, she was just a symbol. He didn't care how strong his followers were. They existed to announce his divinity. Without them, who would believe he was a god? Come, Apocalypse said. They vanished in a flash of teleportation. He brought her to Caliban, whose power could sense mutants across the world. Through television and stolen knowledge, Apocalypse quickly learned how this era worked. And there, he found someone he wanted. Psylocke. Back in the Hellfire Club, Yelena closed her eyes, her voice soft. Godhood. I can feel it in you. Bai Xi looked at her. The gods you worship are ants in my eyes. Emma Frost, the White Queen, felt her breath catch. She had no future here unless she chose one. So she did. She moved closer, placing her hands on Bai Xi's shoulders. My king, let me serve you. Her palms stung. His body felt like solid steel. But she endured. Yelena noticed everything. The danger. The rivalry. Bai Xi suddenly pushed them both away. I didn't come here to indulge, he said calmly. I came to conquer. Yelena's eyes lit up. Who? The world. Emma nodded without hesitation. Then we must face the X-Men. Charles Xavier. His school. His students. They should belong to me, Bai Xi said. Emma smiled. Selena's lips curved upward. Then Emma's eyes sharpened. There's another one, she said quietly. A man called Apocalypse. Selena nodded. He's powerful. Bai Xi laughed. Then things get interesting. Across the world, Apocalypse announced his return. Magneto, Angel, Psylocke, Storm. For Horsemen. Then he captured Professor X, the strongest mind in existence. His plan was simple. Take Charles's body. Control the world. Become a true god. The ritual would take place in Egypt. The pyramids. The X-Men were already on their way. And so were they. Emma opened her eyes. I've found them. Selena looked at Bai Xi. How do we go? Bai Xi smiled. We fly. He wrapped an arm around each queen and launched into the sky. With a thunderous crash, the Hellfire Club roof exploded. 3 figures vanished into the clouds. The war for the world had begun.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
What? White Queen Emma screamed in Bai Xi's arms. She had experienced the feeling of teleportation, but she didn't know how cool it was to teleflight. This frightened her to turn on diamondization in an instant, fearing that she would die of suffocation. Black Queen Selena is not as afraid as she is. After all, she is well informed. Emma is like a little girl compared to her. This also makes Bai Xi feel that White Queen Emma is very real. Do not be afraid, Bai Xi said, letting Emma release the diamondization. Emma hesitation for a while, but after listening to Bai Xi's words, she is very obedient. She is so obedient, which naturally makes Bai Xi pay more and more attention. Men like women to be obedient. Except for special hobbies. Emma found that there was nothing else to feel, just the wind blowing on her body, but she didn't feel suffocation and body tearing. As if something was protecting her. She immediately looked at Bai Xi beside her. This is Bai Xi's biofield. Without this thing, at the speed of Superman's flight, no one's body can resist the tearing of space. He can't fly with anyone else. Although the current Bai Xi is not flying the fastest, Emma and the Black Queen Selena still feel the scene below speeding by. If Bai Xi pulls the fastest. In just a split second, he was able to fly from one end of the earth to the other. Why didn't Bai Xi come down? 35. Wanda looked at Lorna and Susan and asked. Lorna and Susan looked at each other and said immediately, he's going to study something recently. He left. Wanda asked immediately. No, he's in his room. Lorna held her hands together and said very easily. When it comes to lying, Lorna really needs to come. Susan seemed a little nervous and almost didn't say a word. Wanda wasn't very convinced. He looked at the two suspiciously, then walked upstairs. Susan immediately looked at Lorna. Lorna grabbed her hand and shook her head at her. They have to trust Bai Xi. Since Bai Xi said that this is feasible, it is naturally feasible. Before Bai Xi left, he still called roar to them. After all, the probability of hiding a person together is higher. Wanda came to Bai Xi's door. She sensed the breath of life in it. Bai, are you there? The sound seemed to cross the universe. Bai Xi, who was flying, also heard a faint voice. At the moment, the Black Queen Selena was extremely entangled in her heart, just happened to be heard by Bai Xi, who turned on her super hearing. Bai Xi responded to Wanda while looking at Selena with deep meaning. I'm here, Wanda. Bai Xi's voice came out of the room. Wanda, who had his hand on the door, immediately put it down. I have something to study, are you okay? Bai Xi asked. Wanda immediately put a smile on her face. I'm fine. How long are you going to study? It will take a few days, it won't take long. Bai Xi's voice came. Wanda nodded and said lightly, Then I won't disturb you. You don't need to eat anyway. Thank you, Wanda. Bai Xi heard the words and responded immediately. Super ventriloquism, really good and powerful. This is why Bai Xi's strength is so powerful, otherwise he would definitely not be able to hear Wanda's voice. a little late to respond, may have been exposed. And in Bai Xi's arms, the Black Queen Yelena was panicked by Bai Xi. She suspected that Bai Xi had read through her mind. Not surprisingly. However, she also has psychic ability, but she didn't notice Bai Xi's induction at all. That's what scares her the most. At this moment, Black Queen Yelena's last dissatisfaction disappeared completely. Although she really wanted to become a god, in front of the true god, she didn't dare to make trouble. It seemed that in just an instant, they flew from the lighthouse country to Egypt. At the moment, X-Men also came. It doesn't matter how long the X-Men has been prepared. Even the flight device modified by Beast Tank can't compare with Bai Xi in speed. So, both sides arrived almost at the same time. As soon as the X-Men arrived and got off the plane, they saw someone flying down from the sky. Bang! Bai Xi stepped on the ground, and suddenly a burst of dust was raised. When the sand floated down, they saw Bai Xi, and then the people around Bai Xi. The two queens, one black and one white, made them extremely vigilant. Hellfire Club, they still feel tricky. Bai Xi finally knew why Tony liked this kind of violence down. Because it's really cool. He raised his head and looked at the X-Men in front of him. Except for Beast Tank and Mystique, who are more experienced, everyone else is very young. It looks like the kind that just debuted. The tension on his face could not be hidden. Who are you? Mystique Raven stood up and asked. They had to cross the road blocked by Bai Xi and the Black-White Queen. I'm the new king of Hellfire Club. Bai Xi said with a smile. Definitely, I am a conqueror. Conqueror. Mystique Raven and Beast Tank glanced at each other, both extremely wary. Yes, I am here to conquer you. 35. Bai Xi did not hide his intentions at all, but nodded generously. This leaves Mystique at all. Phoenix Jean Grey was even more nervous. She felt the power in her body, and there was an uncontrollable sign. Moreover, Bai Xi's eyes seemed to see through her. Look directly at the power in her body. Bai Xi smiled at Jean Grey. The Phoenix Force in Phoenix is the same as Chaos Force, one of the original forces of the universe. The complete Phoenix Force, if it is mastered by Jean Grey, the level of strength is unknown. She is also mentally unstable. Facing this, Bai Xi now has a headache. Stop kidding, we need to deal with the enemy behind you. 99. Mystique Raven said. She looked at Bai Xi and felt the horror of Bai Xi. Because her ability is completely unable to make her look like Bai Xi. Not even this thought. Bai Xi sensed the arrival of the 4 horsemen of apocalypse and immediately smiled. It came just fine. Bai Xi let both White Queen Emma and Black Queen Yelena leave. Submit or die. The scene fell silent for a while. Within the pyramids, Apocalypse constantly subverts Charles's consciousness. But Charles's mind was too strong, and Apocalypse couldn't succeed in a short time. After all, Professor X's mind ability is the most powerful of all mutants. And Professor X Charles frantically resisted. It's just hair loss. And, because his legs were crippled, he couldn't move at all. Just then, Nightcrawler broke into the pyramids. This made Apocalypse extremely angry. What are those bastards doing? And at the moment, the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse, who were considered trash by Apocalypse, all looked at Bai Xi in the field. Magneto knew White Queen Emma because the two played against each other. It's just that Emma's diamondization is useless in front of him. Nearly strangled directly by Magneto. The scene fell silent for a while, and none of the 3 parties did anything. Until then, Angel, the foolish guy, couldn't take it anymore. Why do you talk nonsense with him? Kill him directly. He shouted. Psylocke looked at him and said, You go first. Psylocke was in a bad mood. Seeing that Bai Xi was not easy, she wanted people to try it first. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Bai Xi's eyes look over. His eyes were full of domineering. Psylocke shuddered. And at the moment, Angel really did it directly. Relying on his ability to fly, he flew directly into the sky and dived towards Bai Xi. After being strengthened by Apocalypse, his wings become metallized wings, which can emit steel feather flying darts. At the same time, the speed is very fast. He flew towards Bai Xi, and his wings directly sent out several flying darts. Everyone is staring at Bai Xi in the field. If Bai Xi is not strong, they will immediately start. That's the downside of being in the middle. And Bai Xi is too arrogant. And they saw that Bai Xi didn't even dodge against Angel's steel feather flying darts. Idiot! Angel sneered when he saw Bai Xi. However, he soon saw that Bai Xi's face was flat. Kong! King! The steel feather flying darts all hit Bai Xi, but there was only a metallic sound. Bai Xi was completely motionless, not even a trace left. Seeing this scene, Angel suddenly panicked. Not only Angel, everyone else panicked. They felt that they could not resist this move. Maybe it can be avoided, what can be done, but it is absolutely impossible to use the body to resist. The flustered Angel wanted to rise up and used flight to punish Bai Xi, but found that his foot was caught. Looking down, Bai Xi also flew up and grabbed him directly. Ants, Bai Xi said coldly. Gun hit the bird. Although he didn't want to kill, because the only loss would be himself. However, it is still necessary to kill the chickens to warn the monkeys. Otherwise, they will think he is easy to talk about. Boom! Bai Xi flicked his hand. Angel was thrown directly to the ground by him, smashing the dust into the sky. This place is full of desert, especially Angel was smashed with great force. However, Angel's self-healing ability is very strong. In the sight of everyone, he immediately rushed up from the ground and flew directly towards Bai Xi. Bai Xi was moved by his fearlessness. When Angel rammed Bai Xi with metal wings, and the result was he was directly caught by Bai Xi in the air. Then, the expressionless Bai Xi exerted force directly. 35. Angel suddenly screamed. His metal wings were directly pinched into a ball by Bai Xi. Then, grave accent tear. Bai Xi directly tore off his 2 wings. Blood splattered on the desert immediately. Afterwards, Angel in midair was directly kicked away by Bai Xi. Bai Xi looked around at X-Men and the remaining knights. I am a conqueror, I don't want to kill, as long as you surrender. Bai Xi enjoyed the feeling of this awe-inspiring gaze. Only, his good intentions were not understood. These people eat soft and not hard. Go! Moreover, they realized something and moved directly towards Bai Xi. The 4 horsemen of X-Men Apocalypse, who were supposed to be hostile, all regarded Bai Xi as their enemy. They don't want to be conquered. Moreover, the name Conqueror doesn't sound like a good thing at first. Bai Xi laughed. He likes the feeling of convincing others. Cyclops glared directly at Bai Xi. His ability is Sight Shockwave. It's red and looks a bit like a heat sight. And like the thermal line of sight, it is formed by absorbing solar radiation and cosmic rays. Absorbed by his body and transformed into shockwave. Only. That's all. Although, Cyclops can penetrate a mountain, but so what? Facing Cyclops' sight shockwave, Bai Xi just raised his hand and blocked it with the palm of his hand. Bai Xi's palm was safe and sound, while Cyclops' ability completely blocked it. Cyclops was a little stunned to see the scene. Bai Xi smiled and said, "You're not the only one who knows this trick." Hot sight. Bai Xi didn't set the temperature too high. After all, he came to conquer, not to kill like Darkseid and Thanos. He still needs these people to charge for him. Cyclops' sight shockwave was directly crushed back by the heat sight. Boom! Beast Hank took Cyclops away in an instant. The heat sight directly melted and evaporated the entire area he had just now. Even sand is no exception. Seeing this scene, the Cyclops people were stunned. Li Ma Zhao, was easily crushed by his proud ability. That's why Bai Xi doesn't use Omega Rays. Otherwise, you can't run. Bai Xi ignored the dumbfounded Cyclops because everyone else moved towards him. Storm directly splits Bai Xi with lightning. Magneto controls the magnetic field, force field. Phoenix wanted to use the mutant ability to influence Bai Xi. Mystique and others also ran towards him. In an instant, it seemed that Bai Xi was about to be wrapped up. White Queen Emma is diamond-shaped and wants to help. But it was directly pulled by the Black Queen. What are you doing? Emma looked at Black Queen Selena angrily. The Black Queen looked at her and said, "You're just making trouble now." 5. The Black Queen did not expect that Emma would be conquered so easily. But she's the same. Seeing Bai Xi's powerful strength, she had no idea of resisting at all. Why? Emma asked suddenly. Do you think he is so powerful that he needs your help? The words of the Black Queen directly asked Emma. She turned her head and looked at Bai Xi, who was like a god, invincible in the world. Kong. All abilities that fall on Bai Xi are just tickling. Not even tickling. With Bai Xi's current defense ability, even if he flies to the core of the sun, he will not be injured. Storm's lightning was directly absorbed by Bai Xi. Then Bai Xi returned it casually. Boom. Lightning hit Storm's feet, sending her flying. She can only control lightning, not immune like Thor. Afterwards, Bai Xi turned around and kicked Beast Hank, who was flying over. Shut up. At this time, Bai Xi, who had zero evasion, was hit again. Psylocke's eyes widened as he watched as his blade slashed at Bai Xi, leaving no marks. Nightcrawler broke into the pyramids and directly avoided the arrangement of Apocalypse. Apocalypse could only watch Nightcrawler helplessly and ran to Charles. Because when transferring consciousness, he lost control over his body and couldn't move. This is why Apocalypse has been sealed underground for so many years. Before the transfer of consciousness is completed, he can't control his body, and he can't control Charles's body. Therefore, we can only watch the ceremony being interrupted. Nightcrawler's ability is like a red devil. His ability is also teleportation. It's just too restrictive. He can only teleport to anywhere within his vision. Therefore, he couldn't teleport out with Professor X Charles directly. He could only teleport many times in the pyramids before he succeeded. But even that interrupted the Apocalypse ceremony. The ritual returns to the incomparable atmosphere of Apocalypse within oneself. He's almost there. Professor X's hair is falling out. The angry Apocalypse directly chased him out and then saw Angel, who was too dead to die. Waste. Apocalypse cursed angrily at Angel's corpse. This was heard by Storm Obero next to him. She glanced back at Apocalypse. Only then did she realize that she and others were worthless in Apocalypse's eyes. Boom. The awakened Storm sent a lightning bolt to Apocalypse. However, Apocalypse directly absorbed the energy. Then backhand blasted Storm into the air. Apocalypse looked at the omnipotent Bai Xi in the sky with a confused expression on his face. Where is this person from? Shouldn't it be all because of his Apocalypse? He is God. Apocalypse looked at Bai Xi angrily. At this time, Bai Xi grabbed Psylocke's blade. This is what she created with telepathy. That is to say, these blades with butterfly halo are her spiritual power. Bai Xi directly crushed it. 35. Psylocke fell directly as if he had been attacked by his soul. Then Bai Xi instantly appeared in front of Magneto and punched through the magnetic field controlled by Magneto. Before, Magneto used magnetic fields and force fields to annoy Bai Xi, and also controlled those things to smash Bai Xi. This made Bai Xi annoyed. Directly pierced with his body and flew to Magneto's body. Although both of them were flying, Bai Xi looked down at Magneto condescendingly. He is a bit taller than Magneto. For some 547 reason, I don't want to beat you. Bai Xi looked at Magneto Eric and said, although Wanda and Lorna have nothing to do with the Magneto of this world. Still, it's embarrassing to think about identity. So, give me a side and be honest. Bai Xi pressed Magneto and directly used the anti-life equation. Magneto was controlled by Bai Xi in an instant. He turned around and flew to the side. The anti-life equation actually works well. You can control these people in an instant. But that way, it's a lot less fun for Bai Xi. After all, he's not the kind of ruler of Darkseid. The 4 horsemen of Apocalypse were defeated by Bai Xi in an instant. But this is normal. To Apocalypse, the 4 horsemen are nothing but trash. X-Men is even worse than them. However, this time Apocalypse has come out. I appreciate you. Apocalypse came over, looked at Bai Xi and said, I am the god of men, and if you follow me, you can get whatever you want. 359. Apocalypse looked at Bai Xi confidently and said, 6,699. Everyone was speechless. So many of them were hanged and beaten by Bai Xi. Where did Apocalypse get the confidence? Especially the Black Queen. She knows the details of Apocalypse. Apocalypse considers itself the first mutant and has lived for thousands of years. But in fact, the Black Queen appeared more than 10,000 years ago. But she later disappeared and established her own new Rome. Therefore, let Apocalypse think that he is better. However, Bai Xi looked at Apocalypse and shook his head disdainfully. You are also worthy of being called God? Hearing Bai Xi's words, Apocalypse was instantly furious. In an instant, Apocalypse's entire body glowed. Destructive energy waves emanated from his entire body, all covering Bai Xi. Bai Xi's whole body turned into light in an instant. Countless energies poured down towards him. Psylocke got up from the ground and looked a little complicated when he saw the scene. At the moment when Bai Xi captured her mental power, she felt that in her heart, the shadow of Bai Xi was lingering. It's weird to say that, but she's really that kind of character. All her life, she has longed to be conquered. However, even Apocalypse could not convince Psylocke completely. Until Bai Xi appeared. The people at X-Men are also complicated to see this scene. For them, Bai Xi and Apocalypse are enemies. But if Bai Xi is defeated by Apocalypse, it seems that their fate will be even worse. White Queen Emma turned to look at Black Queen Selena at this time. I saw Selena expressionless. How's it going? Since it turned into a light group in an instant, no one knows what the situation is. Selena said disdainfully, Apocalypse is too far behind. After the Black Queen finished speaking, Apocalypse sneered. This is the fate of rebelling against me. The Apocalypse voice finished, and he withdrew his energy. Even for him, this endless release of energy would consume a lot. But when the light disappeared, he only saw Bai Xi looking at him with a disdainful smile. As if to say, that's it? Apocalypse stared at Bai Xi with wide eyes. He had so much energy, but he didn't leave Bai Xi with a single scar. Not even the hair is messed up. You are also worthy of being called God? At this time, Bai Xi asked again. But listening to everyone's ears, it is completely two feelings. Overlooking the Apocalypse, Bai Xi flew higher and higher. I let you know what is God. Bai Xi raised his right hand. The power of the dimension burst out of his hands in an instant. Although the power of the dimension is extremely difficult to pass through another world, it even consumes a lot when breaking the world. When the dimensional power was conveyed to Bai Xi, only a trace was left. After all, Bai Xi is just the dimension Mephisto of the Marvel Universe. Although it is a multi-universe level, it has not reached the point where it can be easily broken through to other worlds and universes. However, enough is enough. The power of Dimension Mephisto can be infinitely larger. Bai Xi's body instantly became incomparably huge, and all his body was surrounded by black death energy. This made everyone at the scene feel the breath of death. Death is coming. For a moment, Bai Xi seemed to be bigger than the entire earth, and everyone could only see the endless darkness shrouding the entire earth. At this moment, all places on the earth fell into darkness. This is God. Bai Xi's voice spread all over the earth. I am the conqueror, all earthlings you are ruled. Ordinary human beings trembled suddenly and were so frightened that they hid under the table and did not dare to come out. And Professor X and others looked up at the dim sky and were at a loss. They are mutants, yes, but facing this kind of enemy. Out of control. Black Queen Selena looked at Bai Xi, who looked like a Mephisto, and fell into a frenzy. It turned out that the god she was after was nothing compared to the real god. For a time, Selena seemed to be lost. God, what is God? For ordinary people, even ordinary mutants, Apocalypse is a god. But Apocalypse is nothing in the face of more powerful beings, such as Bai Xi. As for the White Queen, I feel. This is the real thigh. She had been looking for a backer before, but Black King Shao collapsed. Hellfire Club is also getting weaker. But now she knew that the real backer was at hand. Impossible. Impossible. Apocalypse suddenly fell into madness and just kept mumbling to himself. He looked up at Bai Xi's body larger than the earth, then looked down at his dying body. Boom. When Bai Xi returned to normal, Apocalypse didn't even resist at all and was stepped on by Bai Xi. Bai Xi didn't kill Apocalypse, but kept him because Apocalypse's ability was useful. He can strengthen mutants' variant ability. Apocalypse is essential for the mutant army to be strong enough. Apocalypse was stepped on by Bai Xi with a dull expression. He is thinking, how many variants of ability do you have to absorb to achieve this level? Or, can mutant get to this point? The answer that came out made Apocalypse sad. Impossible. Bai Xi looked around at everyone around him. No one dared to escape. I'm here to conquer, not to kill. Bai Xi said, I need you to serve me and fight for me. Who the hell are you? Professor X Charles, whose legs were crippled, was carried over. What do you need us to do? Why war? Charles asked the question fearlessly. His expression was firm. Bai Xi knew that it was the hardest to deal with this kind of person. Because war is coming soon. Bai Xi came over and touched Charles's eyebrows directly. Everyone else looked at Bai Xi nervously. But Charles stopped him from moving. If you don't prepare for war, when the war comes, it will be too late. 99. Bai Xi said. And Charles had a hunch about what Bai Xi had passed on to him. This is a variation of mind ability. Although Bai Xi does not have the ability to control the minds of others, he can pass on what he sees. Charles suddenly saw a purple-skinned man appear. He just snapped his fingers, and half of the people in the universe disappeared. Or, countless time-space wormholes appeared, and people from countless universes began to fight. The mighty Mephisto, like the one Bai Xi transformed before, destroys countless worlds at will. Such futures are like white horses passing through the gaps in Charles's mind. When all disappeared, Charles looked at Bai Xi. How are you going to go? I have to prepare in advance, and smart people will not stop me. Bai Xi gave an ultimatum. If anyone is blocking him, he will not show mercy. Definitely, it's Hela who does it. Bai Xi can teleport with Hela and her army of the dead at any time. Professor X Charles had a hesitation. I need you to help me train the young mutants, and I will solve the problems of mankind for the mutants. Bai Xi said. I promise you. Finally, Professor X, who turned bald, nodded. Seeing that he agreed, Bai Xi looked at the others. Under Bai Xi's gaze, everyone lowered their heads. I am willing to surrender. Step by step. To everyone's surprise, Psylocke was the first to show his loyalty. She came to Bai Xi, knelt down on one knee, raised her head, and looked at Bai Xi with fanatical eyes. As long as I can follow you. Bai Xi reached out and grabbed her head. I don't need bodyguards. But you can help me manage mutant. Psylocke was a little disappointed to hear Bai Xi's words, but nodded in agreement. She wants to follow the strong side. With the eldest sister Psylocke, the others immediately surrendered. First, Storm, who had no position, and then X-Men and others did so at Charles's suggestion. Bai Xi said, I am not a brutal ruler, I just need your strength. Definitely, I will also give you benefits. Bai Xi still understands the truth of hitting a jujube with a stick. I heard, you have the Mutant Brotherhood? At this moment, he floated up to Magneto and asked. Magneto said helplessly, yes. I promise to submit to you, but we're going to rule the human race. Bai Xi smiled and said, humanity has a new enemy, so naturally they dare not do anything to mutant. The reason why people in this world hate mutant. It is because the enemy is not enough and strong, and the mutant is regarded as the enemy. Especially Apocalypse, which was originally a mutant. Naturally, mutants are easily hated by humans. The best way to deal with hatred is to transfer hatred. Bai Xi's Beelzebub's body, which makes human beings afraid, will naturally feel afraid and needs the protection of mutant. I need you to gather the Mutant Brotherhood. Bai Xi said to Magneto. Magneto naturally agreed. Then, Bai Xi said to Psylocke, I need you to find Caliban and use his ability to gather all the mutants together. 5. Bai Xi kicked Apocalypse, who played dead. My only purpose for keeping you alive is to use your ability to amplify them. 99. Apocalypse looked at Bai Xi and did not dare to resist. This is the real god. Seeing Apocalypse's appearance, Bai Xi also nodded. With the Black Queen around, Apocalypse can't actually make any waves. The strength of the Black Queen is stronger than that of Apocalypse, so suppressing him is naturally not a problem. Bai Xi squeezed his fist, time began to turn back, and the pyramids that were destroyed in an instant were restored to their original state. Everyone looked at Bai Xi in shock. This ability. Mutant doesn't have it either. No matter where you escape, I will use my time to catch you. Bai Xi said to the Apocalypse and to all the mutants. This time, all those who were careful were wiped out in an instant. Especially Magneto, his face almost turned black. Are you going to bring mutants together to cultivate? Back at the Hellfire Club, the Black Queen and White Queen Emma follow him. The Black Queen asked Bai Xi, "Charles can't do anything else, but developing mutant ability is still great." 35. Bai Xi said. Everyone else got busy. Bai Xi assigned them tasks. Although the Xavier Genius Academy occupies a large area, it is obviously impossible to accommodate all mutants. So, they have to change. Place is inevitable. Among humans, after knowing that there is a more powerful threat, add the actions of the Hellfire Club. He didn't dare to ask too many questions. This directly forms a set of processes. Caliban finds mutant, and Apocalypse directly strengthens their variant ability. Apocalypse's strengthening ability is unlimited. Only the final strengthening degree depends on mutant's own ability. The Apocalypse 4 horsemen because he felt he needed only 4. Otherwise, he can strengthen it all over again. And only these 4 can be seen. Others that have no potential in the original ability, such as Quill, can't look down on Apocalypse after strengthening. After the Apocalypse strengthening is completed, teach Professor X Charles and Beast Hank to cultivate. In the case of assembly line operations, everyone is a tool person for Bai Xi. How powerful would such a mutant army be? However, there is still no controller. Although Psylocke looks loyal, firstly, his strength is not enough, and secondly, he has just taken refuge. It is naturally impossible for Bai Xi to let her master it all. Bai Xi suddenly thought of a person. Lorna. It's just that Lorna is not from this world, and Bai Xi and Lorna have been together for so long. Really reluctant to let Lorna be separated. And Magneto's ability and Lorna's ability are so similar, it will be a bit embarrassing. Bai Xi thought, and saw the White Queen Emma who had been looking at him. Emma was the first to show loyalty. And the strength is enough. My king. 35. Bai Xi waved his hand, and Emma came over immediately. I want you to help me run the Mutant Legion. Bai Xi rubbed Emma's smooth blonde hair. She is a very standard blonde with fair complexion. Can I? White Queen Emma asked hesitantly. She has no confidence in her ability. Although she is the White Queen of Hellfire Club, she has always been attached to the strong. Therefore, when she saw the jealous look in the Black Queen's eyes, she was immediately frightened. I said you can do it, you can do it. Bai Xi said, you need to change your character. Emma nodded hesitantly. Unfortunately, character doesn't just change. It is somewhat impossible to make Emma immediately change from a rich family daughter to a queen. But Bai Xi is not in a hurry. As for the Black Queen, he thought he didn't see it. Emma asked hesitantly, My king, how strong is your strength? The Black Queen on one side suddenly pricked up her ears. She didn't care that the black dress fell to the ground. She just held up the wine glass and pretended to drink. But actually listening here, Bai Xi smiled and said, actually, I'm not that strong at all. Hearing the words, the Black Queen drank it all at once and rolled her eyes. When? 55. Dwarf Wang Aitsue kept pulling the bellows. The entire Nidaville is actually a huge amount of stove, used to create various artifacts. When Asgard fought in the Nine Realms, he was able to become the supreme being of the Nine Realms. In addition to the strength, the more important thing is the equipment created by the dwarfs. As we all know, the dwarfs of Nidaville are Asgard's best friends. They will only supply Asgard with good quality weaponry. In addition, Asgard also had a powerful master craftsman and naturally swept the Nine Realms. If you want to do good work, you must first sharpen your tools. Mjolnir, Spear of Eternity. These were forged by the dwarfs for the Asgard Protoss. Definitely. Also includes the now Storm Axe. What? Thor called a group of Asgard to help, plus the world branches in the treasury. As the temperature in Nidaville gradually increased, then there was a bang. Countless thunder and lightning seemed to drown Nidawiler's core. Wait until the light flashes. Thor appeared with his Storm Axe. Storm Axe gave him a much stronger feeling than Mjolnir. Now Thor feels like he can kill Surti with an axe. Definitely. This is an illusion. Still, it's okay to kill Steve with an axe, the Titan they're talking about. After knowing that the Titans once invaded the Nine Realms during the Ragnarok time, Thor was also furious. He thought about getting into trouble with the Dark Order. But in the universe, the Dark Order seems to have suddenly disappeared. This made Thor, who was extremely angry, unable to start. If it weren't for the disappearance of the Dark Order, Hela would have taken action long ago. The complete Asgard is still very powerful in the universe. No one dares not be afraid of it. It's a pity that the Titan was cowardly. But this time it also made Thor realize. Evil can only be hidden, but not receded. The Titans must be waiting for something in secret. Nidawyler doesn't need to exist anymore. At this moment, the Dwarf King Aitsue came over and sat next to Thor. Thor looked at him sympathetically, feeling extremely guilty. If Asgard has been destroyed, then he can still be said to be the same as Aitsue. But now, Asgard lived through Ragnarok, but still existed. Take these soldiers away, and the dwarfs won't exist anymore, Dwarf Wang Aitsue said. In fact, he lingered on only one belief. That's to see what the Asgard people are doing. Now he knows. Ragnarok. Otherwise, the Dwarf King Aitsue, who was not supported by this belief, would have long since disappeared with his clansmen. He was the only one left in the entire dwarf family. What's the point of living? Thor immediately asked, Aren't you going to Asgard with me? No, I'm tired, Dwarf Wang Aitsue said, and then waved his hand. His hands have been crippled by Thanos, and he can't even hold a hammer. Afterwards, he struggled to support his seemingly stiff body and slowly sat beside the huge amounts of fire. He seems to have aged a lot in an instant after forging the Stormwind Tomahawk. Go away. 35. Dwarf Wang Aitsue urged. Don't watch me die. Thor glanced back at him. The helpless Thor could only summon all the soldiers over. He was unable to stop the death of the Dwarf King Atri. You can never stop a man who wants to die. Take care of yourself. Thor could only speak. I will avenge the dwarf brothers. 95. He was extremely firm, and then raised the Storm Axe. Storm Axe can directly open Bifrost. Hey! 35. Bifrost descended in an instant, taking him and all the Asgard soldiers away. The Dwarf King Aitsue suddenly had some energy when he heard the words. I definitely trust Asgard's brother. The dwarf and the Aesir. Dash. Boom. 35. In the 9 realms, even in sunny places, everyone raised their heads. They looked at the starry sky in amazement, as if a place brighter than the sun had exploded. Incredibly dazzling. Returning to Asgard, Thor looked up and looked at Nidavel's place, holding the storm axe tightly in his hand. The goddess of war Sif looked at the starry sky with a serious look. Captain Marvel stood by the window of the space station, watching the violent explosion in the distance. Oh, is this a time-space wormhole exploding? I really think the entire universe is destroyed, so that there is no need to worry about whether the enemy or the friendly army is behind. 5. Nick Fury said, looking as if the starry sky was about to bloom. No, one of the 9 realms has been destroyed. Captain Marvel saw it clearly. Although she can't see through the universe like Bai Xi. But things in the 9 realms can still be seen. Hearing this, Nick Fury froze for a moment. Can't even Asgard protect? He asked. Although he wanted to disdain Asgard. But there are still plenty of marinated eggs. Without Asgard, the Earth is even more dangerous. It had nothing to do with Asgard, it was his choice. Carol said. The Dwarf King Aitsue directly detonated the core of Nidavel. The entire dwarf family has completely disappeared in the long river of history. Thanos has consistently wiped out only half of all races in the universe. But in Dwarf, the trust was broken. He slaughtered the dwarf clan, leaving only the Dwarf King Aitsue, and also abolished his hands. It was because Thanos saw the Infinity Gauntlet and was shocked by the forging skills of the dwarfs. So, he doesn't want Dwarf to keep building gear. Therefore, it can be seen that Thanos is definitely not a good thing. Everything he does is for his own ambition. 0. Ask for flowers. Captain Marvel just thought that she wished this would never happen to Earth. Although she protects the universe, the Earth, her hometown will always be the most important in her heart. Nick Fury took another look, then turned away. If we weren't strong enough, the Earth would disappear like this. Just a planet. There are countless planets like Earth in the universe. One less is like one less fish in the sea. Who cares? If you are not strong, you can only be slaughtered forever. Hey, huh? In groups, countless female warriors were training on the grasslands. Next to it are cliffs, waves, and the scenery is very beautiful. They are training battle formations and training joint strikes. Only, the person they were waiting for never showed up. Diana and Antiope stood at the top, watching the hardworking Amazon women. After conscious training, they became stronger. Diana has long established herself with her own strength. After all, she's a demigod. He also personally killed Ares, the god of war. Let the Amazon female warriors admire her. Sometimes I really don't know what I'm training for, Antiope said. She stared blankly at the hot Amazon female warriors. This is much more intense than the previous training. They have been preparing for war, but have never ushered in war. It has been a long time since he came. 35. He said we were going to fight for him, but he was nowhere to be seen. Antiope continued, perhaps he has. Well, not. Diana shook her head. Maybe he's just delayed. Diana was extremely firm towards Bai Xi, because she believed that with Bai Xi's strength, she would not be easily defeated. In her opinion, Bai Xi can easily crush Ares. And Ares, the god of war, beat her half to death. All we have to do is wait, Diana said. That's why she kept insisting. As the first to conquer her, Diana was dead to Bai Xi. Even if it's been a long, long time, Antiope said, but it's been decades. Diana shook her head. The female warriors really can't wait. Then Diana looked into the distance. An energy of willpower passed over. That's the human world. This year is called 1984 AD in the human world. Diana put on the legendary Golden Eagle armor and set foot on the land of the human world again. They don't know that the speed of each world is different. My king, they don't seem to be very convinced. White Queen Emma said to Bai Xi. She and the Black Queen Yelena have become Bai Xi's little followers, inseparable behind Bai Xi. Bai Xi naturally knew what they were thinking. There is a strong man, naturally, he must follow closely. Before the three of them were the mutant brotherhood of Magneto. I don't know if Magneto did something wrong. These people are not very convinced. Especially Juggernaut, like an angry bull, looked at Bai Xi with anger. What? Juggernaut wears an iron helmet on his head. He rammed directly towards Bai Xi. The other members of the Mutant Brotherhood also watched with half smiles. White Queen Emma and Black Queen Yelena were almost taken a step back when they saw this momentum. Mostly the Juggernauts were tall and looked bigger than the skinny ones. But soon, thinking that the person next to him was Bai Xi, a man like a Mephisto, he immediately stopped. Then, when Juggernaut rushed in front of Bai Xi just raised his hand and grabbed Juggernaut's head directly. Afterwards, Juggernaut stopped directly as if it had hit an iron wall, and then made a metallic crashing sound. Everyone felt a tingling in their eardrums. Juggernaut is actually a bit like Hulk, the power is unknown. It's all the super-existent type. And Juggernaut is not actually a mutant, but everyone mistaken him for a mutant. Juggernaut's abilities are all derived from the Scarlet Dimension Mephisto, Satarak. Even Kamartaj has power from Satarak, such as magic, Satarak's Crimson Necklace. The energy of Sitarak makes Juggernaut strengthen in all aspects, and the power seems to be inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Billion. Juggernaut was also very surprised to find that he couldn't bump it. The Mutant Brotherhood behind him changed even more. Juggernaut has a property. That is, once he rushes up, nothing can stop him. And the defense is even more terrifyingly strong. The claws of Mjolnir and adamantium can't break his defense. So even Wolverine can only stare at Juggernaut. The people of the Mutant Brotherhood rely on the ability of the Juggernaut. But now, for the first time, someone has been able to stop the onslaught of the Juggernaut. Moreover, the Juggernaut was slowly lifted up. I saw Bai Xi's hand grabbed the Juggernaut's helmet as if its sorbent was on it, then slowly lifted the Juggernaut up. Afterwards, Bai Xi threw it lightly, and Juggernaut was thrown out directly by him. If it's Mephisto who gives you strength, you can swipe in front of me, Bai Xi said. Mutants, surrender or die. There was a dangerous red light in Bai Xi's eyes, as if he could melt anything. Seeing the juggernaut being thrown away, the mutant brotherhood immediately chose to surrender. Just 2 words. From the heart. This is not cowardice, but the will of following the heart. After solving the mutant brotherhood, Bai Xi didn't really care. It's just that the ones that can be valued by Magneto are the ones who can fight a little now. Magneto is a very hard-hearted person. After Mystique lost his ability, he instantly left Mystique behind. You know, Mystique's relationship can be extraordinary, but he can still be treated as an item. For Magneto, mutant is only divided into useful and useless. No emotion is spoken. 547. Therefore, the Red Devils and Juggernauts in the Mutant Brotherhood are all useful people. But Bai Xi couldn't take them as the backbone. The backbone needs to be cultivated by yourself. With the Hellfire Club's financial resources, they developed an island in no time. And it's not a small island, but the kind of big island. In order not to waste time, Bai Xi directly used Alter Reality's ability to change the island, and he could live in it immediately. After all, if he goes back a day late, the risk of being discovered by Wanda is even greater. Seeing Bai Xi's miracle, Apocalypse was completely convinced. He had not seen each other for a few days, and he had a crooked mind again. But found. The gap is really too big. The gap between heaven and earth cannot be fully expressed. The mutant children that Caliban was in charge of finding were all taken to the island by plane. Then Apocalypse honestly strengthens their ability. Then it is. Xavier Academy of Giftedness. The bald Professor X Charles, he found that the number of teachers before is simply not enough. There are too many mutants in the world. This forced him to have Jean Grey and Cyclops teach as well. Definitely. First let the mutant child familiarize himself with his ability. Then I will talk about other developments. The trained mutant was taught to the White Queen to take charge, while Psylocke helped her fight. The two of them will slowly train to become the mutant core. Bai Xi then decided to put Hellfire Club's headquarters on the island. Besides the Black White Queen, everyone else had to join the Hellfire Club. The Black and White King was directly abolished by Bai Xi, because the Black White Queen is his. Both Professor X and Magneto can only become bishops. Like Apocalypse, be honest as a toolman. Then, let Mystique stay as secretary. Using her ability to negotiate with humans can easily solve the problem. After all, she can become anyone to inquire about information. Let the human side be invincible. Bai Xi also just needs to be sure that nothing bad will happen on the human side. Others didn't think about it. Soon, Bai Xi felt that it was good to continue like this. It is the Black Queen who has been pestering him, wanting to become a god. The Black Queen Selena is simply obsessed with becoming a god. After all, after living for so long, she has nothing to pursue except to become a god. As for Wind and Rain, it's all about being bored. After all, with her ability, as long as it is not the end of the world, all human beings are dead. She can live forever. And always stay young and beautiful. Under such circumstances, it is natural to want to do something. No one can stand boredom forever. Bai Xi was thinking about how to get rid of her. Exactly this day. Boom. At night, the whole island shook suddenly. Everyone panicked and ran out, thinking they had been attacked. But looking at the bright sky, nothing big fell down, and there was no mushroom cloud. Therefore, the possibility of being attacked is ruled out. Then everyone wondered if there was an earthquake. It's very possible. Only, Professor X Charles immediately told everyone to calm down. This was not an attack, nor was it an earthquake. It's just that ability is out of control. Like the previous mutant students at Xavier Gifted Academy, they are all used to it. They immediately went to the sleeping Phoenix, Jean Grey's room. Bai Xi came to Jean's room. Here is where the shaking is the worst. Jean closed her eyes, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. The entire house was shaken by the Phoenix Force. And she couldn't wake her up just like that. Who knows if she will wake up feeling getting up. At that time, Phoenix Force directly demolished it. Professor X Charles, very familiar with helping Jean to stabilize her mind. This is what Lorna and Susan were talking about when there was a sudden earthquake in their sleep. Bai Xi thought of what Lorna had joked about earlier. When Wanda was out of control, it was probably like this. The entire house will be affected. Chaos Force and Phoenix Force are both good things. But it is easy for the host to become out of control. In fact, this mood is very stable. It's just that Wanda later practiced black magic, which left Bai Xi helpless. Jean Grey's kind of. I guess it's easy to handle. She's having nightmares again. Professor X breathed a sigh of relief, followed everyone out of the room, and laughed. The Black Queen looked shocked. Can this variant ability be so strong? It's not a nightmare, Charles. 35. Bai Xi looked at Professor X and said. Professor X suddenly looked embarrassed. Phoenix Force is not something you can suppress. If it escapes, it may cause the destruction of the Earth. Bai Xi said, at that time, you will be the culprit. It is precisely because Professor X uses his psychic ability to constantly seal the Phoenix Force within Jean Grey. Cause the piano to have another personality. Dark Phoenix. If Dark Phoenix really wants to destroy the Earth, it is really easy. Professor X moved his lips, and everyone else looked at them both in surprise. They didn't expect Jean's strength to be so strong. However, Jean's mood is unstable, and she can't experience that at all. Professor X said helplessly, I have no choice, otherwise, her childhood would have been ruined. Jean Grey was involved in a car accident as a child, killing her mother and sister. Only one father survived. And he also gave away the piano instead of raising it by himself. If such memories hadn't been sealed by Professor X, Jin might have collapsed long ago. It's just a matter of time, Bai Xi said. Then, he took out a gem. Everyone looked at the broken stone in his hand. What kind of stone is this? It's pretty nice. The Black Queen said immediately, wanting to reach out and take it. Bai Xi dodged directly. Isn't it just a broken stone? The Black Queen asked. This is infinite gems, Bai Xi said speechlessly. Sure enough, out of the main Marvel universe, infinite gems are completely useless. What he has is Mind Gem, and he wonders if he can use it for the piano. As a result, it became the broken stone in the mouth of the Black Queen. Infinite gems, what is this? Apparently, no one in this world knows what infinite gems are. White Queen, Psylocke, and others were also confused. This is the infinite gems that snapped its fingers and destroyed half of the universe? 35. Professor X asked after seeing the future picture given to him by Bai Xi. Yes, it's a pity that it has become a broken stone in this universe, Bai Xi said and glanced at the Black Queen. The Black Queen, who knew what infinite gems was, suddenly looked weird. However, after knowing that it is invalid in this universe, there is no idea. It's a pity, she can't use this kind of artifact. Hearing Bai Xi mocking her, the Black Queen turned her head over immediately. Otherwise, you can take the piano with you first, Professor X Charles said. Bring to your universe, your strength can suppress the energy in her body, so that there will be no problems. 35. Hearing Professor X Charles's words, Bai Xi nodded. I'll talk to Jean tomorrow. Bai Xi thinks this is the way to go. He felt that Jean seemed a little afraid of him. But this is also normal. Storm, Psylocke, those who were beaten by him, were all afraid of him. Beast tanked these two. Mystique was even more afraid that he was going to die. In front of him, every time she has to become the most beautiful, she is the most beautiful woman she has ever seen. This will not make Bai Xi any anger, but can make Bai Xi feel happy. The result is, Bai Xi took a picture of Charlize Theron and asked Mystique to look like her. Immediately feel more comfortable. Mystique's ability, just like a monster girl. Let people have a new experience every day. The next day, Magneto just grabbed a person and came back. The man was directly restrained by Magneto. Then, honestly, was dropped. Take a closer look. He has thick hair and an unruly beard. He is Wolverine Logan. Wolverine was obviously a little unconvinced when he was caught. What are you doing? Logan looked at the crowd and said. He just wanted to be a Ronin. As a result, he was forced to come over to be a teacher? What a joke. Then, in front of a group of powerful mutants, he was immediately cured and submissive. Wolverine just had better luck. He, who already had the self-healing ability, was injected with adamantium experimentally. Definitely, it also made him smitten by the Magneto line. Bai Xi, on the other hand, called Jean Greta's office. Mystique, who turned into Cameron Diaz, was relieved when Phoenix came in, then turned around and went out to close the door. Jean looked at the strange woman in front of her and felt a little strange. But when she saw her change back to her original state immediately, she knew who it was. Jean looked at Bai Xi, who was sitting on the chair fearfully. "Jean, can I call you that?" Unexpectedly, Bai Xi is completely different from the previous conqueror image. Now Bai Xi is like a warm person. Gently, Jean unconsciously relaxed her guard. "Yes, sir," Jean Grey said. "Don't call me sir, just call me Bai." Bai Xi smiled. Jean nodded restrainedly, but was still afraid. Bai Xi immediately asked her to sit across from him and started talking. "Jean, do you want to be controlled by power, or do you want to control the power within you?" Bai Xi chatted with Jean for a while, relaxed her vigilance, and then asked seriously. These years of experience made him very good at dealing with girls like Jean. Even the ace agent like Maria Hill was won by him. Aren't others taking it easy? Especially Jean, who was excluded from childhood. Because of the Phoenix Force, Jean has been sidelined by other mutants since childhood, calling her a monster. It's hilarious for a group of monsters to call a girl a monster. Strong people are treated like this. Jean hesitation up. She definitely knew that she was special because of the energy in her body. For point 5, however, that energy was sealed by Professor X. "Charles, that was for her own good. You should get hold of it," Bai Xi said. "I wanted to, but I couldn't." Jean gave up decisively. She couldn't control that power at all, and that power seemed to tear her apart. "I can help you," Bai Xi said. Then he grabbed Jean's little hand. Jean shrank back subconsciously. However, it was already tightly held in Bai Xi's hands. Bai Xi didn't let go, and Jean gave up struggling and just stared blankly at Bai Xi. "Jean, as long as you believe me." 39. Bai Xi looked into Jean's eyes and said. Jean's suddenly hesitation up. Still. Nodded. "I believe you." She found that Bai Xi was completely different from what she thought. At first meeting, she thought Bai Xi was a brutal conqueror. Killed Angel in an instant. However, he was just showing his strength. He really just came to conquer and had other purposes. Jean chose to believe. She didn't want to go on like this. Having nightmares every night, after ability gets out of control, he will be considered a monster by his fellow mutant. Isn't everyone the same? It's just that she has a Phoenix Force in her body. That Phoenix was full of ill will and seemed to want to tear her apart. This made Jean extremely uncomfortable. Sometimes she thinks too, what if she didn't have Phoenix Force? Then her original variant ability is telepathy, and she can live more freely. Don't be treated as a monster by others, let alone be treated as a monster by mutant. New Jersey, Bai Xi's room. A little light appeared, and Bai Xi and Jean instantly appeared in the room. Jean held Bai Xi's hand tightly. Afterwards, Bai Xi said to Jean, "You go outside and wait for me first, and I'll pick you up." Bai Xi directly teleported and took Jean to the outside, asking her to wait here. It was back to the room. "Wanda," Bai Xi said, "I'm going out to pick up someone." Wanda wrapped a scarf in front of her, looked at Bai Xi and said, "Who?" "A friend, she's a bit like you," Bai Xi said with a smile. Wanda tilted her head in confusion. There was also a force inside her that was tormenting her, and she couldn't control it. Hearing Bai Xi's words, Wanda nodded. Lorna and Susan came down only then. Seeing Bai Xi coming back, he immediately said, "I'll go with you too." Lorna walked over to Bai Xi, and the two went out. "I thought you were going for a long time." Lorna saw that she had left the range of the house and said to Bai Xi, "What's the meaning?" Bai Xi asked immediately. "I mean, you've only been out for a day, and you've made a lot of fuss that Wanda won't notice," Lorna said to Bai Xi. Bai Xi was immediately puzzled. He obviously left for a long time. Although I don't remember exactly how long, because he does everything to speed up. But definitely more than one day. Bai Xi thought of a possibility, the flow of time. The flow of time in each world may be different. Bai Xi, who wanted to understand this, felt that he had something to do. If you can't understand the time, then there may be a problem with the flow rate of each world. For now, though, Phoenix matters. Soon, Bai Xi and Lorna brought the piano back. Jean looked nervous. Except for Susan, who seemed kind. The other two didn't seem to be easy to mess with. Lorna looks a little cold and has cool makeup. Wanda had a chilling smile. Fortunately, Susan is more friendly. Jean's situation is rather special. She has a force in her body that can easily get out of control. Bai 0811 opened his mouth and introduced it. Both Lorna and Susan nodded in agreement. Isn't it just another Wanda? Don't panic. Wanda had nothing to say. She was just influenced by Agatha during that time. Maybe Jean Grey needs the dark book too. Bai Xi did not act immediately, but let Jean adjust to the new life first. Bai Xi's food house is out. The food automatically produced by the food house quickly conquered Jean's taste buds. Jean Grey discovered that Bai Xi wasn't that bad. Moreover, this Earth is better than the world she was in before, because the times are more advanced. In terms of timeline, isn't Bai Xi younger than her? It's just that Bai Xi is older than her in terms of age. Jean thought a lot for a while. Slowly accept the life of this world. Only, others were tortured. Especially Lorna and Susan. They seemed to be back in those days, and every night when they fell asleep, the house began to vibrate. This time, even Wanda suffered this kind of torture. Wanda almost went crazy, so Bai Xi immediately solved it. Bai Xi is about to share a room with Jean Grey. In this way, time passes slowly. That night, Bai Xi entered Jean's room. She has fallen asleep. The mind gem in Bai Xi's hands shone brightly. Back in the main universe, mind gem is finally no longer a broken stone. Buzz. Under the urging of Bai Xi, mind gem exudes a yellow light, directly covering the sleeping phoenix. With the help of mind gem, Bai Xi instantly entered into Jean's heart. In the sea of Jean's consciousness, her whole person is like a helpless boat, drifting unconsciously in the sea of consciousness. And around is the Phoenix Force emitting fiery red heat. It's called Phoenix Force because it looks like a fire phoenix. The Phoenix Force was screaming at the helpless Jean Grey, full of malevolence. It seems that this host is regarded as an enemy. No wonder Phoenix Force is like this. If he had just entered the body, he would be sealed by an old bald head, and one seal would be more than 10 or 20 years old. Everyone is going crazy. Not to mention the domineering power of Phoenix Force. If it wasn't just a shard, it just shredded Professor X Charles. So, Jin has to face this every night? Bai Xi suddenly felt distressed for this seemingly weak, but actually strong woman. It's not that she's not strong enough, it's just that she can't resist. If other people were in Jean's situation, they would have to face the torture of Phoenix Force every day when they fell asleep, and they would have gone crazy long ago. So, Charles's claim that Jin couldn't resist was false. Jean's state of mind can be resisted. She is really different from Wanda and Lorna, who are mentally unstable. That's what makes Blacken's Phoenix Force so scary. Because Jean has been unable to accept it. Just when Jean was trembling a little, but faced Phoenix Force with a firm face, Bai Xi's figure appeared beside her. Do not be afraid. The figure of Bai Xi held her hand. Although both of them are spiritual projections, Jean feels the warmth. The house, which had been trembling slightly, was instantly quiet. Bai Xi held mind gem in his hand and looked up at Phoenix Force. Seeing Bai Xi, the Phoenix Force stepped back with obvious fear. But soon remembered that this is their own home. We can talk, Bai Xi said to Phoenix Force. Brutal. However, the hostile Phoenix Force did not accept the conversation. Then there is no way. Bai Xi looked at the violent Phoenix Force and directly motivated mind gem. The power of mind gem instantly enveloped Phoenix Force. Phoenix Force kept resisting, but Bai Xi still entered its mind. Everything has a mind. And mind gem allows users to sense each other's mind and even control each other. That's where it's great. Unlike the anti-life equation, although it is domineering, it lacks a touch of softness. The Phoenix Force kept resisting, but it still made Bai Xi aware of the emotions in his heart. Bai Xi closed his eyes, and Jean Grey looked at him nervously. Bai Xi's mind seems to have become Phoenix Force's life. Dazed, wandering, lonely. In the beginning, the Phoenix Force was born at the very beginning of the universe. Except for those who have survived from the previous universe to the present, there is no longer than it. Then, the Phoenix Force drifted across the universe. Slowly, it fell into pieces. It's looking for a host, just like origin magic power. Only with the host, the Phoenix Force can exert the most powerful force. No one knows how strong the most primitive force in the universe is. Gradually, a shard found its host. That is Jean Grey. Jin can take on the Phoenix Force just as it prepares to roar the other pieces. It was sealed. Professor X Charles felt that the Phoenix Force was very dangerous, so he sealed up Jean's memory without saying a word, and then sealed the Phoenix Force. Over time, the Phoenix Force was full of unwillingness and anger. It wants to destroy everything. Although it is the most primitive force in the universe, its emotions are like that of a baby. Bai Xi understood its anger. Just like a cat, it can stay in the house all the time. But if you take a chain around its neck and keep it within range, it can also get very grumpy. The nature of all things is to seek freedom. Even the Phoenix Force is no exception. Husband, all things go back to their roots. Phoenix was going to roam the world. Bai Xi opened his eyes. He looked at the manic Phoenix Force and said, I can let you out, but you can't wreak havoc. Phoenix Force stared at him, as if asking if it was true. You can't hurt Jean, and you can't take control from Jean. Bai Xi didn't care about the last point. Dark Phoenix's personality hasn't been created yet. So, don't worry about Jean Blacken. The reason for Blacken is because the piano has been closed to the Phoenix Force for a long time, which has led to the formation of a personality in Phoenix Force Blacken himself. It can be said that Dark Phoenix is the complete control of the piano by the Phoenix Force. Phoenix Force agreed at once. Bai Xi nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Qin and motioned to Qin to get ready. Neither of them believed that the Phoenix Force would be controlled so willingly. Phoenix Force is too powerful, although this is only a fragment of it. But there are also prophecies that when the complete Black Phoenix Force reappears, it will be the day of multi-universe destruction. The complete Phoenix Force is the incarnation of life and emotion in the original universe, with the highest level of cosmic perception and intuition, which allows it to perceive what has happened in the past, what is happening now, and what will happen in the future. As the link point of all life and soul in the whole multi-universe, it has powerful spiritual power and can achieve all psionic powers, such as multi-universe level telepathy and teleportation, etc. Therefore, it chose Qin as its host. In the comics, other people get Phoenix Force, but only for a short period of time. Only the piano can control it for a long time. The complete Phoenix Force can really destroy the universe. It can create and manipulate the coordinates of the space dimension and any coordinates on the timeline to travel to and from any space-time point. It can also destroy and delete any space-time coordinates on the timeline and space dimension. One or some parallel universes in a dimension can be completely deleted. If the multi-universe comes and Jin can control the Phoenix Force, then she is a powerful booster. Not worse than Wanda at all. Even with a little more Phoenix Force fragments, her strength will be stronger. As for who is stronger, Wanda and Qin in their heyday, better not to discuss this. These two women are very powerful. Bai Xi left Qin's spiritual world. Phoenix Force just watched him leave, but did not stop him. However, just as Jin was about to wake up, Phoenix Force stopped her. Do not. Qin listened for a while, then decisively refused. I want to control you, not let you control me. 35. Qin said. Then she disappeared into her own spiritual world. Bai Xi watched Qin slowly open his eyes and immediately gave her a smile. Qin also gave Bai Xi a smile. Then, get up and eat. Before you know it, the sun is shining. When everyone came, Bai Xi said, I need to leave with Qin. 35. We can help too. Wanda spoke immediately. Bai Xi looked at her and said silently, well then. 99. In the end, everyone decided to go together. They have to choose a place where no one is there. Otherwise, 547, if the Phoenix Force does not keep its promise, it can directly destroy more than half of the Earth. The complete Phoenix Force easily destroys the universe, although only fragments are on the piano. But destroying the Earth is not a problem. FFDVX. Bai Xi chose a good place. His dimension. The dimension of Bai Xi is now infinite. After devouring 2 dimensions, one of them is Dormammu's Hell Dimension, causing his current dimension to be much larger than the original Dark Dimension. Even if Dormammu regained his peak, he would only be casually beaten by Bai Xi. And in the case of only using dimensional power, if you add other things, Dormammu is trash. In the infinite dimension, several Bai Xi and Phoenix appear. Qin stood opposite Bai Xi and looked at Bai Xi nervously. "You all stand back," Bai Xi said to Wanda and others. The three of Wanda immediately retreated dozens of meters. "Not enough. Go back some more." 6,699. Bai Xi was satisfied after retreating for an unknown distance. Wanda and the others don't know how terrifying the Phoenix Force is. "How dare you get so close?" Afterwards, Bai Xi took out the Mind Gem. The energy emanating from Mind Gem made Jean Grey soothe a little. Not so nervous anymore. The energy light appears very soft. Deep roar suck. Bai Xi let Qin Shin roar inhale and then motivated Mind Gem. The power of Mind Gem broke the seal of Professor X Charles in an instant. Charles of the other universe moved, and then fell silent. "What?" Jean Grey, who had just finished taking a deep roar, yelled. "Phoenix Force." Broken out. Ship after ship of vibranium was carried into space. Tony Stark was stunned to see the vibranium in front of him. If the individual owns these vibraniums, the richest man in the world in minutes. However, he doesn't care about Earth's money anymore. Tony looked at the African tyrant who got off the spaceship. "Chaka. It is said that the kingdom of vibranium, the king of Wakanda." After constant contact, I realized that Wakanda was not far behind. And after hearing about the threats in the universe, Wakanda's people immediately took out the vibranium, and they helped the construction of the Tianjin Bureau without any return. How extravagant is it to use vibranium to build space stations? The current Tianjin Bureau has come to this point. "To be honest, I'm more interested in your technology," Tony said to Black Panther Chaka. "Vibranium is such a thing, he's already a little numb after seeing it too much." Jin cried out the moment Mind Gem's power touched her. Mind Gem is powerful, definitely, in this universe. It is also one of the first rough stones of the universe. On par with Phoenix Force is. If you collect all 6 infinite gems, you should be able to touch Phoenix Force too. In the eyes of Wanda and others, Qin opened her hands in an instant and raised her head. In an instant, an infinite flame burst out from her body as if it set her on fire. Just like the extremists in the beginning. There were red spots all over Qin's body. However, Phoenix Force did not dare to hurt the piano. Because Jean is the best host, Phoenix Force didn't know how many years to find her. A phantom of a phoenix appeared behind Qin. "Everything around me becomes molecules." When Qin lowered her head, her eyes were filled with the shadow of the phoenix. She was briefly held by Phoenix Force. Bai Xi knew that this was because Phoenix Force was unwilling to be controlled by Qin. Although Jean is the host of Phoenix Force. But there is no rule that Qin must control Phoenix Force or Phoenix Force can control her. As long as the carrier is not destroyed, it will be fine. This is Phoenix Force. Therefore, even a normal piano would not dare to fully release the power of Phoenix Force. But to limit it constantly. Qin's whole body was covered in phoenix flames, and then she looked directly at Bai Xi. Bai Xi looked at the expressionless Qin, which was actually Phoenix Force, and said, "As long as you can't beat me, you must listen to Qin's control." Qin did not speak, but moved directly towards Bai Xi. But this is indeed the default. Phoenix Force burst out in an instant. The entire dimension seems to be enveloped in flames, completely permeated by the flames. It was as if it had become a kingdom of fire in an instant. When Wanda saw the flames coming towards them, she immediately launched origin magic power with both hands. A scarlet-colored shield protected the three of them. The piano controlled by Phoenix Force suddenly glanced here. Made a strange cry. Brutal. 99. This is Phoenix Force meeting old friends. Phoenix Force and Chaos Force are one of the original 3 forces. Wanda immediately felt as if the origin magic power in his body was being activated. However, that's about it. Phoenix Force didn't target her, but attacked Bai Xi. The land of the dimension was all shattered, and the flying dust turned into iron thorns. He flew directly towards Bai Xi. Ch. For a moment, Bai Xi was like a pear-flower needle in the face of the rainstorm, with iron thorns in front of him. The violin controlled by the Phoenix Force directly changed the element of matter, turning the element of earth into metal. This is completely material reorganization, the level of void creation. Decompose and transform matter at will. Even Bai Xi of Dimension Mephisto had a hard time doing this. But he doesn't hide at all. Don't ask. Ask is dodge zero. King. Countless iron thorns drowned Bai Xi, making a sound like hammering iron. But none of them could leave imprints on Bai Xi, let alone cause him harm when they entered the body. Then, Bai Xi moved. Bai Xi flew to Qin in an instant. But Dark Phoenix just raised his hand. At the moment is the Phoenix Force controlling the piano, already belongs to Dark Phoenix. Bai Xi instantly returned to where he was. Control time and space. If Dark Phoenix wants to, it can even destroy the space-time of the dimension, destroy the dimension. However, that requires the full Phoenix Force. Bai Xi immediately used ability as well. Back in time. His time has come before Dark Phoenix. He affects the time around him and returns to Dark Phoenix. But the Phoenix Force on Dark Phoenix broke out again. She directly modifies reality this time. In reality, Bai Xi has never come before her. Bai Xi instantly returned to where he was. Also, the back in time ability is no longer available. Because reality was twisted and restarted by Dark Phoenix. Bai Xi didn't care when he saw this. Eyes red. Hot sight. The heat sight that can melt almost everything was sent out by Bai Xi. Dark Phoenix sensed the danger and naturally used Phoenix Force to resist. A fire phoenix pounced towards the heat sight. However, the Phoenix Force is suppressed. If it is a complete Phoenix Force, I am afraid that the heat vision will not be able to take her. But right now, it's just a fragment of the Phoenix Force. The fire phoenix was directly disintegrated in the air in the form of energy. Zizizi. Just like a real phoenix, it was instantly melted and evaporated by the sight of heat. Then, the hot sight didn't stop and hit Qin directly. In order to protect the piano, Phoenix Force will naturally not let the piano die. The temperature of the thermal line of sight in Bai Xi's eyes is getting higher and higher. But, 35. Dark Phoenix groaned, and then the hot sight hit her without any difference. All the energy of the heat sight was absorbed by the Phoenix Force, but instead, the phantom of the Phoenix behind him became more and more bright. Or it can't be absorbed, but swallowed. Bai Xi, who found this, immediately stopped his hot gaze. Phoenix Force has been using Cyclops shockwave charge for a while. Phoenix Force is naturally not infinite, it will also be consumed. It's just that the consumption is generally negligible for it. And below a certain level, the Phoenix Force cannot be consumed at all. In the comics, the Phoenix Force will also be killed. Only, after death, the Phoenix Force becomes a phoenix egg in the universe and gradually Nirvana returns to its best state. Phoenix, also called Phoenix. That's why it's called Phoenix Force. Dark Phoenix smiled strangely at Bai Xi, and then directly released the power of destruction. The Phoenix directly became the Phoenix Verdict, and everything along the way was destroyed by the undead Firebird. Bai Xi looked at his own dimensional space, and it had already been destroyed to some extent. So, he decided to solve all this as soon as possible. Wanda next to him was struggling a bit. She finds that Phoenix Force seems to be similar to her origin magic power. However, Dark Phoenix can do more than she can. Is this still a piano? Susan asked immediately. This is her ability. Wanda explained. Her eyes twinkled. She has to be so powerful. Origin magic power is definitely not bad. Lorna and Susan looked at each other. The newcomers are getting stronger. Wanda and Qin, the two of them together are probably not one of the opponents. Definitely, the piano in this state. When we first met, Qin Mingming was not so scary. No wonder Bai Xi wants to help her solve the problem. Under the onlookers of the three, Bai Xi's body rushed up. Anything from Dark Phoenix fell on Bai Xi, and nothing could stop him. Bai Xi's speed seemed to exceed the speed of light. In an instant, he flashed before Dark Phoenix. Dark Phoenix raised his hand, wanting to put Bai Xi back in time again. Hey! Bai Xi was still standing in front of her. Bai Xi's tyrannical body has broken through time and space. Moreover, he directly used the speed to break the time barrier. Dark Phoenix didn't panic, and she disappeared instantly. The shuttle space appeared in the distance, and a phoenix wave flew over. Phoenix Bow instantly annihilated Bai Xi's figure. But at this moment, Dark Phoenix sensed danger and wanted to escape. But Bai Xi had already appeared behind her. Boom! Bai Xi grabbed Dark Phoenix and smashed it directly on the ground. Lorna and Susan, who were looking from a distance, twitched the corners of their mouths. If Qin woke up, would she remember this scene? Dark Phoenix smashed a hole directly on the ground. Dark Phoenix wanted to resist, but was held back by Bai Xi. Her ability is very strong, but her power is definitely not as strong as Bai Xi. And after being caught by Bai Xi, he couldn't even use the space-time ability and was directly blocked by Bai Xi. Then, bang bang bang! Bai Xi grabbed Dark Phoenix and beat him. Looking at Qin's face, he was still a little embarrassed. But red energy flashed under the skin from time to time, which made him realize that it was not Jin's consciousness. It's just Qin's body. How does Phoenix Force look like extremists? After a round of thumping by Bai Xi, Phoenix Force finally stopped struggling. It doesn't want to explode its own energy completely, that's a waste. Especially if Bai Xi put it out. If it weren't for Bai Xi, it would still be trapped in Qin's body. Don't know when to get out of trouble. Therefore, the Phoenix Force slowly hidden into Qin's body, and Qin's consciousness returned to normal, occupying his body. Qin looked at Bai Xi, and her face suddenly turned red. She was beaten by Bai Xi, and it seemed that something was not good. Qin. Seeing Qin's blushing, Bai Xi asked immediately. Qin nodded immediately and said, "It's me." Afterwards, Bai Xi dragged her by the head and picked her up. Jean Grey buried her head in his arms too. Bai Xi simply hugged her whole body. She could sense that Jean's body was weak. After all, although she has become Dark Phoenix, her body is still hers. Without the carrier of the piano, Phoenix Force would not be able to use its great power. Bai Xi held the piano and negotiated with Phoenix Force with Mind Gem. Phoenix Force must protect the piano and cannot occupy the body of the piano. What Bai Xi is most afraid of now is their Blacken. Qin Hui Blacken becomes Dark Phoenix, an ability that directly destroys the world. Wanda is practicing black magic. Don't know what it will be like. Bai Xi felt that he was bringing a group of problem girls, worrying about them Blacken all day long. Lorna's mental instability is very easy to collapse, but it becomes normal. Grave accent, let's go back. 99. Bai Xi took Mind Gem and swept the piano, and then said to the crowd, Mind Gem really got it right. Mind Gem's ability is very powerful, and it specializes in treating such intractable diseases. Otherwise, Bai Xi would be helpless in the face of Qin. Can't communicate with the anti-life equation? Phoenix Force didn't know if it really rested in peace, and agreed with Bai Xi's words. Just don't want to see that bald head again. What Qin fears most is being controlled by the Phoenix Force. When this worry is gone, her ability will be stronger. After all, there is no need to limit the use of Phoenix Force all the time. Bai Xi took the crowd and left the dimension directly dimension teleportation. The entire dimension appears to have been destroyed quite a bit by the Phoenix Force. But in fact, the dimensional correction power is very strong. When Bai Xi left, the energy of the dimension began to slowly repair itself. Also, there is no one in Bai Xi's dimension. At most it's just some of the souls left behind. Bai Xi was worried about what to do with these souls. What's your name? Professor X Charles sat in a wheelchair and asked the children in front of him. These are Caliban's newly found mutants. After apocalypse strengthening, bring them to educate and cultivate them first. Charles slowly accepted it. At first, I felt that I and others had become tool people. But it really came down like this, and he found that it was pretty good. At least Mutant doesn't have to worry about triggering social problems after being separated from humans. It's just that people don't know when they'll get lost. Feeling that Mutant is secretly planning something, he directly attacked Mutant. This is the only hidden danger. Everything else, Charles thought it was fine. The abilities of these mutants are very powerful. It's just what the future may have to face. He looked at the Asian girl in front of him. My name is Jubilation Lee. The Asian girl said. Li Ma Zhao, how about you? Professor X Charles nodded, then asked the person next to Jubilation Lee. My name is Anna Marie, and they call me Naughty. The girl's hair is a little white and looks like it's dyed. Katie Pride, they call me Shadowcat. 35. My name is Colossus. K. Professor X smiled at the mutant children who had been strengthened in front of him. If these people grow up, how powerful will ability be? And Apocalypse is hot. So many good abilities. He wanted it all. Without strengthening an ability, Apocalypse can't help but be moved when he encounters that kind of powerful ability. However, he was sanctioned by the Black Queen Yelena. Apocalypse never dreamed. I thought that there was no strong man around, and there was a magician hidden. And she was originally a mutant, the powerful black magic that even Apocalypse could do nothing about. Black Queen's black magic is much more stable than Wanda's. There was no evil god Sithan murmuring in her ear. Before Apocalypse's ability was released, it was controlled by the Black Queen. Therefore, Apocalypse can only be a tool man honestly. The Black Queen lived much longer than him after all. The strength is unfathomable. If it wasn't for her to absorb the vitality of the White Queen would not have survived in her hands. As for the White Queen, she and Psylocke trained the Mutant Legion. Mutant was only training his ability in Charles. When they can almost control their own ability perfectly, they will come to receive Legion-based training. In the battle outside, whether the individual strength is strong or not is just the icing on the cake. What really matters is whether a Legion is obedient or not, and whether it can command like an arm. That's why Bai Xi wants to build a Legion. Otherwise, no matter how many people there are, they are just rotten fish and rotten shrimp. After Qin recovered, her complexion seemed much better than before. Phoenix Force finally stopped torturing her. Only she herself knows what she will face every day when she closes her eyes. At this time, others were still mocking her as a monster. But now, Phoenix Force has finally subsided. It is no longer crazy to rush out of the seal, to destroy everything. It seems to have become milder. Phoenix Force is the embodiment of cosmic emotion, symbolizes life and emotion. When it is no longer violent, it will not want to destroy the universe. Moreover, it can be rebuilt even if it is destroyed. After settling down, Bai Xi was also ready to put his own affairs on the road. Before, it was to take care of Qin. After all, he had promised Professor X that he would settle the matter of Qin. I'm going out, Bai Xi said habitually. Rest assured, only in New York. Bai Xi explained to Wanda. Wanda nodded. Qin looked at this scene a little strangely. Susan shook her head at her as if telling her not to ask. However, Jean could also sense the problem. There seems to be a powerful force within Wanda too. Bai Xi came to the holy place in New York. Unlike Ancient One, Strange did not like to be in Camartage, because he thinks Camartage is a place for the elderly. There is no development and there is no fun. Where is New York? The largest city in the world, and Strange is in a good mood just looking at it. After all, he was originally a man of pleasure. That's why Ancient One hates Strange. When Strange saw Bai Xi, he definitely knew Bai Xi. When I played Dormammu, Bai Xi appeared. Otherwise, he doesn't know how he should face Dormammu. Although he also thought of a way at the time. But who knows if it will be directly made into a cake by Dormammu? Is something wrong? Mr. Savior. Strange floated down in his cape and asked. Bai Xi didn't care about his name Roar, although he felt a little ashamed. I want to see Ancient One, Bai Xi said. He also discussed time law with Phoenix Force and was somewhat confident about it. With his strength, the timeline no longer needs special ability control for him. With great power, everything can be changed. However, it is difficult to stabilize the time flow rate. Even the Phoenix Force has no clue. Maybe Gu 547 can have a little. The Ancient One was the Sorcerer Supreme, but it didn't stay on Earth forever. Otherwise, how did Sorcerer Supreme make a name for itself across the universe, even the multi-universe? Therefore, the Ancient One travels everywhere in every universe. But she is special. Sorcerer Supreme is very high on the study of the soul. She can travel through the past directly with her soul. So, Ancient One must be very good at stabilizing the timeline. Isn't Master Ancient One dead? Strange, the budding Sorcerer Supreme asked. He still remembered when someone changed the Wi-Fi password to Ancient One and died. Bai Xi patted Strange and said, "You child, Master Ancient One is alive and well. How can you curse her to death?" 66:99. Strange was immediately stunned. However, when they came to Camartage, they immediately saw the spirit of the Ancient One sitting on the futon. Strange had only a few words in his mind. "Fuck it. Aren't you dead?" Strange remembered the spirit smiling at Ancient One before he left. As a result, it turned out to be just retired. Sure enough, Ancient One smiled at Strange again. Strange now sees Ancient One smile, annoying. "Strange, I really saw you right." 99. Ancient One said to Strange. Strange wanted to ask, "Did you read it right? Didn't you say that my ability is the worst?" But the Ancient One apparently doesn't remember that. She just smiled and said, "Your ability is very good, the Sorcerer Supreme with the best ability in time. You can lead Camartage." "I'm so happy." Hearing Ancient One's words, Strange was speechless. The thickness of Ancient One's face was something he had seen in his life, as expected of the Sorcerer Supreme. So, Strange turned his eyes to Bai Xi. "Isn't there something you're looking for Ancient One for?" And Ancient One seemed to know that Bai Xi was coming for her. That's why it appeared in the state of the soul. Seeing Bai Xi's gaze, Ancient One smiled and said, "I had a conversation with other Sorcerer Supreme, and I have a little experience." 35. Is this a little bit of a feeling? Bai Xi felt that Ancient One was stronger than before. I don't know where her soul wandered. Or, does all Sorcerer Supreme have a hidden place? Only after death can the state of the soul pass. Poor Strange, he was completely stalked. But he can still be the most powerful Sorcerer Supreme. Ability is evident. I am here to chat with Master Ancient One about the flow of time. Bai Xi talked to Ancient One. Ancient One smiled and said, "The thing about the Wi-Fi password before? That's definitely not what I did." Bai Xi immediately denied Sanlian. He's such a good guy, how could he do such a thing? He was very saddened by the death of Ancient One. Absolutely can't laugh. Ancient One has no way to take Bai Xi. Shameless. I could only discuss it with Bai Xi, because she already knew Bai Xi thoroughly. Knowing that Bai Xi's requirements were not met, Camartage was relieved. Although, this should have been strange business. But Bai Xi called to see her. Can't hide. The flow of time is actually quite simple. Ancient One said with a smile. Leave your body here, and your soul will control the flow of time in another world. Bai Xi interrupted immediately. I don't like playing soul astral stuff. Bai Xi rejects soul astral. Because who knows what will go wrong. After all, he is not like Ancient One, who will be a bystander. Then you can only mark the time node. Ancient One is not annoyed, just changed a method. Mark the time node. You want to make it flow the same as the other worlds or make it faster or slower. Definitely, with your strength, you can actually ignore this at all. You can go back to the past through the time barrier, it's actually the same. But that's a huge drain. 9. Bai Xi opened his mouth and replied. Whether it's rewinding time or breaking the time barrier. For him originally, it was a huge consumption. And those times have passed. At most, Bai Xi can change the result. So, marking time nodes is your only way. Ancient One said with a smile. Bai Xi nodded, as expected of Sorcerer Supreme, not like someone who just debuted. 6699. Strange, are you polite? Strange could only frantically study magic books by himself. Although the master leads the door, the practice depends on the individual. But whether there is a teacher to teach, the practice perception is not the same. Master is used to avoid detours. It's a pity that Ancient One and the others all stalked Strange directly. Maybe it was because he was afraid that he would train too fast and make all the Sorcerer Supreme look dull? May I ask, which world did you go to? When Bai Xi was about to leave, Ancient One asked. Bai Xi just picked up the cup and took a sip of tea, then put the tea in another cup. Afterwards, Bai Xi disappeared directly. Strange looked at Ancient One dumbfoundedly and said, What does this mean? 5. Don't you understand? Ancient One smiled and said, the tea is not in one cup. Strange, I suspect I've run into two Riddlers. However, Ancient One obviously had no intention of replying to him anymore, just staring blankly at the two cups. The two cups look unrelated, but tea can be poured into another cup. When Strange was about to ask the Ancient One some inconveniences about magic, looking up, the Ancient One disappeared again. Am I Sorcerer Supreme? Or is it just for phone bills? Bai Xi has come to the end of time. At the time, he and Hillville killed Kang the Conqueror here. Then, in the long time of the closed loop, countless branches suddenly appeared. And it's the kind that can't be cut. And now, Bai Xi has watched countless hours. It still has only one line, but it is no longer closed loop. Instead, countless branches began to develop and intertwine with each other. Some people think that parallel lines cannot intersect. But in the long run of time, that doesn't exist. Bai Xi suddenly discovered countless time nodes. He can access any timeline through nodes and can also control the flow of time. That's what Ancient One meant. Sorcerer Supreme, still have a hand. Bai Xi looked at the huge amounts of the palace before, which had now turned into ruins. After Kang the Conqueror was killed by Hillville, the place became nothingness. Hillville, I don't know where to go. Bai Xi had no intention of looking for her. Because Hillville wants to see him, he will appear. Just like last time. This girl is always very good at finding someone. However, just when Bai Xi was about to go to the DC world to mark the time node. Bai Xi's ears moved, and a cry for help entered his mind. Only those who have a relationship with him will hear the cry for help. Otherwise, Bai Xi is not Superman Clark. Nor is he a firefighter. Wherever he needed help, he was there. So, who is this calling for help? Bai Xi found out, not in his dimension. And it wasn't from Carrie either. Now that Carrie's grip on the dark dimension is getting stronger and stronger, it's almost impossible for Dormammu to turn around. Well, as long as Carrie doesn't go out and do things. So, this is a hell dimension cry for help. Summer jerk. Bai Xi immediately recognized it. If it wasn't for the voice from Siakila, he would have forgotten about this succubus. After all, with his strength, the ability, Gate of Hell, is optional for him. If he can't beat the enemy, it's useless to pull the devil out of the Gate of Hell. At first, he just wanted a succubus. As a result, the succubus was really caught, and it was instantly dull. Men are like this. Love the new and hate the old. Siakila, bah man. However, since his little succubus asked for help, Bai Xi naturally had no reason to ignore it. Dimensional teleportation. Because the hell dimension where Siakila is located is still in the Marvel Universe. So it is very easy to send. In just an instant, Bai Xi came to this hell dimension. He had been to this hell before. In the Marvel Universe, hell is a lot. Even Hellas Helheim is hell. After all, there are so many Mephistos, Hades, kings of hell in the Marvel Universe. Therefore, there are strong and weak among hell. When Bai Xi arrived, he saw Siakila playing against two people. These two. Bai Xi took a look. A red leather case wrapped himself tightly, and he liked to high. Isn't this Deadpool? The other, the Blade Warrior, wears grim sunglasses. He is half human, half vampire, but became a vampire hunter. So it is not surprising to come to this dimension. After all, the king of hell in this hell dimension is Dracula. Siakila was annoyed to death by two people, but he couldn't beat him to death at all. Every time she attacked, she was blocked by the shameless Deadpool. Then, Deadpool came alive again and continued to attack her. This made Siakila feel a little helpless. Although Deadpool is not strong, it is very disgusting. The Blade Warrior, on the other hand, is constantly dealing damage to her. No way, she was saved by roar in her heart. Female demon, surrender quickly. 99. Deadpool, Xiajianjian constantly said to Siakila. Unfortunately, she is my succubus. Hearing this, Bai Xi said. The three who were working stopped immediately. The three looked over together. When Deadpool saw Bai Xi, he immediately asked suspiciously, "Who are you? I've never seen you before." His words are very meaningful. Bai Xi heard it. Deadpool can travel through the multi-universe. Even can break that wall. So, Deadpool is saying that no matter which world he is in, he has never seen Bai Xi. I'm Superman, Bai Xi said with a smile. Huh? Then I'm Batman, Deadpool said immediately. Only then did he realize something was wrong. How do you know? Before he could finish speaking, Bai Xi instantly moved in front of him and grabbed his neck. Then, lifted up easily. It's a pity that Deadpool can't be killed like this. Who could resurrect Deadpool or Wolverine faster than? So, Deadpool looked at Bai Xi with a pair of dead fish eyes. The blade warrior on the side slashed directly at Bai Xi. King! The silver long sword slashed at Bai Xi, only making a crisp sound. Deadpool's eyes widened when he saw the scene. Is Nemo really Superman? Bai Xi directly knocked the blade warrior into the air. Blade fighters have nothing special except for half-vampire physique. Bai Xi didn't even look at him. As for Deadpool, Deadpool looked at Bai Xi, and his legs kept kicking. This is not Superman, this is blackened Superman. Bai Xi released him and threw Deadpool on the ground. Deadpool didn't resist at all, just asked, which version of Superman are you? Silver Super League. 35. Bai Xi said with a sense of amusement. Deadpool's eyes widened. Can't beat it. He instantly froze. How did you get here? The thing is, the Superman I've seen elsewhere isn't you either. Shouldn't you be righteous? This female succubus. Deadpool constantly beeps for a split second towards Bai Xi. Siakila gave him a kick in the past. Then it was immediately attached to Bai 11. At the moment she felt the benefit of having a thigh. She had been reluctant before, but she was only convinced by Bai Xi's powerful strength. Now it seems really fragrant. Master, you're finally here. Siakila sighed. You can't even beat 2 trash fish without me. I'm really disappointed. 5. Bai Xi grabbed the succubus chin and said, Doesn't that prove, Master, that you are powerful and mighty? Siakila suddenly laughed. For the devil, the last thing he lacks is dignity. Who are you calling a trash fish, but I'm? Deadpool immediately jumped up again and said, What he can't hear the most is when others say he is a trash fish. Bai Xi looked at him and said, If you talk nonsense again, I will throw you into the core of the sun. You said, Can the core of the sun completely kill you? Bai Xi asked Deadpool interestingly. Seems very interested. Deadpool's heart skipped a beat. Immediately said, I don't know, but I think it's better not to try. 95. I'm not interested, not interested. He immediately shook his hand and said. Siakila grabbed him and asked, Why did you attack me? Who sent you here? Our target isn't you, you just discovered it. Deadpool said immediately. The blade warrior standing beside him was speechless. This talker. Say everything. Siakila was also speechless. Since I'm not the target, why are you hitting me? Who is your target? Siakila asked again. I can't tell you. 35. Deadpool said righteously, otherwise Dracula will know. Siakila looked at Bai Xi speechlessly. As if asking, Master, is this a living treasure? Blade fighters are also speechless. Bai Xi looked at Deadpool with a headache. No wonder, Deadpool can be good friends with all Spider-Man. Only talkers can deal with talkers. However, Siakila was also very interested. I have to deal with Dracula too, let's do it together. Siakila's ambition is simple. Dracula is the king of hell. And this hell, in addition to Dracula, is her strongest. If Dracula was killed, wouldn't she be the queen of hell? So, Siakila said and looked at Bai Xi. If Bai Xi felt that she was threatening like this, it would be impossible to agree. But Bai Xi didn't care. No matter how strong your subordinates are, how can they be stronger than him? Moreover, Bai Xi already needed help. Deadpool looked at Bai Xi and said decisively, Well, let's kill Dracula together. And Bai Xi is very interested in Deadpool. They didn't stay too long and set off straight away. Because blade fighters can't stay in hell much longer. Deadpool doesn't matter, he can't die anyway. Which worlds have you been to? 99. Bai Xi waited for Deadpool and asked. He didn't know where to go, but wouldn't Deadpool be a good choice? Deadpool has been to countless worlds. He can help Bai Xi rule out some. Definitely, Deadpool also goes to the parallel universe of Marvel and DC. He couldn't go beyond that. To be honest, I've seen countless Superman. Deadpool immediately started gushing. Speak English. Bai Xi cut him off immediately. As for the Blade Warrior and Siakila, they also listened carefully. Although, they don't understand at all. What's Superman, Batman? What is this? I've been to the world of Supergirl, where there's Superman and his cousin. 5. Hearing Deadpool's words, Bai Xi's eyes lit up. This seems like a good place. And there are still a few Kryptonians. Kryptonians are definitely open-minded existences, especially when there are no weaknesses. If there is no kryptonite and red sun, even if there are many enemies in the multi-universe, they are not afraid. Even better if there is a Kryptonian legion. Bai Xi patted Deadpool on the shoulder. Deadpool breathed a sigh of relief and finally stopped throwing him into the sun. To be honest, he hasn't challenged Superman yet. Although I have been visited a few times by the hot site. Bang. 35. In the universe, a space-time wormhole suddenly started to spread explosively. This immediately aroused the vigilance of the Tianjin Bureau. Tony was called into space. As soon as he got off the spaceship, he complained, "Don't tell me the enemy is coming, I'm preparing for my wedding with Pepper." This old man, playboy. Finally getting ready to get married. He hadn't told Bai Xi the news yet, he just gave Bai Xi a surprise. Who is Bai Xi who always mocks him for being a playboy? He just wanted to tell Bai Xi. Playboy also has a day when the prodigal son will come back. But was called directly into the universe. The half-prepared wedding can only be suspended and let Little Pepper arrange it. Little Pepper's sad eyes. Hey. Therefore, Tony has a temper. Nick Fury didn't care. He just looked ahead and said, "You sure don't want to be halfway through your wedding being spoiled by outsiders, right? It's better to stop now than force it to stop then." Hearing Nick Fury's words, Tony knew it was serious. And it's really better now than halfway through. I just can't compare with my good brother Bai Xi. There is a space-time wormhole that suddenly spreads faster. Maria Hill said to the crowd. Dr. Banner, Captain Marvel these. Originally, all wormholes have the same speed, but this one suddenly speeds up and will establish a connection first than other wormholes. When they heard Maria Hill's words, everyone fell silent. Isn't that right? Tony heard the words. If it's an enemy, solve it first, and if it's a friend, you can unite ahead of time. Nick Fury immediately asked, "How do you distinguish who is an enemy and who is a friend?" Bai said, "This is the first question to be understood." Tony said suddenly. Everyone rolled their eyes. Doesn't that mean you didn't say it? Anyway, no matter who it is, they have to be vigilant. Because there is a possibility that bad people can also dress up as good people. They didn't need to take the initiative. Dracula appeared on her own. Dracula is the master of this dimension after all. Although not as powerful as the other dimensions, Mephisto is still the king of hell. So when the crowd was on their way, he made a sneak attack. Don't talk about martial arts to vampires. Non-existent. Crash. 35. Suddenly, a blood curtain fell. The Blade Warrior immediately vigilant. Be careful. Then his silver long sword stabbed directly. He is a vampire hunter, and his equipment is used to hunt vampires. However, Dracula was stronger than he thought. His silver sword pierced Dracula's blood curtain, but Dracula took the sword directly. The entire Blade Warrior was beaten upside down and flew out. Among the group, he was the weakest. Just kill a vampire in his world. Even went to the Hell Dimension to find trouble with Dracula. Isn't this looking for death? However, just when Dracula doesn't talk about martial arts and wants to make up for blade fighters, little bitch Deadpool jumped directly to resist. Although he is not friends with the Blade Warrior, they are both mercenaries. Deadpool was pierced instantly and was brutally cut in half by Dracula. It looked like he was killed instantly. Siakila, you found a group of trash fish to deal with me? 35. Dracula looked at Siakila murderously and said, "Who are you calling a trash fish?" "An old vampire." Deadpool's body recovered immediately and shouted at Dracula. His recovery was quick. Dracula turned her head. Looking at Deadpool, which has been restored to its original state, suddenly felt a little tricky. He is not afraid of others being strong, but he is afraid of the one who cannot be beaten to death. And the blood on Deadpool also made him feel disgusted and didn't want to touch it at all. Deadpool charged up, wielding his knives. A fatal slash at Dracula. And Siakila attacked from the side. Xiaqila's strength is very strong, and she looks completely different from her coquettish appearance. After all, she was originally a female Tyrannosaurus. Dracula was entangled by Deadpool and could not be killed. Xiaqila can knock Dracula out with every hit. Gradually, the vampire Dracula fell into a disadvantage. I don't know if I feel bad. Dracula actually flew directly towards Bai Xi. 66:99. Seeing the scene, neither Deadpool nor Xiaqila stopped it. Bai Xi was bored watching the chickens pecking at each other. The result was unexpected. The cabbage chicken actually found him, thinking that he was even more greedy. No way, Bai Xi had to reward Dracula with an iron fist of justice. Boom! Dracula was punched through the entire dimension by Bai Xi's punch. Fly from one side of the dimension to the other. Then, it hit the ground heavily. After that, Bai Xi directly sucked him over. Dracula was instantly sucked into Bai Xi's hand. Who are you? Dracula was instantly stunned. What are you doing to bully him with such strength? However, Bai Xi didn't even bother to reply to him. Just red eyes. Hot sight. The heat sight, which can melt and vaporize almost everything in the world, hit Dracula directly. Dracula's body suddenly seemed to be smoking. First, there was a lot of disgust. Then all the blood in his body was evaporated by the heat sight. No amount of blood he stored could save his life. It's too late, it's too soon. Almost instantly, Dracula was vaporized by Bai Xi's heat vision. Deadpool shrank his head when he saw the scene. If he is caught by such a hot gaze, I'm afraid he won't be able to stand it. Is this the strength of Bai Xi? Therefore, Deadpool, who saw that Dracula was completely eliminated, immediately laughed awkwardly. Since the problem is solved, then I will go to see my goddess. Subsequently, Deadpool directly broke the space and disappeared. His goddess is naturally the death of the five gods. Deadpool ran so fast that the blade fighters on the side were caught off guard. He didn't dare to wait any longer and immediately chose to escape and disappear. In an instant, only Bai Xi and Xiaqila were left here. Xiaqilu. Bai Xi looked at Xiaqila and said. Xiaqila looked at Bai Xi nervously. She was afraid that Bai Xi would devour this hell dimension. Bai Xi grabbed Xiaqila's chin and said, As long as you are obedient, this is the dimension that the master will reward you. If you have any other ideas, I can take it back from you. Xiaqila glanced at where Dracula had been completely vaporized. Not even a bit of blood was left. He nodded happily and said, Thank you, master. The little succubus immediately hugged Bai Xi happily, then gleefully began to take control of this hell. Wait until she manages to master this hell. Then she is the queen of hell. Queen of hell, Xiaqila. Bai Xi watched Xiaqila's skin turn purple. This means that her strength has become stronger. Bai Xi didn't have time to wait for Xiaqila to become the queen of hell, because he still has a lot to do. Don't waste time here. He has mastered the time node, so he doesn't have to worry about the flow of time. Before, he was afraid that he would leave and go to other worlds to find help. As a result, the world has already been invaded by the multi-universe. Then it's too late. But now, don't worry. Bai Xi doesn't have to be afraid of what happened to Wanda. Even he can go to other worlds for several years, and the Marvel world only passes for a moment. Bai Xi returned to Earth and immediately discovered anomalies in the universe. A space-time wormhole is like a file size from a star to a moon. And other time-space wormholes are still similar to stars. Right now, ordinary people on Earth are unaware of the impending crisis. In order not to create panic, all this is suppressed. After all, they looked up and couldn't find anything unusual. Most will feel. There are many more stars in the sky. It is impossible to say whether it is right or wrong to do so, because human beings will be invaded by the multi-universe once they know it. Who knows what will happen next? Like it was just 2012 before, it was considered the end of the world. Bai Xi shook his head, time was running out. Fortunately, it's just a space-time wormhole that speeds up the spread. If it's all speeding up, it's no fun. Bai Xi returned home, met Wanda and others, and told them that he was still on Earth. Wanda is more and more inseparable from him. Moreover, Bai Xi also gave the mind gem to Wanda. If she's still bothered, having mind gem at least eases the pain. The ancient evil god Sidhon does not know where. Like a life-threatening situation, he whispers to Wanda all the time. Want Wanda to save him back to Earth. No way, it's been so many years. Only Wanda has origin magic power, which can be sensed by the ancient evil god Sidhon, who wanders in unknown different dimension and dimension. Also, Wanda's help is needed. Only the ancient evil god Sidhon can return to Earth. Otherwise, he wouldn't torture Wanda for billions. I don't know if he forgot us? Queen Hippolyta spoke to Antiope. Antiope shook his head and said, "This is something you and Diana have to consider. I just need to train the female fighters, and they just need to be trained." "You're right, it's my and Diana's choice," Queen Hippolyta said. Just a bit of a bitter smile. She stood on the city wall, looking at the ocean in the distance, calm. It seems that nothing has changed from before. But just as she was about to turn back with Antiope into the house, Queen Hippolyta heard tearing air sounds. This sound that exceeds the speed of light is very harsh and very discriminating. Queen Hippolyta turned her head in surprise and saw Bai Xi floating in the air watching them. Queen Hippolyta almost rushed over as if she had seen Zeus. It was difficult to press down on my mind. How can it feel so strange? The gap between her and Bai Xi is too great. Fortunately, Bai Xi didn't notice Queen Hippolyta's anomaly. Mainly because he had no idea about Queen Hippolyta. Just ask, "Where's Diana?" Hippolyta restrained herself. She also knew that Bai Xi only cared about Diana. This is also normal. Diana has gone to the human world. Seeing Bai Xi fly to her side, Queen Hippolyta said. She walked into the castle side by side with Bai Xi. However, after realizing it, she took the initiative to take a step behind, and Antiope was a line. Very conscious. Antiope has long accepted this identity difference. She doesn't deserve to walk side by side with Bai Xi. Ares hasn't defeated yet? Bai Xi asked. It seems that the time flow in the world of May 47 is very slow. Bai Xi thought of this in his heart, but he didn't notice the weirdness of Queen Hippolyta and General Antiope. Queen Hippolyta then said, "Ares was defeated by Diana decades ago." What? Bai Xi paused and turned around to ask. In a hurry, it has been decades? It's not that he didn't pay attention to these, but that Queen Hippolyta and Antiope have not changed anything before. They are Amazons after all. Hippolyta was also the woman of Zeus. It is not surprising to be able to live so long without change. So, Bai Xi ignored this. Diana came back before, waiting for you for decades. General Antiope said. Later the human world changed again. She left, and then chose to stay in the human world. Anyway, I'm waiting for your return. Hearing this, Bai Xi instantly thought of Wonder Woman in 1984. Wishing Stone. Unbeknownst to Bai Xi, Diana used the wishing spar to wish him to appear. But the wishing spar actually exploded directly. A god of that level can't affect the cause and effect of Bai Xi at all. Wishing. This kind of thing is the cause and effect. And Bai Xi has long ignored cause and effect. Otherwise, Dark Phoenix can take him anywhere. Dark Phoenix is also a force that can change reality at will, regardless of cause and effect. Bai Xi nodded and took a day off on Paradise Island. The next day, accompanied by Queen Hippolyta, he reviewed the training results of the female warriors of Paradise Island. Long-term training so that they have a tacit understanding of the Legion. It looks like a single individual. This makes Bai Xi very satisfied. Bai Xi has been away for so long, but the Amazon girl warrior still listens to him and trains. You can see his power in Paradise Island. Even Queen Hippolyta trusted him unconditionally. Definitely, mainly because I didn't dare to resist. Bai Xi wasn't that bad, and they accepted the result. Anyway, it wasn't any worse than when Zeus ruled at the time. Bai Xi nodded in satisfaction. You are doing well, Bai Xi said to Queen Hippolyta. Queen Hippolyta just smiled and said, it was all trained by Diana and Antiope. General Antiope, sister of Queen Hippolyta. She had a very tragic fate. Should have died decades ago because of the Nazi invasion. But because of Bai Xi, her fate was changed unintentionally. One drink and one peck, everything is determined by heaven. After the fate was changed, Antiope was completely different. She brought huge amounts of rewards to Bai Xi. She can help Bai Xi train Amazon female warriors. After all, it was impossible for Queen Hippolyta to train her soldiers herself. The queen has to look like a queen. If Antiope had died according to his original fate, naturally, no one helped Bai Xi. Only Diana can't. Therefore, Bai Xi smiled at Antiope with satisfaction. Antiope couldn't help nodding a little flattered. Bai Xi didn't pay much attention to her. Actually, there are so many female warriors in the Amazon. Bai Xi only paid attention to Queen Hippolyta and Diana. If he could, he would only focus on Diana. Queen Hippolyta only because she was Diana's mother. Just attached. But he now finds that the Amazon women warriors are not simple. Just talk about Asteria, who used the Golden Eagle armor to resist human attacks thousands of years ago. Just know that the Amazon female warrior is not weak. Not just a little better than humans. It's just that the number is too small. After watching the training, Bai Xi immediately asked Queen Hippolyta, "Where's Diana now?" Queen Hippolyta thought for a while and said, "Last time she told me it was like something in Los Angeles." Hearing her words, Bai Xi nodded. "Go to Los Angeles to find it." Bai Xi has never been to Los Angeles a few times. He has been active around New York. But Tony, because of the relationship between female stars, often travels to Los Angeles. Playboys are playboys. Bai Xi groaned inwardly. He didn't know yet that Tony had the idea of a prodigal son coming back. Even if you know, that will continue to mock. It is not that the prodigal son can bury his past affairs by turning his back. How can it be so simple? Bai Xi and Queen Hippolyta talked for a while and immediately rose from the ground. "Hey, 35. With a special sound effect, Bai Xi disappeared in place. He is stronger than the gods. Antiope sighed to Queen Hippolyta. Queen Hippolyta nodded immediately. So it was right that we followed him. Queen Hippolyta said, "The gods cannot protect us, only the stronger can. Even the Amazons have to seek asylum. And the price they paid was just fighting for Bai Xi. I just hope that the war will not exceed their imagination." Bai Xi likes the feeling of flight very much. Because it only took him a moment to go from Paradise Island in the sea to Los Angeles. However, there is no Diana's breath here. Bai Xi was not in a hurry to leave either. He wanted to see how different DC's human world was. It turns out. Different world, same Los Angeles. Here is a drunken fan, feasting and feasting. Especially at night. Celebrities and parties everywhere, and street girls. Definitely, and the tramp. Los Angeles is the city with the second most homeless people in the lighthouse country, followed by New York City. All the dirty and unbearable are hidden under the prosperity. But Bai Xi, like everyone else, noticed the bustling Los Angeles first. There is also a star who is dressed up beautifully. When Bai Xi saw a female star, he thought he saw Mystique Raven. After all, I let Raven keep dressing up before, and some bumped into the face. Then, he followed the actress into a bar. But only then did he realize something was wrong. The bar of the bar turned out to be a female devil. Although she is turned into a human appearance, she is still a beautiful black woman. As long as it's not the kind of black woman, there are still beautiful ones. Like Storm Black Pearl. However, even if she has become a beautiful beauty, in Bai Xi's eyes, she is still a Trusk. No way, his supervision can see through all disguises. He did not continue to follow the female star, but withdrew to take a look at the name of the bar. Light it up. It's really strange that the devil is turning on the light. Bai Xi thought it would be called Hell Bar or something. He walked in again and walked directly towards Trask. Trask naturally found his eyes that seemed to see through everything. Immediately smiled. "Welcome to the new guest. You are very polite. What would you like to drink?" Bai Xi ordered a casual cocktail. "I'm here for the first time," Bai Xi said to Trask with the wine. He sat directly on the edge of the bar. "I can see it." The black Trask bowed his head and laughed. "She's not a particularly black kind of color. There is a little whiteness, and the facial features are also okay. She also wears beautiful lipstick. However, this is all her devil's costume. So I'm curious, what's your race?" "Succubus?" Bai Xi asked. Trask subconsciously thinks that Bai Xi is a race knight, but soon realizes that something is wrong. Did he see through his identity? Trask wanted to leave, turned his head and said casually, "I don't know what you mean." But Bai Xi directly grabbed her hand and exerted a little force. Trask found himself unable to break free. Then let me put it another way. Bai Xi laughed. Who is your boss? Mephisto? Oh, Mephisto is no match for me. 35. At this moment, a voice sounded behind Bai Xi. He's just a piece of shit, by the way. Can you let go of my Trask? Maisie, leave. Trask's name was Maisie, and when Yen finally took out his hand from Bai Xi's hand and glared at Bai Xi. Although she can't possibly be Bai Xi's opponent, but the boss is here. Bai Xi ignored Trask, a demon of this level. He blew to death in one breath. If not curious to see a devil running to the world to open a bar, he won't come in. Bai Xi looked back and saw a smiling, bearded man looking at him. He is taller and looks strange. Lucifer Morningstar, Morningstar. Bai Xi. Bai Xi and Lucifer shook hands. Finally know what's going on. Fallen angel, Lucifer. The king of hell, Lucifer. Bai Xi recalled something. After all, he has been in the Marvel world for many years, and it is normal to not remember some things for a while. And that's when he already has the Superman template. Brain power has been strengthened a lot. Otherwise, I won't be able to remember these for a while. Lucifer was thrown into hell by God and turned into a demon king, guarding the hell for countless years. Until now, he didn't want to be the king of hell. He didn't want to be the devil. So came to Earth and opened a bar. This fallen angel experienced the intoxication of the earth and found that he did not want to go back to hell. This is roughly the background. But, Bai Xi asked, Lucifer, is this your noumenon? Or is it duplication? Lucifer's ontology and duplication, sometimes he can't distinguish himself. In countless universes, there is Lucifer. In fact, it was all him. Because Lucifer is very powerful, he belongs to the family of the Supreme God, the Endless Family. Even Chi Angel, under the command of the Supreme God, can only tie with Lucifer. After all, he is God's most beloved son. I have no idea. Lucifer said with a smile, who knows if I'm the ontology or duplication? It doesn't matter. Hearing Lucifer's words, Bai Xi was also speechless. To the point of Lucifer, it is really easy. So, who are you? Lucifer looked at Bai Xi and asked. I am Dimension Mephisto. Year. Bai Xi said, I once devoured a hell. Unfortunately, not in this world. 394.5. Lucifer spoke for Bai Xi. His strength is really strong. The Endless Family is symbiotic with the universe, and maybe he also knows about other universes. After all, this universe was created by the Most High God. According to Lucifer, the Most High God knows everything that happens in this world and knows where it is going. Everything is arranged by the Most High God. Omniscient. Bai Xi nodded and chatted with Lucifer. Lucifer is still very kind. As long as you don't provoke him, he won't do anything to you either. Looks like Lucifer is a weak chicken. But he never really got his hands on it. Afterwards, Bai Xi left the light. Because he always felt that in the bar of light, there was a feeling of being stared at. Moreover, no one else looked at him. It's the stare that doesn't know where. This made Bai Xi a little creepy. When Lucifer saw that he was about to leave, he immediately smiled and said, God is watching you. This made Bai Xi feel that he didn't want to stay any longer. God is nothing in the Marvel and DC universes. But in the DC world, it would be different if two words were put in front of God. The strength and status of the Supreme God in DC is equivalent to the OA of the Marvel Universe. If you are really being watched by this existence. No wonder Bai Xi felt uncomfortable all over. Sure enough, it would be better to visit less of this kind of place next time. Bai Xi left the bar of light and felt much more comfortable. But just like this, he saw a woman with blood still on her body tilted her head and looked at him. Do you know where Lucifer is? The woman looks a little over 30, but her voice is Wani-san. But Bai Xi. Now I want to hide when I hear the word Lucifer. So he shook his head firmly and said, I don't know. But I feel like you know him, dear. The woman clutched her abdomen, and blood was still flowing out. She would only simply bandage it, and she couldn't stop the bleeding at all. And with this amount of bloodshed, normal people have long since died and could no longer die. So, Bai Xi took a step back to avoid the woman falling on him. Who are you? I'm Lucifer's mother. The woman said to Bai Xi. 6,699. Bai Xi hesitation got up. Lucifer's mother is not the woman of the Most High God. Wouldn't it be nice to leave her alone? Moreover, maybe all this is arranged by the Supreme God. Bai Xi thought for a while, then grabbed her and teleported back to the light. Why did you come back? Lucifer also appeared in front of him instantly, and his strength was not simple. His salted fish was just pretending. Lucifer. But before Bai Xi spoke, Lucifer's mother spoke up. I am your mother. 99. Lucifer looked at her in shock. Then, Lucifer said silently, how did you escape from hell? Turn out to be. He has kept his mother in hell all the time. Apparently it was arranged by the Most High God. If you're gone, I'll leave naturally. Lucifer's mother said. Her hand was still holding Bai Xi tightly. Because Bai Xi wanted to leave, but now she can't because of her power. Like God the Most High, she was an energy body from the beginning. So, now this body is not her original body. But it's just a corpse. Then let's get some treatment. Lucifer had no choice but to let her receive treatment quickly. Then winked at Bai Xi. Bai Xi also didn't want to get involved in this family's affairs. Even if he is strong enough, he is still not good enough in front of the Supreme God. Even existences like Superman may have been created by the Supreme God. 08. Moreover, the probability is very high. So Bai Xi also disappeared instantly. After Bai Xi left, Lucifer's mother also said instantly, I felt the power of God in him. 66,99. Lucifer was silent for a while. And after Bai Xi's teleportation disappeared, a belt also appeared in front of him. It fell directly from the sky to his eyes. Bai Xi looked at the sky and saw nothing. He was arranged. Bai Xi instantly felt that he was arranged properly. But you can't feel the power of cause and effect at all. Clearly, God the Most High did not use these forces to arrange everything. He can arrange it ingeniously, or he can directly tell Bai Xi that you are arranged. Because in the end, Bai Xi will find that any gift you accept has already been marked with a price tag. Maybe when Bai Xi came to the DC world, he was noticed by the omniscient and omnipotent Supreme God. But I am only interested in him now. Bai Xi is very sad. He picked up the belt casually. A force came from above. He didn't have hesitation and tied it directly to his waist. A vast force suddenly descended on Bai Xi's body. But God the Most High did not put his will on him. It seemed to just let him experience the power. What power? Pound, pound, pound. Bai Xi knew in an instant what was going to happen in the next moment. He stepped aside, and a drop of water suddenly fell on the place where he had just stood. Then, Bai Xi continued to walk aside. Tick-tock. It turned out to be raining. However, Bai Xi has the power of omniscience and omnipotence, knowing the trajectory of the raindrops, but he did not get wet. Instead of isolating raindrops with other abilities, this scene seemed weird. But no one found it around. Just a thought, Bai Xi can know what is going to happen next and can also change it. For example, with a wave of his hand, the rain will stop. But he didn't do it. Is this all-knowing and omnipotent? 99. Bai Xi closed his eyes and felt the power. He instantly knew where Diana was. He knew exactly what would happen next. Like what Batman wants to do in Gotham, Harley Quinn will become Harley Quinn because of Joker. Also, what is Clark, who has lived on Earth for nearly 3 decades, doing? The same is true of things in the universe. General Zod and his party are floating in the universe. Steppenwolf was banished from Apocalypse by Darkseid. As if in the entire universe, there is nothing that Bai Xi does not know. This is omnipotence. Then, Bai Xi knew what he was going to do. Put this belt in a shopping mall and wait for its destined person to appear. The Supreme God, as if he was just letting him experience the power. And this also gave Bai Xi a pursuit. Lex said that if God is omnipotent, he must not be merciful. If God is merciful, he must not be omnipotent. But in fact, how can mortals speculate about God? The omniscient and almighty God always has his own arrangements. Bai Xi also wanted to pursue this power. If he is that kind of power, what is a multi-universe invasion? It's just a thought that can be avoided. Bai Xi took off the belt and put it into the shopping mall as requested by the Supreme God. It's just an ordinary belt. Even Bai Xi can easily tear it apart. It is special because God the Most High is infused with power. So it's the same whether he let it go or not. Instead, he may have annoyed the Most High God, thinking that he is greedy. However, Bai Xi still resisted the arrangement of a supreme god. The supreme god arranged for him to visit Lucifer's mother, the woman who has been with the supreme god. Bai Xi naturally refused. Isn't this looking for death? Even if the supreme god likes such a plot, Bai Xi would not dare to do it. Therefore, he flew directly away from the lighthouse country. The Most High God saw that he was unwilling and did not stop him. Just arrange for someone else to do this. However, Bai Xi, who flew to Europe, thought it was quite exciting to do so. But leave it to other warriors. He came to Europe because Diana was here. Diana chose to work in a museum here as a curator. After all, the training on Paradise Island no longer needs her. Moreover, for some reason, she also wanted to know more about the human world. Bai Xi fell on the street and directly took out the hornet. Since he could fly at will, Bumblebee hasn't driven much. Bai Xi simply put it into the system space and waited for it to be used. Now it seems that it can be used. Bumblebee looks a little old in this era and went straight to the street and randomly scanned a sports car. Aston Martin. However, Bai Xi thought it was strange. I think the Bumblebee should use the Camaro style to be pleasing to the eye. However, in order to get rid of the mosquitoes around Diana, this sports car is better. Bai Xi used the power of omniscience and omnipotence to know what would happen when he came to find Diana. Diana would be confused. Bai Xi drove the Hornet directly outside the museum. Then, started waiting for Diana to get off work. Diana really made a lot of effort to integrate into human society. Otherwise, I wouldn't be an administrator. Time goes by slowly. Dong dong. When it was time for get off work, a few people came out of the museum. Diana, in a white dress, came out with a tall figure. That pair of big long moon retreats is even more eye-catching. However, after Diana came out, a fly suddenly stood up. He was holding a bunch of roses in his hands and dressed like a dog. But Bai Xi almost laughed when he saw it. Pissed. Hearing Bai Xi's laughter, the man immediately turned his head and glared. It turned out that this person is a Mediterranean. As expected of a gentleman whose sun never sets. You give up, she doesn't look down on you. Bai Xi kindly reminded. Diana is also a face control. How could it be possible to see such a gentleman? Shut up, Diana won't like you either. The man turned his head and said to Bai Xi. Would you like to gamble? Bai Xi asked immediately. Bet what? As long as I honk the horn, she will get in the car voluntarily, and you can't harass her in the future. And what if not? Diana isn't a moneymaker. Mediterranean said proudly. Then I'm no longer there. Bai Xi said with a smile. Then look at it. Seeing Diana walking down the stairs, Mediterranean Sea immediately surrounded her with flowers. Beautiful Diana, may I invite you to dinner? Mediterranean said to Diana. Diana was still very well-bred and ignored him, but it was a smile that refused to be seen from thousands of miles away. No, I've already made an appointment. Diana's voice became more magnetic than before. But this is normal. She has also lived in the human world for so long. There is also a lot of insight into the real world. Not like before, like a pure white paper. Who did you date? 99. Mediterranean asked reluctantly. He knew that Diana was lying to him, because Diana said it every time. But in fact, Diana has always been alone. Diana is like an unattainable goddess who can only be seen from a distance. Just then, a horn sounded. A brand new Aston Martin sports car dropped the glass. Mediterranean turned and Diana looked over. Just when the Mediterranean was about to sneer, Diana's eyes lit up and ran directly over. Do not. Seeing Diana open the car door directly, Mediterranean's heart ripped apart in an instant. His unattainable goddess, is it really a gold worshipper? Bai Xi seemed to see what he was thinking, so he said, Diana doesn't worship money, she only worships people. Diana smiled at Bai Xi when she heard this. Afterwards, Bai Xi directly hugged Diana and kissed him. The Mediterranean Sea seemed to be sluggish in an instant, standing in place and directly shutting down. Then Bai Xi closed the window. Watching the sports car roaring away, Mediterranean lowered his head in despair and the flower in his hand fell to the ground. Everyone else comforted him. It's okay. It's normal for Diana to look down on you. She seems to be disliked by everyone. The curator knew the inside story, so he just shook his head. Diana came here many years ago, and she still looks like this to this day. If he hadn't signed an agreement not to speak out, he would have been out of the Royal Museum long ago. Who knows what Diana really is? Mediterranean? Are you consoling? It's blowing people. In the car, Diana turned to look at Bai Xi's profile. Bai Xi smiled at her. Are you surprised 547? Definitely. Diana said immediately after hearing the words. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing Diana's words, Bai Xi left the steering wheel with both hands and embraced her. Feel sorry. Bai Xi looked at Diana in his arms and said, that one just wasn't enough. What do you think? I feel the same way. 35. Diana looked at Bai Xi and felt extremely romantic. It wasn't that she never thought that Bai Xi would appear at such a time and take her away directly. 18. The more you think about it, the more you naturally have no expectations. As always, Bai Xi won't show up. However, this time it really surprised Diana. That's why Diana was so happy. So, give it directly. At this moment, she forgot how the car drove itself. Bumblebee is the light bulb again and has had enough dog food. It carried Bai Xi and Diana to the Sky Restaurant. This is a very famous restaurant in London. Because just like its name, it is held in the air. Set the table, food, etc. on the grass first. Guests and waiters are then sent into the air in hot air balloons. Everything on the ground can be viewed from high above. Especially under the night sky, it is very romantic. And Bai Xi, of course, includes today's. There was no one else but him and Diana. Candles, hot air balloons, restaurants in the sky. Diana has never been so romantic. Definitely, mainly because no one can give her a romance either. No matter how well arranged. Diana would simply refuse. Although she didn't get along with Bai Xi too much, Bai Xi had already conquered her. A woman like Diana would only like someone stronger than her. Moreover, the gods will not take a fancy to mortals. Her state of mind was unrecognizable from the beginning. Gorgeous. Diana sat in a chair and turned her head to look down. Now they are in the air. It's all worth it if you like it. 39. Bai Xi said to Diana. But I am your general. Diana turned her head and smiled at Bai Xi. And you're my king. Haven't you heard of it? Such a beautiful Diana makes Bai Xi move. She was wearing a white dress, and her rosy lipstick made her look more coquettish. In fact, Bai Xi still likes the way she wears a red dress, which makes her more attractive. Make sure to give Diana a try next time. What? Diana asked while holding Bai Xi's hand. The general who doesn't want to be the queen is not a good general, Bai Xi said while holding Diana tightly. This made Diana blush and lowered her head. But I heard that soldiers who don't want to be generals are not good soldiers. Diana's face became even more rosy when she was done eating and drinking. Bai Xi didn't call the waiter, but asked Diana, Diana, do you know how to fly? Do not know. Diana shook her head. I don't understand why I'm talking about this somewhat unpleasant topic now. Then I will teach you. Bai Xi suddenly hugged Diana. Then, holding Diana directly, he jumped out of the hot air balloon. Looking at the two of them with a hot air balloon on the side, they were stunned. Is this an escape order? Oh, seems to have been paid. That's fine. He turned his head and focused on flying the hot air balloon. Diana, on the other hand, shouted in shock, I don't have a mantra. Fine. Bai Xi hugged her and said, I can fly. Then you fly. 35. Diana, who noticed that she was still landing, shouted. Bai Xi then carried Diana back into the air. Then he said, I'll teach you how to fly, Diana. Bai Xi directly hugged Diana's waist and then asked Diana to spread her hands and place them by her side. Feel the movement in the air. Diana can fly. If, as the daughter of Zeus, she can't fly, then Zeus wondered if Queen Hippolyta had greened him. However, Diana has never developed the ability of flight. Just like a young eagle, if you don't fall off the cliff, you may never learn to fly. Diana too. Bai Xi asked her to open her hands slowly. Feel the air. Feel the power of flight. 5. Bai Xi said warmly. You can do it, Diana. You have to believe in yourself. Diana closed her eyes. The airflow floated on her, and she slowly sensed everything. Gradually, Diana found that Bai Xi let her go. And she didn't fall directly like before. She gradually stabilized her body in the air. Then, Bai Xi flew in front and took Diana to flight. Diana experienced the joy of flight. She just jumped high and long before. Then you can use the mantra lasso to throw your body out at once. However, that's not really flight. The real flight is like now, you can fly by yourself without using any items. Diana was getting faster and faster. After all, she has amazing control over her body. She is Wonder Woman. I don't know how long it took to fly, but Diana, who was finally satisfied, took Bai Xi back to her home. Thank you. When the two landed on the windowsill, Diana hugged Bai Xi directly and buried her head in her heart. I don't want my general not to fly. Bai Xi hugged Diana and said. Diana hammered him at the words. Come in. The two opened the window and walked in. It was not the first time that Diana didn't go through the main entrance, seeing how she was familiar with the road. After all, she still has to go out and be a Wonder Woman. Diana rented an apartment. Even she has not been able to buy a house in the human world for so long. You can see how difficult it is. Diana took Bai Xi on a tour. Immediately saw her in the corner, some damaged golden eagle armor. The golden eagle armor was used by the Amazons to avoid the pursuit of humans. Melt all the armor together and equip Asteria with the gear to resist. Although not as good as Diana's other outfits, it is also extremely sturdy. However, it was still damaged in the battle with the leopard girl. It can be seen that the power of the wishing stone is still very powerful. Only, Diana's wish was still useless. Maybe the wish didn't take effect until so many years later? Isn't Bai Xi here? Diana changed into her pajamas and faced Bai Xi. High heels also kicked directly aside. Sorry, my room is not big. Diana said with a smile. Amazonian female warrior, more enthusiastic than anyone else. Why did you leave so long? Diana asked Bai Xi in a circle. It's a matter of the flow of time. Bai Xi opened his mouth to explain to Diana. Diana finally understood what the flow of time was. So it's only been a while in your time and decades have passed in this world? Diana said. Yes, it was my negligence. Bai Xi put his arms around Diana and said. Just don't miss the big fight. 99. Diana breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing Diana's words, Bai Xi felt that he didn't understand her enough. It turned out that she was worried that there would be no fighting. Diana really felt that Bai Xi had finished the battle yesterday. Otherwise, why did it take so long to come? Now that the explanation is clear, she understands. As expected of the militant Wonder Woman. I'm strong now, Diana said to Bai Xi. She is no longer the one who was slaughtered by Bai Xi. Wanna try? Bai Xi just smiled when he heard the words. Woman. Sure enough, after 3 days of no fighting, the house was demolished. At the same time, Clark entered a cave in the middle of a glacier. Everything he experienced made him stronger and stronger. He desperately wanted to know what happened to his super ability. Superman's power, Superman's speed. But even so, he could only watch his adoptive father die in the tornado. All this is to make him conceal his ability. But Clark didn't want to hide it. He followed his heart and came here and saw the Krypton spacecraft that was frozen in an unknown number of layers of ice. Behind him was Louise, who followed him all the way. Clark stepped into the Krypton spacecraft. With his arrival, the Kryptonian spacecraft was activated directly. This is the spacecraft that the L family sent to Earth tens of millions of years ago. Perhaps from that time onwards. They were plotting to treat Earth as a family place. If you encounter any crisis, you can come to the Earth. Because the Earth has a yellow sun. Can make Kryptonians become Superman-like existences. A yellow sun could make Kryptonians Superman-like beings. This was discovered by the Kryptonian Empire when it conquered the universe. Thus, Superman's general power is matched with Krypton's technology. The Kryptonian Empire immediately swept the entire universe. Everywhere in the universe, there are Kryptonian outposts. But don't know why. The Kryptonians chose to return to their home planet, Krypton. Countless Kryptonian outposts were abandoned, and the Kryptonian Empire gradually declined. Then came the explosion of Krypton. The Kryptonian Empire, an extremely tyrannical cosmic empire, has directly become the past tense. It's all like a mystery. No one knows why the Kryptonians are reluctant to abandon their homeworld. Would rather die than explode with Krypton. Clark saw the projection of his own father. He also knew his real name, Jol-El. He understands everything about Krypton. However, he is still an Earthling. Many will wonder how Superman Clark looks like a Kryptonian traitor. Because he is a Kryptonian, but he helps Earth resist all enemies. Even if the Kryptonians descended, Clark still waved his iron fist without hesitation. But actually, Clark's whole body, except for his blood, is actually an Earthling. This is also something that is difficult for many people to understand. But his beliefs, his civilization, his thoughts are all people of the Earth. In addition to his bloodline, Clark was naturally an Earthling. So his actions to protect the Earth don't seem so strange. Because he finally chose Earth between Kryptonians and Earthlings. Just like now, after Clark listened to all this, there was no reaction or fluctuation. He wouldn't have the idea of recovering Krypton like General Zod's. In his memory, there is not the slightest memory of Krypton. In the universe, a spaceship suddenly received a message. The Book of Life. General Zod suddenly knew everything. Because there is a connection between the Krypton spacecraft. But it's not just that. Because the Krypton spacecraft took the initiative to send the news. The world is as black as a crow. Clark's biological father also wanted to turn the Earth into a second Krypton. It's just that he set it up a long time ago. If Krypton is destroyed, the Earth can be transformed. Otherwise, there was no need for their family to send Clark over. In fact, just send a Clark, not the Code of Life. Could it be that they were counting on Clark to use the Code of Life to reshape Krypton? Isn't that a joke? Therefore, all their preparations are waiting for the arrival of this scene. After General Zod figured it out, he didn't hate the L family so much anymore. With the Code of Life, Krypton will reappear. You know, before Krypton exploded, almost all Kryptonians knew it was going to explode. But no one is leaving. It looks like it will live and die with Krypton. However, the L family sent their children to Earth. And not so much wanting the Kryptonians to be destroyed. Otherwise, you can completely explode with Krypton with the Code of Life. It can only be said that people who are not of our race will have different hearts. Only, the people of the L family may never have imagined that they sent Kal El on Earth to become Clark. Clark completely considers himself an Earthling. If Clark grew up a little bit or was treated as a monster since childhood, maybe this is another story. At that time, Clark would never regard himself as an Earthling. When he knew his identity as a Kryptonian and a group of General Zod arrived. How can a group of ordinary people on Earth stop this from happening? Bai Xi didn't think about the conspiracy. Although he knew the scene was about to happen. Because of the omnipotent ability at that time, he let him know all this. Also know the development of all things. In fact, it was arranged by the Most High God. At that time, he could change with just a single thought. However, he didn't. Because his Kryptonian Legion is almost here. From Bai Xi's point of view, General Zod and his party were the Legion that was given to him. Before General Zod and his party arrived, Bai Xi had already thought about what to do. So, just have fun teaching Diana for now. Bai Xi directly opened the mirror space. The whole world seemed to be turned upside down. The world becomes a golden yellow, as if in the world of mirrors. Diana watched all this curiously. When the whole world changed completely, she had also changed into Wonder Woman's suit. To start. Diana tilted her head and said to Bai Xi, "Bring it on." Bai Xi carried his hands on his back. This is learned from Ancient One. Ancient One likes to use this pose to bully others, making her look like she is a strong person. Although it is true. Strong style. Diana flew up with a direct rub on the sole of her foot. The shoes under her feet are also artifacts. Diana used it to jump into the air before, and it was not difficult to reach a height of several kilometers. Diana was in front of Bai Xi in an instant, and she was very fast. In her opinion, Bai Xi should not be able to react. Soon time seemed to slow down. Diana clearly saw that Bai Xi turned his head to look at her. He also smiled at her. Diana's outstretched fist was directly held by Bai Xi and then swung to the side. What? Bang. 39. Diana smashed countless mirror images and cried out herself. However, Li Ma Zhao, she quickly climbed out of the pile of debris and smiled at Bai Xi. Seems to say, "That's interesting." I have to say, Diana has changed a lot compared to before. When they first met on Paradise Island before, Diana's strength was not weak. But it doesn't work out at all. It's like an apprentice who only learns moves, but doesn't have his own skills. But now, Diana is a master. After decades of experience fighting, Diana completely mastered her ability. That's why later in the battle against Doomsday, Diana's hits are true damage. While Superman seems to be playing fiercely, in fact, it doesn't hurt at all to hit Doomsday. Because the combat experience of the two is not the same level at all. Before that, Superman had only fought with General Zod. And it was only by relying on the huge amount of solar energy in his body that he barely defeated General Zod. If General Zod absorbs the energy of the Yellow Sun for a few more years, Clark will not be his opponent. That's the importance of experience. Diana rushed up again and directly used the mantra lasso to wrap around Bai Xi. However, the backhand was caught by Bai Xi. As soon as Bai Xi exerted force, Diana flew over. But Diana was caught on purpose. She changed her posture in the air, originally facing Bai Xi's Diana. Her long legs immediately flew over. It's like kicking Bai Xi's head like a football. Unexpectedly, Bai Xi just raised a hand to resist. When Diana immediately felt that Bai Xi's hand was stronger than her guardian silver bracelet. Not only did he not kick Bai Xi, but he was in pain to death. Diana was caught by Bai Xi's leg again and threw it out. Then, Bai Xi threw the mantra lasso directly. No, no, no. Diana stopped immediately. Diana hadn't forgotten the feeling of being caught in the lasso of mantra. The reality is really painful. And she also didn't want to be allowed to do whatever she wanted by Bai Xi. Bai Xi smiled and threw the mantra noose to her. The mantra lasso was really one of Diana's few weaknesses. And it scared her the most. The mantra lasso bound Diana as if her whole body had gone limp. Definitely, except Bai Xi, no one can take away Diana's lasso of mantra so easily. Diana took the mantra lasso and naturally went to war again. This time, Bai Xi flew directly in front of Diana. Seeing this, Diana knew that Bai Xi's strength was so strong that she didn't need her to keep his hand at all. So, when Diana exchanged her hands and collided fiercely, a protective force field similar to the Aegis shield appeared. Shockwave caused Bai Xi's clothes to be scratched. However, Bai Xi himself stood still in front of Diana. And he also stretched out his hands very arrogantly, directly grabbed Diana's interacting hands, and separated directly. Diana's hands were ripped apart, and she found that she couldn't resist at all, and she couldn't pull her arms back. Immediately, he hit Bai Xi with his forehead. Diana wore a crown of stars on her forehead. This is the crown that represents the status of Diana, the first heir to the Amazons. Pity. Diana smashed Bai Xi, but smashed her head dizzy. Bai Xi was also polite and directly pressed Diana to the ground. Are you satisfied? Bai Xi asked with a smile. Diana still felt that she was strong, but now it is estimated that he was hit a lot by his strength. Bai Xi hit her like a child. You don't need to use your full strength. Diana raised her head and said, I'm not convinced. Diana's belligerent character really is the case. In fact, the first time she didn't accept it, she was just conquered. But it's too hard for her to say it herself. Diana would rather fight with you to death than she would stop. Batman takes advantage of all superheroes' weaknesses. When dealing with Diana, it is to use Diana's belligerence to make her exhausted. In the end, Diana still didn't say it, and Bai Xi let her go. Because he found that Diana didn't want to end the fight at all. Get up again and continue to fight. Seeing that Bai Xi was a little moved, Diana was as competitive as anyone else. 547. Do not fight. Bai Xi took the initiative to stop and tie Diana directly with the mantra noose. Diana didn't know why she was tied up instead of beating. Then, Bai Xi directly unlocked the mirror space. The mirror space has long been beaten to pieces by the two of them. but the real world has no impact at all. 118. Bai Xi directly tied Diana with a mantra lasso and returned to the apartment. Then you let me go. 99. Just when Bai Xi and Diana returned to the apartment, Clark looked at the several outfits in the Krypton spacecraft and chose a red and blue one. There is a big S in front of him, which is the symbol of the air family. Clark glanced down. Then, ignoring Louise, he directly opened the Krypton spacecraft and walked into the glacier. You're stronger than anyone. You can fly. 35. The words of his biological father resounded in Clark's ears. He had heard so much about the Kryptonian Empire, and the only thing he cared about was his own ability. After all, the Kryptonian Empire was too far away for him. And it no longer exists. Clark, who ran out of the Krypton spacecraft, jumped straight into the sky. In an instant, he jumped dozens of meters high. He had never done this before. From childhood to adulthood, he has been hiding his ability and will not take action until certain critical moments. But this is also regarded as a monster by others. Not only do not thank him, but fear him. This also makes Clark more and more low-key. Until now, he finally broke the knot and no longer wanted to hide his power. Boom! It fell to the ground dozens of meters high, and even the glacier moved heavily. Then Clark jumped high again. This time directly to a few hundred meters high. And a few kilometers. Until... Call out. Clark took control of his body in the air. He just stood in the air like this, and his body would not fall down again. He looked at it all in disbelief. He can really fly. Clark controlled himself straight into the clouds, freely wandering between heaven and earth. In the universe, General Zod and his party are about to reach the Earth. Earth is an extremely suitable planet to transform into Krypton. General Zod's adjutant Fiora said. The expressions of everyone are different, and some people feel incredible. Doesn't that mean that the elf family has already prepared everything? Let's repeat Krypton's glory. General Zod said with a smile. His only purpose is to restore Krypton. This can be done at any cost. At first, he even wanted to launch a rebellion and control everyone to leave Krypton. But he failed. Only their group was sent to the space prison, watching Krypton exploding. There must be some secrets that he doesn't know. Ants are still greedy. The Kryptonian Empire was once so powerful, why did it seek its own death? Bai Xi left London. He said goodbye to Diana and left the Empire. Because he can't stand the rainy weather here. It rains almost on time in the afternoon. Although the English roses are very lovely. But it will be annoying to see too much Mediterranean. Diana was taught by Bai Xi to be obedient, and naturally she had no objection. And if something happens, she will return to Paradise Island to fight with the Amazon female warriors. Bai Xi returned to the lighthouse country. But he didn't dare to go to the west coast and appeared directly in the metropolis on the east coast. Metropolis is New York. The city guarded by the Superman. There's no report on Superman yet because Clark doesn't know what to do with himself either. He may not have figured out what to do with himself. Bai Xi didn't stop here too much. Instead, it went straight to Gotham City. Gotham City is not far from the metropolis, otherwise, the Wayne Group's companies will not be able to radiate to the metropolis. The entire Gotham City can be said to be arranged by the Wayne family. The construction of the entire city has a share of the Wayne family, the real emperor of Gotham City. However, the city has become strange because of the appearance of Batman. The appearance of Batman did not make the city's criminals less, but more and more. It's just that the crime rate has dropped a lot. Because those little bastards don't dare to come to Gotham City to do things. Batman never kills people, but beating you to death is no joke. Almost everyone is crippled by Batman. I'll be relying on a wheelchair for the rest of my life. After all, not everyone is like Bane, who can recover from Batman's broken back. So, Bane's only wish is to break Batman's back. Therefore, little gangsters dare not come to Gotham anymore. But the big villains came to play with Batman. Penguin, Scarecrow, Riddler. There are also people like Bane and Ninja Master. Almost all because of Batman. Gotham City became Sin City. Maybe some of them were already in Gotham, but because Batman didn't want to leave anymore. The whole of Gotham City is like a playground for Batman and these super criminals. They enjoy the daily life of fighting wits with Batman. Joker, in particular, appeared for Batman. Riddlers do the same. Therefore, ordinary people in Gotham City are generally fine as long as their luck is not too bad. Certainly, except for those crazy people who run into Joker. Bai Xi drove the Hornet on the street, and no one dared to make trouble. It's usually nighttime to make trouble. Batman will appear at night as if deliberately teasing Batman. Beauty, get in the car, I can give you a ride. 99. Bai Xi stopped Bumblebee and honked his horn. However, the blonde woman standing beside him completely ignored him. I guess you're going to Arkham Asylum. Bai Xi was unmoved and continued. Harleen Quinzel suddenly looked up. You investigated me? You guess? Bai Xi asked with a smile. With a hesitation, Harleen Quinzel opened the door and came up. She has been very sad recently and met a mental patient named Joker. This made her a little nervous herself. If this happened in the past, she would definitely call directly instead of sitting up directly. She was like crazy. Bai Xi looked at the future Harley Quinn and started the car directly. Who are you? Harleen asked Bai Xi. I am the Conqueror. 99. Bai Xi said casually. Who to conquer? It can't be me? You're so funny, sweetheart. Harleen Quinzel said nervously. She already has the essence of transformation. The psychiatrists. It's really hard to be. Why are you investigating? Harleen Quinzel continued to ask curiously. I did not investigate you. 35. Then how do you know me? I am the Conqueror, I know everything. Bai Xi thought of the omniscient and omnipotent ability, and said domineeringly. You know everything? Harleen Quinzel asked suddenly. Yes. Bai Xi replied, driving the Hornet. Then do you know who Batman is? Harleen smiled. Then he laughed. Everyone in Gotham City knows who Batman is. Bai Xi also laughed. Just sent Harley Quinn to the mental hospital and left. Oh, she can't be called Harley Quinn right now. It hasn't changed completely. Harleen looked back at the car Bai Xi had left and immediately turned around with a smile. Her mind went back to her patient. As for who the hell is Batman? Does it matter? In Gotham City, as long as you're not an idiot. Basically, everyone knows Batman's true identity. Who is so rich in Gotham City? Equipment and weapons are updated one by one. Who can use Gotham as their back garden? The answer has already been revealed. However, everyone understood what Batman meant and followed the rules of the game. Since Batman doesn't reveal his identity as directly as Iron Man, just to protect those around you. So, the criminals who come to play with Batman are usually looking for him to play, and they will not touch the people around Batman. Only Joker, a lunatic, likes to challenge Batman's bottom line. Almost every Batman Blacken in the universe has something to do with the Joker. What tortured Alfred, what shot young parents in front of Batman. This is all Joker's operation. And such an end is Batman Blacken, himself the first to be killed. Joker just wants to break Batman's bottom line. But others are different. They will not challenge Batman's bottom line, but play the game with Batman within the rules of the game. It's nighttime soon. Bai Xi stopped by the side of the road, wanting to feel the night in Gotham City. When you come to the DC world, you can't help but come to Gotham to play. As a result, he felt that the night light was blocked. Then a slender figure fell from the sky and landed directly next to Bai Xi's Hornet. She was wearing a black bodysuit and a cat-like mask. She looked at Bai Xi and smiled, then directly opened the passenger's door to get in the car. "Handsome guy, don't you want a race?" She looked at Bai Xi and asked directly. However, the words are full of threats. Catwoman is a person who is both good and evil. "I do not want." "No, you want to," Catwoman said with a whip in her hand. "Okay." 55. Bai Xi watched Catwoman lift her leg and said immediately. Then, Bumblebee soared directly. And suddenly a group of people rushed out from behind. Catwoman waved to the pursuers behind her, then closed the window. She casually played with the diamond ring in her hand. "You are hurting me, little thief," Bai Xi said with a smile. "As long as you run fast enough, they can't see your license plate." 39. Catwoman said with a smile, pressing her hand directly on Bai Xi's right leg. Then, she grabbed Bai Xi's right leg and frantically pressed down on the accelerator. Bumblebee's speed suddenly soared. "Let's bet who will call first," Catwoman spoke, looking straight ahead. "Okay, but it needs to be a little more exciting," Bai Xi said and let go of the steering wheel. 66.99. Catwoman suddenly realized that the person next to her was a lunatic. Only then did she stare at Bai Xi and found that this man had some unusual charm. A smile appeared on Catwoman's red lips. "You want to soak me?" "No, you've already thrown yourself into the net," Bai Xi said with a smile. Catwoman was about to say something when she felt a dazzling bright light shining on her face in front of her. She turned her head suddenly and saw a Batmobile sprinting towards their car. Moreover, the speed is getting faster and faster, and there is no tendency to slow down. "What?" Catwoman suddenly screamed in fright. This kind of high-speed collision, even if she is a Catwoman, she will not live. Also, both cars are very high speed, and there is absolutely no way to survive in this situation. "Batman!" Catwoman shouted loudly, wanting to let Bai Xi turn the wheel. However, she still had a smile on her face when she saw Bai Xi. Two fast-moving cars approached in an instant. However, the Batmobile pressed down directly, as if to lift up the Hornet. And at this moment, between the electric light and Flint, the Bumblebee directly and ethereal. Then, the Hornet took to the air and began shape-shifting. Both Bai Xi and Catwoman were thrown into the air, and Catwoman and Batman stared at the scene in front of them. Batman, in particular, raised his head in surprise. Cars also shape-shifting. What high-tech is this? I want Batman too. And Catwoman is even simpler. She wanted to escape in the air, but was immediately caught by the Hornet and threw into the co-pilot. Bumblebee just transforms in the air and then rolls and falls to the ground. Immediately it returned to car shape. Bai Xi sat in the driver's seat calmly and said to Catwoman, "I said, you have already thrown yourself into the net." Catwoman looked at Bai Xi, and cold sweat fell from her forehead. The situation seems a little bad. She is really in a tiger's den. At this moment, Bumblebee ditched Batman's Batmobile directly. No matter how much Batman stepped on the gas to accelerate, or even sprayed with nitrogen, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the Hornet. After all, the Bumblebee is essentially a living body, not just a car. At this time, Catwoman watched Bumblebee's speed stop before she regained her senses. "You lose," Bai Xi said to her. "What?" Catwoman was a little stunned. You screamed first, Bai Xi said with a smile. The door has been welded to death. No one wants to get out of the car. Catwoman swallowed and said, I just feel a little itchy throat. What's your bet? Bai Xi ignored her and asked directly. Catwoman immediately took out the diamond ring and said, I only have it the most valuable. No, you are worth more than that. Bai Xi looked at Catwoman Selena and said, Her name is Selena Kyle. Her name is the same as the Black Queen. She is Selena, and she is also black. Catwoman Selena immediately knew what Bai Xi was thinking. As a thief, in fact, many people coveted her, including Batman. Only, Catwoman didn't let anyone get her. Then tell me first, who are you? I never saw you in Gotham. After thinking about it, Catwoman Selena calmed down. As long as others have a plan, she can make a strategy calmly. I'm here to conquer you, Bai Xi said, and the Hornet rushed to the roof from a ramp in a building. Then, Bai Xi and Catwoman Selena got out of the car. Catwoman Selena immediately walked to the rooftop and looked down at the bottom. Who do you want to conquer? Catwoman Selena asked suddenly. This world. Bai Xi held his hands and looked at her. I want you to witness this. Follow me, Bai Xi said. However, Catwoman Selena just shook her head and said, Unfortunately, I can't witness it. 5. After speaking, she directly blew a kiss to Bai Xi. Then he jumped directly from here with a backflip. She is a Catwoman. The higher she is, the less afraid she is. Goodbye, Conqueror. Catwoman Selena's voice came from below and further away. Bai Xi wanted to snap her fingers to pull her back from time. But think about it. He instantly moved and disappeared in place. Bumblebee was taken into the system space by him. Catwoman Selena galloped all the way home from the eaves. The moment she opened the window, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's too dangerous tonight. After so many years of debut, it has never been so thrilling. Almost got knocked into the sky by Batman. He got into a man's car, but he was still such a mysterious guy. Mom is right, girls can't get into a man's car casually. Catwoman Selena murmured to herself. I don't even know where her mother is. She casually turned on the light. But at this moment, a voice sounded. Looks like we're very destined, Miss Selena. This frightened Selena to look on the sofa immediately. I saw Bai Xi sitting on the sofa very calmly, looking at her childhood photos. You! Catwoman Selena suddenly panicked. Why was Bai Xi approached directly? It's a shitty fate. How did you know where my house is? She immediately asked Bai Xi, trying to calm herself down. She was thinking of a solution. I am a conqueror and know everything, Bai Xi said with a smile. Exactly what was said to Harley Quinn at the time. Selena walked gently and slowly to his side. Suddenly speed up. She jumped directly into the air of Bai Xi. Her legs clamped his head and wanted to throw him. But, Kong. 35. Selena screamed and fell to the ground miserably. Bai Xi directly lifted her legs and made her stand upside down in front of him. This is your own home, so there's no need to be so polite, right? Bai Xi asked with a smile. Selena suddenly showed a smile that was uglier than crying. She forced her body. Don't let yourself shake. Bai Xi grabbed her ankle, as if not letting her stand up. It's all her own doing. Since you enjoy practicing inversions, go ahead. 35. Bai Xi smiled and said, I'd love to know how Catwoman was trained. Afterwards, Bai Xi looked at the house and said, I just don't have a place to live, so let's just rest here. You sleep on the sofa. After a while, Bai Xi threw Selena on the sofa and said. Selena just remained silent. She didn't even know what was going on in front of her. If you give her another chance to choose again, even if she is killed by someone who is chasing her, she will not open the door. Absolutely not. What exactly do you want? Catwoman Selena asked. Didn't I say so? Bai Xi asked casually. Selena was suddenly dumbfounded. What to say to Conquer is either a lunatic or a fool. In her opinion, Bai Xi is both. Fortunately, Bai Xi doesn't seem to need any other services from her. It was getting deep at night. Bai Xi really let Selena sleep on the sofa as he said. This made the lying Selena resentment +1+1+1. After an unknown amount of time, Selena opened her eyes and got off the sofa. She glanced at Bai Xi, who seemed to be asleep, hesitation for a while, and did not choose to do anything. Instead, just open the window and leave. No big deal anymore. Yelena didn't believe that Bai Xi would stay here forever. When Bai Xi is gone, she will come back and move. Cunning rabbit, 3 caves. The same is true for a thief like Catwoman Yelena. Otherwise, it's easy to be caught by Batman. But, to the horror of Catwoman Yelena, she was only in the dark, and when she saw it again, she actually returned to her house. Bai Xi still lay quietly. She sat on the sofa. Catwoman Yelena doesn't believe in evil. Then, she found that no matter where she ran or how far she ran, she would return to the sofa. It was as if she had been frozen in time here. Even if she ran to Bai Xi's side, she would still go back. Catwoman Yelena broke down. So, she could only wait for Bai Xi to wake up with dark circles under her eyes. Bai Xi had only one sentence to face her. "Why don't you keep running? It's really you," Catwoman Yelena said through gritted teeth. She wanted to jump on Bai Xi and beat him. But didn't dare. What do you want to do? She could only look at Bai Xi incompetently and furiously. I just want you to watch me conquer. Bai Xi walked up to her and put his hand on Yelena's head. His fingers sank into his long, smooth hair. What do you think, meow? Suddenly, Yelena realized how her words had turned into a cat's voice. Then looking up again, she found that her line of sight became strange, like a real cat's eye. Bai Xi looked extremely tall to her. It's not that Bai Xi has gotten bigger, it's that she has gotten smaller. She was horrified to discover that she seemed to have really turned into a cat. Pause, tail. Bai Xi grabbed her directly and said, "How about it? Isn't it a very rare experience?" Meow. Yelena could only cry out in pain. She actually turned into a cat. She looked at Bai Xi angrily, as if asking how Bai Xi did it. I said, I can do anything, Bai Xi said while stroking the kitten Yelena. This is the real Catwoman. Yelena suddenly let out a cat meow that was extremely enjoyable. Only then did she realize that she was not a real cat. There is absolutely nothing she can do now. She found herself unable to leave Bai Xi, because after leaving Bai Xi, who knows how to become a human? Therefore, Yelena could only stick to Bai Xi's side and stay close to each other. And turning her into a kitten is actually pretty easy. It's just that Bai Xi used Alter Reality's ability. 0. Ask for flowers. Catwoman Yelena was directly modified by him into a cat. After all, cats love freedom, and so does Yelena, who has the attributes of Catwoman. If Bai Xi didn't do this, she might run away at some point. It's better to let it follow me willingly. Yelena didn't understand the word willingly well enough. And right now, all humans find that what they see has changed. It's like the channel was directly intercepted by someone. An unfamiliar face appeared above and announced directly, "We are the people of the Kryptonian Empire, hand over Kal-El and save from a war." General Zod and the others finally came to Earth. Although they only have one spaceship, this still shocks its allies, such as the Lighthouse State. Alien. For so many years, human beings have always wanted to know whether human beings are alone in the universe. As a result, aliens did appear. So they didn't dare to act rashly. Even if the other party has only one spaceship, the people of the Lighthouse country are extremely afraid. The other party said that they belong to the Kryptonian Empire. So this spaceship is likely to be an outpost. After all, people on Earth don't know that the Kryptonian Empire has actually been destroyed. So in an instant, everyone is looking, who is Kal-El? The hapless Louise was found. She once followed Clark into the spaceship and wrote the news. However, she did not say Clark's true identity. But this time, Clark came out on his own. He took the initiative to come to the human base and then followed General Zod into the Krypton spacecraft. The air of Krypton instantly made Clark unsuitable and extremely weak. Even Kryptonians need time to adapt to their new living environment. In particular, the energy of Krypton has long been unsuitable for Kryptonians to survive. Clark, who has long absorbed the sun's energy on Earth, has been weakened. He was beaten directly by General Zod. However, Clark still doesn't consider himself a Kryptonian. You can't turn Earth into Krypton. 35. Hearing Clark's statement, General Zod hit him again. How did Jol-El give birth to a fool like you? General Zod roared. We are Kryptonians. You are the children of Krypton. Restore the glory of Krypton. But he never said that to me, Clark said firmly. General Zod was speechless, but he also knew that the code of life was not on Clark. Immediately sent his adjutant Fiora to fetch it. At this moment, people all over the world knew about the arrival of the Kryptonians. Diana, who was carefully dusting the sculpture, turned her head to watch the TV. The old curator suddenly passed by in front of her. I need a day off, curator, Diana said with a smile. The old curator wiped his reading glasses and said, Go and do what you should do. Diana smiled and nodded to him, then walked straight away on her high heels. The old curator looked at her back, shook his head and watched TV. Batman, who was chasing Bai Xi's identity, naturally saw this scene. He was teased by Bai Xi yesterday. To be precise, it was Bumblebee who played him. But it still made the careful Batman remember. He wants to know who Bai Xi is. But no matter how I checked, there was no such person at all. Not even the screen appeared a few times. However, the Wayne family has hands and eyes. Still know that Bai Xi has appeared in Los Angeles and has also been to London. Only, the time is too close. What technology can go from Los Angeles to London and then from London to Metropolis to Gotham so fast? This messed up Batman. What kind of technology is this? At this moment, he saw the arrival of the Kryptonians. He immediately put Bai Xi's photo aside. It's been an eventful time, Bruce Wayne exclaimed. But how will this alien be dealt with? Bai Xi looked at the news and immediately smiled. He immediately picked up the kitten Selena, who was a little self-abandoned. Selena, who has become a kitten, is becoming more and more like a real cat in terms of living habits, rather than a pure Catwoman. This made her a little desperate. She lay weakly on Bai Xi's shoulders, only to hear Bai Xi say, "The good show is about to begin." Finally waited. Bai Xi looked at Selena, who turned into a blue cat, and said, However, Selena just meows a million powerlessly. Bai Xi flew directly against the Catwoman Selena on her shoulders. Meow. Selena is also the first time in Cat Xinjiao's life that she has flown like this. Immediately frightened, a pair of claws hugged Bai Xi tightly. It is a pity that she is not in human form now and her claws are not stable. Fortunately, Bai Xi's flight is very fast. Before Selena was too scared, Bai Xi had already landed. Bai Xi landed on a small farm. Only a gray-haired old man looked at him. Who are you looking for? She was not afraid, but asked Bai Xi. I'm not looking for anyone, I'm here to wait for someone. Bai Xi smiled at her. I suggest you stay away. Clark's enemy is coming. The old man suddenly became nervous, then looked at Bai Xi and nodded. She chose to believe Bai Xi's words. Because she is an ordinary person, even if she has a shotgun in her hand, she is not an opponent of Bai Xi's existence. Bai Xi watched her go in and immediately pinched the back of the neck of the kitten Selena and put it on his hand. A cat's weak spot is the back of its neck. Even Catwoman is no exception. She turned into a cat, as if she couldn't move when Bai Xi pinched the back of her neck. This made Selena extremely embarrassed and shy. You can only protest with a meow sound. It's just that protests are difficult to be effective. Since she can't resist, Catwoman Selena can only enjoy it. She lay lazily as if she had really turned into a cat. Bai Xi thinks this is also very interesting. Only, before long, the voice of flight came. This is a small flight machine. Naturally, it is not a spaceship. The flight device fell directly, and several people walked down from it. General Zod's female adjutant Fiora directly took off the May 47 helmet. What? She roared, took a breath, and immediately felt her change. They Kryptonians on this planet seem to be able to become gods. God of the world. The Kryptonians have known this for a long time when they conquered the universe. The endless Kryptonian army swept everything. She slowed down, turned her head and saw Bai Xi holding a blue cat. Who are you? Fiora asked Bai Xi and flew over directly. She has more control than Clark. This is the ability engraved in the bones. Fiora was born a general template. Clark, on the other hand, was a Kryptonian born naturally for many years. Cannot say who is stronger, can only say that Clark has greater potential. However, this also led to Clark needing to learn. Fiora was able to fly just by briefly absorbing the sun's energy. And Clark needs to jump a few times. This is the difference that ability brings. There is some truth to Kryptonians choosing to forego natural fertility. Everything has advantages and disadvantages. And the code of life has placed all the genes of the Kryptonians. As long as artificial insemination can be born. They were limited in social status and ability from the start. A general is always a general, and a soldier is always a soldier. This brought stability to Kryptonian society. But there are also dangers. Bai Xi looked at Fiora with short hair in front of him. Fiora is not very good-looking. But she has dark green eyes and tough facial features, which is different from the beauty of Yelena. It looks very sassy and has a military temperament. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Bai Xi grabbed Catwoman Yelena and said, I am the god of Krypton. ? Fiora and the few Kryptonians behind her suddenly asked ? slowly. I left Krypton countless years ago and went to other universes. You bastards actually watched Krypton explode, and now I'm back to lead you. Bai Xi opened his eyes and spoke nonsense. No one knows his real situation anyway. Fiora, these people naturally do not believe. Among the Kryptonians, everything is based on strength. The strong will naturally gain a strong social status. Therefore, Fiora directly confronted Bai Xi. God of Krypton? Better than us. Fiora instantly rushed in front of Bai Xi and fought over with extremely powerful fighting skills. Fiora is actually one of Superman's formidable opponents. Because she has extremely powerful fighting skills. The very first Superman, under her hands, couldn't make 3 moves. However, her skills were useless in the face of absolute strength. There is a saying called, one force can break all methods. Facing her attack, Bai Xi did not dodge at all. When Krypton's body collided, but Fiora felt that the shock from Bai Xi's body made her hands hurt. Then, Bai Xi directly punched her away. Boom! Fiora smashed directly into the farm, and the other Kryptonians rushed over. But just mere Kryptonian soldiers. Although they also absorbed the energy of the sun, their strength was not strong. Not much solar energy had accumulated in their bodies. He was directly punched by Bai Xi one by one. It took a long time to get up from the ground, and she touched the corner of her mouth. She was directly beaten by Bai Xi and vomited blood. Fiora clearly knew the strength of her body. Knowing that the Kryptonians are in this place is the god among men. Even if she only absorbed a little solar energy, she was still invincible. 18. She still vomited blood after being punched by Bai Xi. The huge solar energy in Bai Xi's body made her feel as if she was close to the hot sun. She and Bai Xi are worlds apart. Fiora raised her head and watched Bai Xi, who was holding a cat in one hand, descend from the sky. Catwoman Yelena was stunned. At the moment is like a docile kitten, shivering in Bai Xi's hands. Bai Xi's strength, is he still human? Bai Xi directly grabbed Fiora's short hair. The hair is not long and not very easy to grasp. However, Fiora still forcibly raised his head and looked at him. Do you know who the god of Krypton is? Bai Xi asked domineeringly. No, I haven't heard of you. 99. Fiora answered. His expression was extremely ferocious, and he still did not give up. Soon, Fiora's eyes turned red. She's been absorbing the sun's energy and fast. She is consciously absorbed. Therefore, it was only after such a short period of time that Fiora had already activated the heat vision. The powerful heat sight directly hit Bai Xi. However, not even a trace was left on Bai Xi. He just took Catwoman Yelena away. After all, Catwoman Yelena's weak body can't stop Fiora's hot eyes. Although Fiora's heat sight temperature is not high, the intensity of the thermal line of sight depends on the absorbed solar energy. The more solar energy in the body, the higher the temperature of the thermal line of sight. Now, Fiora's thermal line of sight is only a few thousand degrees at most. And Bai Xi's defensive power allows him to get close to the core of the sun without taking any damage. It's not on a level at all. Therefore, Fiora was stunned. Bai Xi grabbed her head and hit the ground directly. Her invisible protective helmet was directly smashed. Then, Bai Xi lifted her up again, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Hot sight prepare. Feeling the intensity of Bai Xi's thermal vision, Fiora knew how strong Bai Xi was. I choose to surrender. No need for Bai Xi to say more, Fiora immediately chose to surrender. Bai Xi said that he came back to lead the Kryptonians. If that's the case, then he certainly won't blunder. Hearing this, Bai Xi removed his hot eyes. The intense temperature dissipated, making both Fiora and Catwoman Yelena heave a sigh of relief. The other Kryptonite soldiers, seeing that Fiora had surrendered, immediately chose to surrender. Soldiers are to obey the general's orders. This is etched in the bones. Although Fiora is only a lieutenant. The real general is Zod. And at the moment, Zod knew it all from the headset. What happened? General Zod suddenly roared. Who is the god of Krypton? Fiora, you can't surrender. 99. However, Fiora just replied calmly. A soldier obeys only the strong, and he is the strongest Kryptonian. Then, Fiora directly crushed the headset. Bai Xi pulled up Fiora, whose face was covered in blood, and released her. Good job, Bai Xi said with admiration. Is this the power of the Kryptonian gene? As long as they have a low social status engraved in their genes, they encounter someone who is stronger and has a higher status than them. Will surrender without hesitation. Fiora looked at Bai Xi with blood on her face and seemed to feel no pain. This is also normal. The Kryptonian's restoration ability is very strong. Such a little injury, in fact, was quickly healed by the energy of the sun. It's just that the blood still remains on his face and it looks scary. Bai Xi grabbed Catwoman Yelena and flew directly to the farm. This is Clark's family farm. A penny-stumbling superhero is not a lie. Later, Clark even had the family farm taken away by the bank because he had no money. Or Batman Bruce Wayne spent a lot of money, bought the bank directly, and the farm returned to Clark. Clark's adoptive mother looked at Bai Xi, and she also realized that Bai Xi was not a pure good person. Bai Xi smiled and said, I need the spaceship when Clark came to Earth. Clark's adoptive mother had no choice but to lead the crowd to the spaceship. Bai Xi stepped forward and the DNA moved. He sensed the Kryptonian artifact, the Code of Life. The Code of Life cannot give you unparalleled power. 18. It can bring you a race. However, the environment needs to be cultivated. The breeding of Kryptonians is very simple, with genes and a breeding warehouse, that's all. Bai Xi took out the Code of Life from the spaceship. It looked unremarkable, but it made all the Kryptonians in the room go crazy. Very good, 9. Bai Xi directly put away the Kryptonian Codex. If you want to transform Krypton, you definitely can't take this Earth to transform. It's better to bring it back directly to the Marvel Universe to transform Krypton, so that you don't have to take the trouble to break the dimension every time. Our Krypton is not in this place, Bai Xi said. He was about to leave with Fiora and the others. But at this moment, a man in a red cloak flew down from the sky. General Zod was angry. It doesn't matter if Clark runs away from him, it doesn't matter after all. All he needs is the Code of Life. But Fiora suddenly betrayed because of a sudden appearance of the god of Krypton. This made General Zod almost mad. Therefore, he couldn't bear it any longer and was ready to take action directly. But he also learned about the situation from Fiora. The young son here can really make them the gods of the world. Therefore, General Zod went directly to Bai Xi to settle accounts without going up. Instead, it starts to absorb the energy of the sun first. Take off the mask and get out of the Kryptonian environment. The sun's energy shone on his body, making him weak for a moment. But soon, he stood up from the ground. The source constantly pours energy into his body. Make him so powerful. Zod's genes are general genes. Almost one of the most advanced genes in the Kryptonian Empire. Moreover, compared to the kind of genes of scientists, Zod's genes were originally born to fight. He feels like he is now god of the world. Clark hit Bai Xi directly, because he saw that Bai Xi had taken the Code of Life and respected him. I immediately thought that Bai Xi was the one taking the lead. Seeing Clark, Fiora immediately stood up and wanted to throw Clark out. But this time, A golden rope flew over, wrapped around Clark directly, and then threw him away. The mantra noose made Clark unable to break free for a moment. Immediately thrown away. Wonder Woman Diana is here. Although she has no idea what happened 4.5. But seeing someone move on Bai Xi, that's not okay. Although Diana knew that Bai Xi was very kind to her. But there is still a gap in knowing Bai Xi's identity. Even her mother, Queen Hippolyta, bowed her head in front of Bai Xi. Diana didn't swell because she was different from Bai Xi. So, Diana just threw Clark away. Then it landed in front of Clark. She tilted her head and nodded towards Bai Xi. Bai Xi touched his nose. He wanted to say that Clark is actually a good person. But the explanation was useless now, because Clark flew towards Diana again. Clearly, though, Clark was going to be educated by Diana. He was just a fledgling, and Diana already had a lot of combat experience. Moreover, the gap between Diana and Clark is not that big. Diana was a demigod anyway. Seeing Clark flying towards her, Diana directly exchanged her hands. When? 99. The invisible force field directly made Clark unable to move an inch, although it wasn't embarrassingly thrown off. But it also stagnated in midair. Then, Diana jumped straight up and a knee hit Clark to the ground. He's Kal-El? 99. Fiora was speechless when she saw Clark, who was stunned. It's just too weak. Shame on us Kryptonians. In Fiora's view, the current Clark's combat ability is not as good as an ordinary Kryptonian warrior. Any ordinary soldier can hang and beat Clark. Clark's only advantage is that the solar energy in his body is much stronger than theirs. While on the field, Clark is still receiving Diana's education. Clark kept getting kicked away by Diana in various ways. However, Diana also found that Clark was not normal. She couldn't hurt Clark at all. Even if he deals a little damage, the solar energy in Clark will quickly restore his injury. Clark is like Bai Xi's body. However, it is many times weaker than Bai Xi. And Clark's combat experience has grown rapidly. Fiora on the side looked dignified. Clark deserves to be a naturally born Kryptonian. This means that his genes are not fixed, and he is not destined to be a career at birth. This means that Clark has infinite possibilities. To be a beggar or a king depends on Clark himself. Just like what Longwa said. The prince and General Xiongming have a kind. So, no one knows how far Clark will grow. Like now. Boom. Clark finally resisted Diana, and also hit Diana's guardian silver bracelet. Although she was blocked by Diana's fist, she still grabbed Diana and threw her out. Diana turned around and fell to the ground, wanting to draw the Vulcan sword behind her. But at this time, Bai Xi stopped her directly. I'll teach him a lesson and let him know that the sky is high. Bai Xi smiled at Diana. Diana nodded. Clark looked at Bai Xi and raised his head proudly. Then, boom. Clark was directly punched to the ground by Bai Xi. His body of steel is nothing in front of Bai Xi. Bai Xi's current power can easily drag several planets. Clark felt like he was about to be beaten to death by Bai Xi. Diana's previous attack had been like a tickling to him. At most Diana could make his flesh hurt. But now, Bai Xi almost killed him with one punch. His body was even more tumultuous, and he fell to the ground while clutching his stomach, unable to stand up. With a little movement, Clark spat out bitter water. He looked at Bai Xi in shock, not understanding why the gap was so big. 08. Obviously he grew up on Earth. No way, Bai Xi is open. Having directly obtained the strength of Bai Da Chao, it would take Clark how many years to grow to this point? Boom. Bai Xi punched again, knocking Clark down directly. Bai Xi floated in the air and looked at Clark and said, "Boy, let's figure it out later." Clark lay on the ground. He fell to the ground before Bai Xi's 3 moves. And, for a while, he wouldn't be able to stand up at all. It was as if Bai Xi broke his whole body to pieces. In fact, if Clark wasn't Kryptonian, the sun's energy had been rapidly regenerating his body. At the moment is already dead. Let's go, Bai Xi said to Fiora and the others. Diana looked at Clark sympathetically, then left. She knew how heavy Bai Xi's hand was, and even after she fought against Bai Xi, her whole body would be sore. So, she wanted to stop Clark. I just didn't expect that Clark was not convinced at all. and the combat experience has grown so fast that he can fight back immediately. Everyone followed Bai Xi to Krypton's flight device. The Krypton flight device disappeared immediately, and Clark flew to his adoptive mother. Clark, he's a good guy. His adoptive mother told him about it. Originally, the Kryptonians were going to snatch the Code of Life, but I was convinced by Bai Xi, God of Krypton? Clark thought bitterly. He had a hunch. All because he found the Kryptonian ship. Otherwise, there would not be so many Kryptonians appearing in an instant. Didn't his biological father say he was the only survivor of Krypton? Liar. TL. Fiora looked at Bai Xi, who didn't know how to call Roar, opened her mouth and said, "They call me Conqueror, or King," Bai Xi said to Fiora. Fiora felt Bai Xi's domineering, and with these roars, he immediately knew how powerful Bai Xi was. "My king, are we going to transform this planet into Krypton?" Fiora said. Hearing Fiora's words, Diana suddenly became nervous. She clenched the noose of mantra at her waist and looked at Bai Xi. "Do not." Bai Xi immediately shook his head. "Our battlefield is not here, but in another world. I will find a suitable place to become Krypton," said Bai Xi. "It's actually pretty easy to transform into Krypton. Just have enough land. Everything else can be directly transformed into the living conditions of Kryptonians. Definitely, there has to be a yellow sun too. In this universe, red suns are hard to find, and young suns are still everywhere." Diana was relieved to hear that. She still knew Bai Xi very well. Words spoken are like poured water. Since Bai Xi said so, he would never lie. Fiora had no doubts, although she didn't know if Bai Xi would lie to them. But they just have to follow. "What are we going to do now?" Fiora asked. "We don't do anything." Bai Xi took out the Code of Life in his hand. "When Zod becomes confident, just find it." The corner of Bai Xi's mouth was disdainful. Fiora nodded very loyally. They really respect their strength. Bai Xi's powerful strength made them not dare to resist at all, and also felt the strong self-confidence of Bai Xi. No matter when General Zod comes, he will only be hanged and beaten. Moreover, Bai Xi also needs General Zod's spaceship. The Kryptonian spacecraft has modification devices. Just like the original plot, it runs directly through the center of the Earth. Transform Earth directly from the inside out, turning it into Krypton. With this set of devices, it is hard not to let people guess whether they have already had an idea. Otherwise, why would a Kryptonian fugitive have such a modification device? This kind of device must be built by Kryptonian scientists. And you must know that General Zod and his party are all imprisoned in the space prison. And all of them are the highest combat power of Krypton. Ordinary soldiers are nothing compared to them. General Zod and his Lieutenant Fiora. Go anywhere, you can sweep the world. Just didn't expect. Meet Clark, who has absorbed the sun for decades. Definitely, it's even worse now. I directly met Bai Xi, who had the strength of the Silver Age. That can't even be described as a slap. Therefore, Fiora raised his hand to surrender so decisively. There's no shame in this at all. They're all Kryptonians. Why do they fight and kill? Kryptonians can also pay attention to the world of people. General Zod was unaware of all this, and several Kryptonian warriors followed him. There are not many of them. Except for General Zod and Fiora, there were less than 10 people in total. However, they are all elite templates. From their birth, it means that their strength cannot surpass Fiora and Zod. But not ordinary soldiers. Otherwise, there is no right to be imprisoned in a space prison with General Zod. And it just happened to be sent to the sky, and Krypton exploded directly. It can be seen that Krypton wants to send a little more, but there is no time. Therefore, it only resulted in only so many people under General Zod. Been doing nothing in the universe for so long. After all, no matter how brilliant the Kryptonian Empire was, it was in the past. They only have these few people. How do they play? It can only bully some relatively backward planets. Until Clark showed up. This allowed General Zod to see the opportunity to recover Krypton, and naturally, he would not miss this excellent opportunity. There are no strong men on this earth. Just defeat what Clark and Fiora call the God of Krypton. Then he can create a second Krypton. At that time, he is the real king of Krypton. All Kryptonians will listen to him, because he will only make Kryptonians with worse templates. Therefore, General Zod greedily absorbed the energy of the sun. And he flew directly into the universe, closer to the sun. Only, as he gradually flew towards the sun, his skin was directly burned. The Kryptonians also have to gradually absorb the energy of the sun. It does not mean that the defense power has not been improved, and it can be absorbed directly close to the sun. Even a Kryptonian would be mercilessly burned to ashes by the sun. Just wait until the body can withstand the temperature of the sun. To get closer. Only with Bai Xi's physical strength now, he can walk to the core of the sun without taking any damage. General Zod did not know how much energy was absorbed in the sun. Finally couldn't stand it anymore. He felt like he was strong enough. At least the energy of the sun in his body was enough for him to defeat the Kryptonian traitor of Kal-El. After all, unlike him, Clark flew into the universe to absorb the energy of the sun. Clark is simply absorbing solar energy from the air on a daily basis. It cannot be absorbed when there is no sun. Therefore, General Zod's promotion speed is very fast. Come on, let's get back the code of life. In General Zod's eyes, burning ambition is burning. When he was on Krypton, he wanted to use his identity to rebel. Let alone now. The other Kryptonian elders are dead, and he is the most powerful one. Naturally, I don't want to live under people anymore. It's an emotion Fiora doesn't have. Because Fiora has always been ruled by General Zod. But there is no one on General Zod who can control him, and his ambition is naturally even greater. People's ambitions are constantly expanding. The Krypton spacecraft directly found Bai Xi and a group of people. Because Bai Xi et al.'s flight device provided the coordinates directly. Moreover, they are also deliberately left off, just waiting for General Zod to find him. When General Zod's spaceship fell, Fiora's group was already standing there waiting. General Zod got off the ship directly. When he saw Fiora, he couldn't help his anger immediately. Waste? General Zod snorted coldly. How dare you betray me? 35. It's because you haven't seen true power, Fiora said. Madness. After General Zod finished speaking, he flew directly in front of Fiora. The powerful General Zod directly gave Fiora no time to react and instantly pinched her neck. Boom. Moreover, General Zod took Fiora to fly backwards. Crossed several mountains in a row. Fortunately, they chose a no-man's land. Otherwise, the vibration caused will make people feel like an earthquake. When General Zod fought Fiora, Bai Xi faced Diana's questions. Diana felt that the kitten on Bai Xi was a little abnormal. Indeed a cat. But there is a 547 feeling of other energies on it. Moreover, normal cats have long been frightened by this situation. But the cat was not at all afraid. To know, cats are notoriously small. In particular, domestic cats are afraid to even step out of the house. But the cat on Bai Xi's body is surprisingly courageous. Catwoman Selena, don't suffer me. Seeing that Diana wanted to catch her again, Selena opened it with her claws. After being turned into a cat by Bai Xi for so long, she has become accustomed to the habits of cats. This unconscious change no one noticed. Selena herself couldn't even notice it. Fortunately, at this moment, there was a roar outside. Come on, General Zod is here. Bai Xi grabbed the victimized Selena and put it in his arms. Selena, who turned into a cat, held Bai Xi tightly. Meow. She quickly meowed and asked Bai Xi, when will I be able to change my wife back? However, Bai Xi directly ignored her meowing. He can't understand cats talking. Well, it seems to be possible. It's just that Bai Xi needs to learn. Now any language, Bai Xi can fully master in a few seconds. Animals should be no exception. Anyway, such ability has never been shown before. As soon as Bai Xi and the others came out, they saw Fiora being beaten. But this is normal. If Fiora can defeat General Zod, then she is not an adjutant. General Zod is the adjutant. Fiora stood up from the ground, still looking at General Zod indifferently. General Zod hit her so hard, but Bai Xi didn't hit her with a punch. Not even the defense was broken. Not even a trace of blood was left on the corners of his mouth. The body of steel is getting stronger. Even General Zod had a hard time breaking defenses. You don't regret betraying me so much. 5. General Zod looked at Fiora and said, if I were you, I would surrender too. Fiora just said to General Zod. When General Zod heard the words, he immediately punched her in the face. However, just as it was about to hit, a golden noose was thrown towards General Zod. General Zod dodged immediately, avoiding Diana's noose of mantra. Diana simply wrapped Fiora directly and pulled her back. "It hurts," Fiora said immediately. Since Fiora had already taken refuge with Bai Xi, she could not be beaten any longer. Otherwise, there will definitely be dissatisfaction inside. Therefore, Diana will take action to pull her back. Diana just smiled and untied the noose of truth. The mantra lasso has the function of letting people speak mantra and see the truth. Even Diana herself was no exception. With it by her side, she can always see the truth of the world. Chevron_left Prevhome Index. General Zod looked at Bai Xi with a serious face. "You are the god of Krypton?" He felt the powerful energy in Bai Xi's body and said, "Bai Xi is like a blazing sun. It's just that the energy is all in his body, contained but not released." General Zod can feel that even if he absorbs the energy of the sun for hundreds of years, he is probably no match for Bai Xi. Bai Xi looked at General Zod and felt his ambition. General Zod's eyes represent his ambition. And it's irreversible. Bai Xi, who was only going to convince him at first, became murderous in an instant. General Zod's rebellion and thirst for power are inscribed in his genes. It won't last long. His genetic level is too high. "I originally wanted you to use it for me," Bai Xi said. "Now what?" General Zod asked in a deep voice. "Now it seems that you can't be used by me. Naturally, only death," Bai Xi said decisively. From the innate, General Zod was already at odds with him. After all, Bai Xi couldn't tolerate General Zod having too much power. "How can other people sleep on the side of the couch? That's not necessarily my death." After General Zod finished speaking, he immediately took the lead. Although real strength is not just about energy. But the energy in Bai Xi's body still made him a little scared. Therefore, he wanted to gain the upper hand with his powerful fighting skills. But, boom! Bai Xi punched General Zod directly. General Zod's body slid on the ground for an unknown number of meters and finally stopped. Moreover, he felt pain and couldn't get up on the ground for a long time. Boom! However, Bai Xi has come to the front again. He had no intention of chatting with General Zod. What kind of character General Zod is, it has nothing to do with him. Whether he is a tragic figure or what. Bai Xi just needs to be obedient to him. It's a pity that General Zod is the kind of person who will never be obedient. Meanwhile, Fiora and Diana, with a few Kryptonian warriors, defeated the other warriors who followed General Zod. Although Fiora can't beat General Zod, she can easily deal with other people. Maybe, she can even draw with the Wonder Woman Diana next to her. After all, her combat ability and experience are also engraved in her genes. Diana needs to learn from an early age. That's the benefit of the Kryptonian gene. From birth, she already had this ability. After defeating a few Kryptonian warriors, Fiora took direct control of the Kryptonian spaceship. This is what they brought out from the Phantom Space. Phantom Space is the space prison that Krypton used to hold criminals. It is a mysterious space. The flow of time inside is even different from that outside. Ordinary criminals go in and never get out. But General Zod and the others came out immediately after the destruction of Krypton. And take the spaceship with him. Now, Fiora took control of the spaceship with ease, and then saw the transformation device. What this entire spaceship lacks is only the breeding tank of Krypton. With the cultivation warehouse, Kryptonians can be easily cultivated. No need for the original method at all. However, the spacecraft does not have a breeding tank. But, as early as countless years ago, even in the age of tens of millions, hundreds of millions of technologies, the Krypton exploration spacecraft that the Air family sent to Earth has a cultivation warehouse. When Superman Clark boarded the probe, he found that there were several breeding chambers and a huge amount of breeding room. Among them, some Kryptonians in the breeding warehouse have died, and only the corpses are left inside. But there is also a breeding warehouse, which has long been opened. The Kryptonians who came out of it didn't know where they went. And the Earth is under the sunlight of the young sun. So it can be concluded that it is almost impossible for that Kryptonian to die. Even very powerful. Definitely, it still depends on what the genetic template of that Kryptonian is. Otherwise, no matter how long the sun is absorbed, it will be in vain. As we all know, that huge amounts of the incubator later bred the monster Doomsday and used to resurrect Superman Clark. So, no one knows why the elf family sent something like a breeding warehouse to Earth so many years ago, and the exploration spacecraft is obviously not lost. Because the moment Clark stepped on the spaceship, the signal was transmitted to General Zod's spaceship. It can only be said that the Air family is obviously not a good thing. As one of the ruling families of the Kryptonian Empire, if the Air family were great people, the Kryptonian Empire would not have conquered the universe. Only, they finally gave birth to the idea of destroying Kryptonian society, then reborn Kryptonian society elsewhere. And they're more ambitious. I want Clark, the child of the Elf family, to be in charge of everything. Only, there is always a huge amount of gap between reality and ideal. If everything can be imagined to be successful, then the reality will not be so painful. At the moment, Bai Xi and General Zod have left the no man's land while fighting. If General Zod couldn't defeat Bai Xi, he could only fight and retreat. He wanted to run away directly. Only, can't do it. His speed is a lot worse than Bai Xi. To General Zod, his speed seemed to be in slow motion, and Bai Xi's is the normal speed. As a result, he couldn't resist Bai Xi's attack at all, only passively beaten. If not, he made a smart decision. After absorbing a lot of solar energy in the universe, he came to Bai Xi. At the moment, he has been directly beaten to death. The huge amount of gap made General Zod feel a little disheartened. He just wanted to find a place to silently accumulate strength. But Bai Xi obviously doesn't allow it. Is there any reason to let the tiger return to the mountain? From now on, all living Kryptonians will belong to his rule. Boom. Bai Xi, who was catching up, punched again. General Zod, who flew to the sea, was directly beaten to the bottom of the sea by him. Catwoman Yelena screamed and grabbed him. Because the seawater was directly opened by the chi of this punch, it instantly turned into a huge amount of vortex. General Zod is the vortex eye. Moreover, Bai Xi had to rush down directly. This scared Yelena into a cat. If she falls off Bai Xi, it's really over. Cats are the most afraid of water. A pair of cat claws gripped Bai Xi's neck tightly. Fortunately, Bai Xi's body of steel would not be damaged by her. In the huge amount of vortex, General Zod flew up with a bang. Another punch to Bai Xi. Boom. The whole sea level seemed to tremble. Countless splashes of water began to splash. Clark, who came from a distance, was a little scared when he saw this scene. He dared not join this kind of battle. The battle between the Kryptonians is simple. Because he has a strong body, he doesn't want to use other things. And, under the huge amounts of strength, General Zod's fighting skills could not be shown. So we can only start the fight to the flesh like this. Neither side dodged. Bai Xi didn't want to dodge, while General Zod simply couldn't dodge. He couldn't dodge Bai Xi's attack at all. So he was punched into the sea again by Bai Xi. The sea kept rolling as if a sea monster had been awakened. The Atlanteans at the bottom of the sea were alarmed, watching this scene from a distance, and even dared not come to bubbling. Who is this? Mera, who was not yet the queen of the sea, looked at this scene from a distance and asked her father. She is also a princess of a tribe. Her old father shook his head and said, I don't know, but a very strong person. Even the whole of Atlantis is no match for him alone. Mera nodded and looked at Bai Xi with admiration. There were stars in her eyes. Then, she said in a very imaginative tone, if only my future husband could have his strength. 5. Her father said suddenly, then invincible can completely control Atlantis. Unexpectedly, Mera nodded, with ambition flashing in her eyes. Her eyes were fixed on Bai Xi. A hot gaze swept over. General Zod finally couldn't bear it any longer and directly used the destruction-like heat sight. His heat sight was far more powerful than Fiora had temporarily realized. After all, he didn't just activate it, but after absorbing the energy of the sun, he had already mastered this ability automatically. However, General Zod's hot eyes came out. Bai Xi is afraid that Catwoman Yelena will be affected. Directly punched Zod in the face. Zod could only passively tilt his head, and his hot eyes moved into the sea. The result is this. All the seawater along the way was evaporated by the heat sight. For a time it seemed as if the sea level had dropped a little. General Zod's eyes were red, but he could only sweep around like a headless fly. Almost let the onlookers eat melon crowd. Mara and her father rushed out of here. Before leaving, Mara looked at Bai Xi reluctantly. "You can chase if you want," said her father. No one ever said that Atlanteans could only marry their own people. In fact, her father also had ambitions. All are the lords of a country. Who doesn't want to be the strongest? Looking at it now, only his daughter is the most beautiful. If Bai Xi can be taken down, then Bezel's strength will instantly become the strongest. Therefore, he didn't feel anything wrong at all. Don't you just sell your daughter? And his daughter had such thoughts. He could see it. Mara wants to be the ruler of Atlantis. These are all women. Bai Xi directly grabbed General Zod's head, then lifted him up and flew. General Zod is still crazy, as if he wants to release all the solar energy in his body. Hot eyes kept scanning. Seeing this situation, Bai Xi knew that he had to be destroyed. Clark, who was on the side, saw this situation and was a little helpless. "Help me take care of her." Bai Xi directly threw Yelena to Clark. "She?" Clark didn't doubt it for a while, but was surprised. After all, it's normal for this to be a female cat. Afterwards, he and Yelena both looked at Bai Xi in surprise, not knowing what he was going to do. Then, Bai Xi directly grabbed General Zod and soared into the sky. Boom. 99. It's like launching a satellite. Bai Xi's feet were directly installed with jets, and he banged in an instant, and then sent them to the sky. Another huge amount of deep hole appeared in the sea. I don't know how long it took to slowly return to calm. However, the movement caused before has become an unforgettable memory for the undersea creatures. In just an instant, Bai Xi and General Zod, who exuded hot eyes, turned into a small dot and could no longer be seen. Clark looked at the kitten and said, "I'll send you to shore first." He was going to come over and personally solve General Zod's matter. After all, General Zod came to Earth to find him. Everything started because of him, and naturally it will end because of him. Result: who would have thought that it would never be his turn to act? General Zod was obviously not here because of him. Just want the code of life. That is, the so-called central collection of Krypton. This thing is the center of gravity of Krypton. Bai Xi grabbed General Zod and flew into the universe. Perhaps due to the overheating of the eyes, General Zod finally stopped. Because he even randomly swept Bai Xi. Heat sight doesn't do anything either. What are you going to do? General Zod opened his mouth. Lima Zhao, but because in the universe, sound cannot be transmitted at all. But the two were still alive. Bai Xi understood his words. Said directly in the heart of General Zod. "I give you death." The voice of Bai Xi appeared in General Zod's heart, and he suddenly panicked. He could hear other people's hearts, but after he closed it, Bai Xi spoke directly from the bottom of his heart, and the gap was huge. Then, General Zod found that the two were still in flight. Just another moment, they came before the sun. Do not. General Zod panicked instantly. His current defense is simply not enough to withstand the high temperature of the sun. Sure enough, it didn't take long for General Zod to feel his skin start to burn. Do not. He shouted silently. No one could hear him at all. It cannot be transmitted in this deep universe. Then, General Zod's skin began to crumble and fester. It was as if a sun flare appeared on his skin. Then it turned into a lava block. Falling piece by piece. General Zod's skin instantly dissolved. But he is not dead yet. Just looked at Bai Xi sadly. He suddenly found that Bai Xi didn't even have a trace of the sun's burning in his hair. It's just that the clothes on the body can't stand it. General Zod opened his mouth and was pushed directly into the depths of the sun by Bai Xi. Under Bai Xi's gaze, General Zod's body was directly melted and pulled by the high temperature of the sun. General Zod's absorption of the sun's energy was too short. Definitely, Kryptonians aren't able to absorb the sun's energy indefinitely either. If the solar energy is absorbed uncontrollably, it may also cause rapid cell death due to excessive energy absorption. However, General Zod obviously can't reach that level. Bai Xi floats in the universe, confirming that General Zod can't die anymore. This changes a lot of things. At the very least, Doomsday won't appear again. And Bai Xi turned his head and looked into the depths of the universe. Don't know what the Supreme God will do? Or does any change really matter to this being? After all, he is all-knowing and all-powerful. Bai Xi turned around and flew directly towards the Earth. He was close to the sun and could feel the constant source of solar energy burrowing into his body. This feeling made him feel a little bit reluctant to leave. But after all, it is impossible to hide in the sun all the time. So, Bai Xi turned around and returned to Earth without any reluctance. He flew into the universe quickly and came back faster. Only after Clark put Yelena back, Bai Xi came back. Fiora stared at Bai Xi with a complicated look, wanting to ask but didn't. After all, General Zod has always been her main general. But now she is equivalent to betraying her own general. Bai Xi patted her on the shoulder and said, "This is over, Fiora. He was thrown into the sun by me." Fiora nodded. I had no choice but to follow Bai Xi faithfully. In fact, General Zod should also surrender, but he chose to resist to the end. He betrayed us on Krypton, not me. Fiora turned her head and said to herself. She then instilled that philosophy on the Kryptonian warriors. They have to live with faith. That is to restore Krypton. And General Zod has his own ambitions that he shouldn't have. So he betrayed the whole of Krypton. He should have surrendered. Fiora said to the Kryptonian warrior. The rest of the people nodded. The power struggle is over. Apparently their General Zod failed. The loser will bear the price of failure. This is not uncommon in Krypton's countless years of history. Bai Xi watched as Fiora and a group of Kryptonite warriors knelt down in front of him for allegiance and was extremely happy. Men should conquer everywhere. This is still only a few Kryptonian warriors. When the Kryptonian Empire reappears, how comfortable will he be as the Kryptonian god? Diana then stepped up and said, I left first. She felt a little appetizing. After all, the Amazon female warriors, adding up to 547, may not be the opponents of these Kryptonian warriors. The physique of Kryptonians is simply unique on Earth. Everyone is like a god among men. So, Diana has a taste. Bai Xi saw it, hugged Diana and said, the number is the key. Diana nodded, hugged Bai Xi, and flew away. She's been out long enough. Definitely, the main thing is not needing her at all. She didn't even have to show up. Bai Xi watched Diana leave, and then grabbed Yelena. Catwoman Yelena looked at Bai Xi tremblingly. What kind of power is this? Each one will fly. She is too weak. I still need you to spend some time with me. 55. Bai Xi threw Yelena on his body and said, I need to take that reconnaissance ship away. Bai Xi said to Clark. Clark had to nod. Just don't transform Earth into Krypton. He now considers himself an Earthling 99% of the time. Only 1% are Kryptonians. Master. On crutches, the gray-haired Alfred came to Bruce Wayne's side. He and this Kal-El just appeared out of nowhere. Bruce Wayne said. Also, the strength is still so strong. At the moment, the screen in front of Bruce Wayne is playing Bai Xi and General Zod fighting. This Superman-like fighting ability made Bruce Wayne's eyelids jump. With this kind of combat power, he will spiral into the sky with one punch. With the wealth and ability of the Wayne family. Finally got this thing. But it's no use getting it. Human beings are afraid because of ignorance, but if they really know, they will be even more afraid. Just like the current Bruce Wayne. Originally, Bai Xi's Bumblebee only surprised him. Now it's shivering all over. The most important thing is that you don't know anything about him. 99. Alfred said. He knows Bruce Wayne's character deeply. So he continued, you don't know the limit of his ability. You don't know his character. 39. You don't know his hobbies. 35. You don't even know his weaknesses. 35. Alfred came to the conclusion in as calm a tone as possible. So, young master, I don't think you should offend him. Try not to investigate him without knowing anything. Alfred took a detour. Bruce Wayne finally nodded. No matter how arrogant he is not a fool, anyone dares to investigate and offend at will, especially the existence of Bai Xi and Clark. It is estimated that Gotham City can be destroyed at will. However, Bruce Wayne was not reconciled. He tapped the keyboard casually, and the screen jumped suddenly. Then who is she? A picture of Wonder Woman Diana suddenly appeared on the screen. Unfortunately, this time Diana did not leave a trace in history, although she went to behead Ares. However, photography was not developed at that time. In the case that Diana did not take the initiative to take pictures, she has been forgotten by history. So, Batman searched, only to find a trace of 1984. Proved the existence of Wonder Woman. Bruce Wayne wasn't overly shocked by not being old enough. If he knew that Diana had fought in World War I, it would have been a shock. Seeing this, Alfred didn't know how to speak. In his opinion, Wonder Woman Diana is best left alone. Because of this woman, Clark can be taught a lesson from the beginning. Pity. If you're really not curious about anything, it wouldn't be Bruce Wayne, much less Batman. Catwoman Selina shivered, and the hair on her whole body stood up. Turning into a kitten, she could only do her best to cuddle into Bai Xi's arms. That's how you get a little bit of temperature. Because they came to the glacier. The people of Krypton are all nonchalant. Such a little ice has no effect on them. What's more, it's still under the sun's light. The sun's energy kept them all warm. Aware of Selina's coldness, Bai Xi directly enveloped her with a biological force field. Poor kitty. Soon, everyone followed Clark into a cave. At the moment, the glaciers outside the cave have already begun to melt. As Clark discovered it, it would one day be discovered by other expeditions. Humans do not yet fully understand the Earth. The North and South Poles have been vigorously probed. And the ocean, the center of the Earth. Therefore, it is normal that Krypton's outpost detection spacecraft has not been discovered yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Clark's turn to find it. Walking into the Krypton spacecraft, the entire spacecraft immediately lit up. Countless identity detection machines flew over. After being identified, Clark led them in. In fact, this detection spacecraft is nothing. The most important thing is the cultivation warehouse and the breeding room. It's just a little Krypton. Everyone looked at each other, and they were all a little happy. With this probe spacecraft, they can give birth to newborn babies on Krypton. Others, they also look down on. Functions are all old stuff, not comparable to their spaceships at all. Move it out, Bai Xi said. Meow. Selina was still a little confused about how to move, and they had already appeared outside. Then I saw a Kryptonian soldier who broke the ice and lifted the probe out. Just like lifting furniture, holding the spaceship with both hands is extremely relaxed. 6,699. Selina felt like she was about to become a waste cat. Getting used to these things, she felt that her life had lost its purpose. Just the people in Gotham City, aren't they enough to fight? Afterwards, the Kryptonian warriors directly carried it away and took it into the universe. Fiora drives the spaceship. You wait for me to come. Bai Xi instructed them and flew away with Selina. Afterwards, Fiora glanced at Clark and the spaceship disappeared directly on Earth. People from all walks of life who were concerned about all this finally breathed a sigh of relief. Clark, who was standing there, saw that he was left alone in an instant and had no choice but to leave. He can find the woman he likes. Louise. Hey. 55. A Bifrost flashed past, and Thor returned to Asgard dusty. He's got the storm axe in his hand, and he can now open Bifrost on his own. Sif just glanced at him, then continued to stand on Bifrost. Sif, you're getting more and more indifferent, Thor said to Sif. Sif just snorted. Thor made fun of himself. Since he found a girlfriend on Earth, Sif doesn't like him anymore. Even if Thor broke up now, what is still lost will never come back. Luckily, Thor didn't really care. He swung the storm axe, as if wielding Mjolnir at the time. Mjolnir has the ability, and the storm axe has it. The ability that Mjolnir doesn't have, the storm axe also has. So, Thor changed his mind without hesitation. Especially after suppressing the rebellion of the Nine Realms. He came to the Golden Hall and immediately saw Loki shivering in the middle. Loki looked at Hela in fear and said, God King, I really didn't do it. Why did the ice giant rebel? He also joined forces with Vanaheim and the Dark Elves. Hela asked suspiciously. She knew that Loki belonged to the ice giant. Loki looked bitter. He didn't dare to do things in front of Hela. That is courting death. Odin knew he could forgive him, but Hela obviously wouldn't. Hela knew and would only stab him to death with a sword. Thor didn't know what to say when he came back. He, who had just suppressed a rebellion, knew why. Because Hela's prestige is not enough. And it's very brutal. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to say it at all. Even with the Storm Axe, he doesn't seem to be a match for Odin's increasingly powerful Hela. And deep down he felt that Hela was right. Asgard was originally the co-lord of the 9 realms. Why can't the rebellion be suppressed? Do you know why? Hela immediately asked Thor, who came in. Thor can only say, because the universe is going to be in chaos, they are not alone. A bunch of idiots. The 9 realms should gather their strength now. Hela immediately patted the throne and said, if it wasn't for the peace-loving spirit of the light, the giant of fire had even been defeated by the leader Surti, and he would have joined the rebellion at this moment. At that time, the entire 9 realms will not be ruled except the destroyed Anai and the earth. Will be messed up. There's also Hela's own Helheim. What matters now is how to suppress the rebellion. Thor spoke. They're not afraid of Asgard's power at all. Hela heard it too. It's that she doesn't have the power of Odin anymore. After all, not even Asgard remembered her. What's more, the other worlds. No matter how much she killed God at that time, it was useless now. At this time, Loki thought of a way. He said cruelly, why don't we just destroy Jotunheim? 35. Both Hela and Thor looked at Loki. Loki said, every rebellion is led by these ice giants, mortal enemies of Asgard. The relationship between the giants and the Aesir gods cannot be resolved. So, Loki came up with an extremely extreme approach. How to say? However, Hela was intrigued. Loki said, Bifrost. 35. We can turn on Bifrost and directly destroy Jotunheim. Kill the chicken and show the monkey. 99. In this way, other races will no longer dare to rebel. Bifrost is a large weapon that can directly destroy a world. This is why Surti is the first to destroy Bifrost. Only, after Asgard created Bifrost, he never used this ability. Because what they want is domination, not destruction. This is a shock-class weapon, usually not easy to use. So, Thor immediately shouted, you're crazy, Loki. Even if Jotunheim is destroyed, the other worlds will never truly surrender to Asgard. They'll just keep holding a grudge. Loki looked at him suddenly and said, what does that matter? Unbeknownst to Thor, Loki has always hated his identity as the ice giant. So, it's not a day or two that he wants to destroy Jotunheim. It's a crazy idea. But it was exactly what Loki had come up with. We just need them to be obedient. Is there anyone who sincerely accepts the rule of others? 5. Loki rhetorically asks Thor. Tolton was speechless. But he still felt it was wrong. In this way, killing is too much. After all, it shouldn't directly destroy a world. At this time, even Hela had some hesitation. After all, she is the king of gods, and she still hopes that others will accept her rule instead of directly destroying her. Meow. Selena, who was meowing, was thrown onto the sofa by Bai Xi. Only then did she realize that she had become a human. Changed back. Her hand in midair, ready to lick, stopped. Selena found herself as if, used to being a cat. She screamed to hide her embarrassment, then dropped her hand. It seems that you are quite used to it. 39. Bai Xi looked at the funny Selena and said. Selena just looked at Bai Xi, looking a little aggrieved. Inexplicably turning people into cats for so long. And laugh at people. A bit over the top. Selena thought for a long time and didn't know how to refute it. Sociality is dead of yes. Fortunately, no one else saw the scene. So, you're leaving? Selena had to change the subject and ask Bai Xi. I don't know why, but she was both happy and a little sad. Fortunately, Bai Xi, the god of killing, is leaving. But she got used to it. This is more fun than her being a thief. And turned into a cat. Yes, wait for me here, I will come back and take you any time. Bai Xi smiled, but said domineeringly. Why? Selena was shocked. Still bullying kittens? You are not the owner of the cat. Because you are my kitten. 5. Bai Xi reached out and touched her head. Selena squinted her eyes with a comfortable expression. 6,699. Selena, who had reacted, immediately lost face to see Bai Xi. He tilted his head directly and knocked off Bai Xi's hand. 7. This cat's habits really can't be changed. Seeing her embarrassed, Bai Xi also smiled and left. Otherwise, Selena would not know what to do if she stayed. Feeling Bai Xi's departure, Catwoman Selena suddenly felt lost and a little empty. She seems used to Bai Xi's presence. It is used to lie on Bai Xi's body and hold Bai Xi with his paws. Feeling a little hungry, Selena got off the sofa. Then, why am I paws? Oh no, hands first. Selena immediately got up from the ground. Then he stepped on the cat's footsteps and walked towards the food, and then slowly put his head close. Bai Xi returned to the spaceship with 1 teleportation. The ability to teleport is actually very useful. But no high-speed flight comes easily. Flight is a human dream. Especially high-speed flight. Therefore, Bai Xi is gradually used less and less. And he is faster now. Going anywhere is almost instantaneous, if at full speed. Fiora turned her head and almost touched Bai Xi. Can only take a step back. Bai Xi looked at her dark green eyes and said, "Are you ready?" 99. Yes, my king. Fiora said. Then we're going to a whole new world. Bai Xi said. At this moment, he felt that the world barrier was directly opened. Even without the incredible dimensional teleportation. Just use the teleportation ability of his own dimension, Mephisto, to return to the Marvel world. Is this the benefit of someone on top? Bai Xi knew in an instant that this was the convenience of the Supreme God. He doesn't even know what's going on. God the Most High has been so kind to him. Give him experience ability, open convenience. He almost even gave it to his wife. A fluorescent light beam appeared in front of Bai Xi. With the use of dimensional teleportation, the teleportation channel leads directly to the Marvel Universe. Then, Bai Xi let everyone drive the spaceship into this passage. Strong fluctuations detected. 35. Bai Xi's departure this time was not long. After all, he marked the time node. Definitely, it's not like the time doesn't change at all. That's not called a time node. Instead, time pauses. Therefore, the Tianjin Bureau, which had made progress, immediately noticed the changes in the universe. Mainly it was coming too close, almost right next to the Earth. They watched helplessly as a beam channel descended. Asgard's Bifrost? Nick Fury asked subconsciously. No. Maria Hill looked at the screen in her hand and said, much bigger than Bifrost's energy fluctuations. There's no way Bifrost could have emitted this energy fluctuation, as if a black hole had exploded. Hearing Maria Hill's words, everyone became vigilant. But it didn't emerge from a wormhole either. Dr. Banner was surprised. This is where everyone is surprised. It came out of nowhere. It was as if there was a sudden light in the universe, with no warning at all. That's why we have to be vigilant. Just tell Asgard. Nick Fury said immediately. The entire Tianjin Bureau took action. Most of the elites of the Earth are gathered here. So the action is very fast. However, this transmission is also very fast. Before they were ready, the light of the fluorescent channel began to dim. What is this? The light faded, Tony Stark asked, looking at 2 strange spaceships appearing in the universe. It's a spaceship. Captain Marvel Carol said immediately. It's just that I've never seen a Force's spaceship look like this in the universe. Krypton spaceships are weird. Silver light, looking like an arrow. After all, the Kryptonians conquered the universe. In addition to their own military power, the level of technology is also very powerful. Tianjin Bureau reacted and immediately issued a warning. This is the territory of the 9 realms, the ruled area of Asgard. Those who don't care should leave quickly. No way. No one in the universe knows what the Earth is. Maybe we'll be beaten for saying these 2 words. Therefore, the Tianjin Bureau can only pull the banner. Asgard, after all, is prestige. Soon, a female officer appeared in the space station of the Tianjin Bureau. She looked around and said, "We are outpost soldiers of the Kryptonian Empire, and we need territory." However, before she could finish speaking, Bai Xi flew out of the spaceship. The people in the Tianjin bureau, who had been nervous for a while, immediately relaxed after seeing Bai Xi. At least, it should be my own. It's just that it's scary. As soon as it came up, it was the Kryptonian Empire, and it also needed territory. How is this different from a direct declaration of war? Bai Xi flew into the space station. How is this going? Captain Marvel Carroll asked. They are my men, and I brought them back to build a Krypton here. 5. Bai Xi said directly, there is nothing to hide. It's just about giving birth to Kryptonians, can't tell. Otherwise, everyone will be afraid. One Kryptonian is enough to scare everyone. Because the Kryptonians are too special. Not to mention a few. Everyone should be vigilant. If people really want to know that Bai Xi is going to give birth to a Kryptonian empire, then I don't know what to be afraid of. Even people who trust you again will feel frightened and tremble. Krypton? 35. Nick Fury asked. Yes, they're the helpers I brought. They just need a suitable place to live. Bai Xi nodded and said. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes, always feeling that it wasn't that simple. Just need a place to live. Just find a place on Earth or build a space station. Why rebuild a Krypton? However, he couldn't say anything at all. He had seen Bai Xi's strength before. Then let them enter the space station first. Nick Fury thought about it and said. Soon, the Krypton spacecraft was connected to the space station. Then a few Kryptonian warriors came over, led by Fiora. Nick Fury counted. Including the female officer Fiora, there are 7 people. Not much better. This is also the ability that Nick Fury did not see the Kryptonian. Otherwise, it's time to go back and get ready now. The short-haired Fiora was very inhumane and just took some supplies and returned to the spaceship with people. Who is she? Natasha Romanoff came over and asked, and by the way, reminisced with Bai Xi. The adjutant I'm looking for. Bai Xi said with a smile. The ability is very good, but it is a little arrogant. It's not Fiora's fault either. As an adjutant of the Kryptonian Empire, can you not be arrogant? She knows too much. And it was originally powerful. Except for surrendering to such powerhouses as Bai Xi, everyone else is dismissive. So, where have you been this time? Natasha Romanoff continued to ask. Bai Xi chatted with her. The two have not seen each other for a long time. However, Bai Xi felt that Tony was dodging a bit. Tony, is something wrong with you? Bai Xi grabbed Tony and asked. No. Tony said immediately, and the others stopped talking when they saw it. Since Tony didn't want to say it himself, that's fine. But I see your sneaky appearance, so you won't like my adjutant, right? Bai Xi immediately asked with a joke. Am I that kind of person? Tony Stark, is a gentleman. Tony straightened his suit and tie right away. Afterwards, Bai Xi did not stay in the space station much. He has to go back first. Teleportation, went back home. Wanda and the others still stayed on Earth and did not go to the universe. Mainly because they are people from Bai Xi, and they don't have much relationship and intersection with Avengers. And this time, Bai Xi even stayed in the DC world for a long time. Not too long has passed here. Bai Xi has lived in Los Angeles, London, and Gotham. But only a few days have passed here. Even Wanda didn't notice. Or even noticed it and didn't care. After all, it is impossible for Bai Xi not to go out all the time. Wanda is also bearish. After returning, Bai Xi also wanted to talk to them about Roar. Otherwise, Wanda will be cranky again. Asgard. Hela immediately knew that Bai Xi was back. Originally saw an inexplicable light beam in the universe, but it came from outside the 9 realms, and Asgard was extremely nervous. Many people think that a new round of war is about to start. Only then did I find out that it was Bai Xi who came back. This relieved the tense atmosphere inexplicably. Originally, there was a civil war within the 9 realms, and it would be embarrassing if there were foreign enemies invading. Hela watched Bai Xi come to Asgard. He came directly through Bifrost. As soon as he arrived, Bai Xi saw Hela and a group of people standing inside Bifrost. Bifrost has a not-so-small cylindrical space. The middle is where Bifrost is opened. It needs to be turned on and off with the Guardian Sword. A group of people surrounds the core of Bifrost. What are you going to do? Bai Xi watched Loki and Hela stand next to each other, while Thor looked angry and became curious. Thor clearly couldn't resist the two of them alone. As soon as Thor was about to say something, Hela blocked him directly, unable to say anything. "We're going to destroy Jotunheim," I saw Hela said with a slight smile. "What?" Bai Xi was a little shocked. Hela really is a lunatic. I guess it was Loki's idea. But only Hela would agree. When Bai Xi saw Loki dodging, he immediately thought of it. No wonder Thor was so angry. If a world is destroyed, how will Asgard rule? If Jotunheim is destroyed, there will be no peace in the 9 realms. Bai Xi said to Hela. But if I don't frighten them, there will never be peace in the 9 realms. Hela heard the words and said suddenly, a little angry. What's the situation? Bai Xi is not very clear. Nick Fury and others didn't tell him either. In other words, the people in the Tianjin Bureau didn't care about Asgard and the other realms. After all, although the Earth is known as the center of the 9 realms, but the Earth has basically no contact with other worlds. And because of the special nature of the Earth, Asgard has never been very concerned about the Earth. Many Asgard people think that the Earth is too weak to be concerned at all. But in fact, a long time ago, there were gods on Earth and Odin had no control. Then there was the Sorcerer Supreme. Sorcerer Supreme's strength is not bad. Odin is even more out of control. Ancient One makes Sorcerer Supreme's name shock multi-universe, and it's not necessarily weak. The 9 realms have always rebelled, especially the ice giants and dark elves. Hela said, and it seemed that she didn't want to wait any longer. She would have liked to learn Odin's benevolent methods. But now it seems that others just take her kindness as an indulgence. So, Hela is ready to hit hard. I just didn't expect Bai Xi to come back. Hearing this, Bai Xi suddenly thought of something. He opened his mouth and said with a smile, "Since you want to be deterred, why not change it? There are too many ice giants. If they're all destroyed, the power of the 9 realms will also suffer a heavy loss." 95. Hearing Bai Xi's words, Hela glanced at the space-time wormhole outside the starry sky through Bifrost's glass. The strength of the ice giant is still recognized. Instead, the dark elves. It disappeared many years ago. And being hit by Asgard, he has never been able to rise again. A few years ago, Malekith attacked Asgard by surprise, which made the Asgard people extremely angry and brought the Dark Elves into a low point again. Dark Elves simply can't develop. Just follow along. So it might as well. Destroy. 100 million. So, Hela squinted at Bai Xi. Bai Xi said, Dark Elves and Asgard are mortal enemies, and there are not many of them, so it is better to give me the Dark Realm. 35. Give you? Hela's brows furrowed. Bai Xi's good Asgard is inappropriate. What kind of world do you want? If Bai Xi knew about Hela's thoughts, he would probably be helpless. Bai Xi said with a smile, I brought a group of helpers back. Their home planet was destroyed, so I hope to rebuild one. They're not used to living with other races. Hela hesitation after hearing Bai Xi's words. Hela then asked, how many are they? 35. 7 people. Bai Xi said casually. Hela suddenly relaxed a lot. 7 people, that's too little. Even giving them a world is nothing. So, Hela pretended to ponder for a while, and then agreed. Thor looked at Bai Xi gratefully. Although he also disliked the ice giant, he did not want to destroy Jotunheim. Killing them all can. Destroying a world definitely won't work. As for the Dark Elves, Thor would have no sympathy. Asgard has been fighting the Dark Elves for a long time, and Bai Xi is not trying to destroy the Dark World. As for Bai Xi, he simply thought the Dark Elves were ugly. Where are the spirits? Just like the Dark Goblins. For Bai Xi, there is no tolerance for being so ugly. If it is really like the Dark Elves in other worlds, with pointed ears and beautiful appearance, it is just a little darker on the skin. Bai Xi can also accept it. But now, destroy it. Bai Xi immediately told Hela everything. And May 47 and Hela specially instructed, make the movement bigger. Hela knew that Bai Xi was going to transform the kingdom of the Dark Elves into a home planet suitable for Kryptonians to survive. In this case, it is better to be a little louder, which can shock and deter people from other realms. I don't want to get the momentum of Bifrost, but it can't be too much. Bai Xi agreed immediately. If possible, he would like to invite others to watch it. Just thinking that the Kryptonians' combat power might be exposed, he thought about it. Grow in the dark first. Wait until Krypton's strength is strong. Hela nodded and left with the person directly. Sif's hand holding the Guardian sword also relaxed. She was already sweating nervously. After all, it was a bit unbearable for her to let her destroy a world. So, seeing Bai Xi resolve the crisis, Sif also smiled awkwardly at Bai Xi and nodded. Thor is even more grateful to Bai Xi. Only Loki was quite unwilling, but he didn't dare to do anything to Bai Xi. If he dared to stare at Bai Xi, he would be courting death. So, seeing Bai Xi looking at him, Loki quickly lowered his head and ran after Hela. But Hela didn't like him very much either. Knowing he likes to play tricks, so let him not follow. The cloak fluttered with Hela's movements, and it was still very aura. Bai Xi came to the space station of the Tianjin Bureau with a teleportation. Bai Xi talked to them, and then directly let the Krypton spacecraft follow him away. Everyone in the Tianjin Bureau nodded. They don't communicate much with the Kryptonians, except that they are from the Kryptonian Empire, nothing else. Everyone in Fiora always looks proud. Even the agent of the Tianjin Bureau seemed a little unbearable. But in the end there was no conflict. Fortunately, the group left. But Nick Fury always felt something was wrong. Kryptonian Empire. He has also been in contact with the empires in the universe. Skrull Empire. Even the remnants of the party have brought great convenience to their SHIELD and Tianjin Bureau. The current space station is made by the technology of the Skrulls. Without the technology provided by the Skrulls, the Tianjin Bureau would not be able to build such a base that was not discovered by the Earth. The Kryptonian Empire is also called the Empire. Where can it go? Although it seems to have been in decline, the entire empire has disappeared, leaving only a few soldiers. However, he always felt that it was not so simple. I have to say that Nick Fury, as the king of agents, is still very sharp. However, he couldn't find the problem either. Svartalfheim, the kingdom of the Dark Elves in the Nine Realms. It is located next to Helheim and Niflheim, directly below the center of the Nine Realms of Earth. It is at the bottom of the world tree. Perhaps it is for this reason. Svartalfheim has not seen the light all the year round and is suitable for the survival of dark elves, so this race was born? Bai Xi guessed so. 18. When the Krypton spacecraft came out here, he knew why. Outside the kingdom of the dark elves, there is a layer of energy aura protection. Let the sun not shine inside, so there is only darkness. This is the change Malekith wanted to make with TIE particles. Put a layer of this thing on the entire Nine Realms. The sun will naturally not come in, and the world will always be in darkness. I see. Bai Xi looked at Svartalfheim and said. Then, he turned his head to look at Fiora beside him and said. From now on, this is the new Krypton. Fiora looked at the dark world. Although not very satisfied, but also very good. At least this place is within the sun's rays. Definitely. The main thing is that they finally have a new home. Stop wandering around in the universe and be a homeless ghost. Go, Bai Xi said to the crowd. A Krypton spacecraft, an outpost survey spacecraft, directly broke through the dark barrier of Svartalfheim. The darkness of the dark world is darker than the universe. As if nothing could be seen. But it's perfect for dark elf survival. So, they also look oddly shaped. It's like being invisible. At the moment, the only surviving dark elves looked up to watch the Kryptonians descend. They don't even have the ability to resist at all. The dark elves have basically been crushed to death by the Asgard people. Apart from no genocide, nothing else. There is no protective power, not even any combat power. Generally speaking, they can only stare blankly at the Nine Realms rebellion. Especially the last chance after Malekith died, the Dark Elves completely lost the chance to come back. And at the moment, Asgard's soldiers all withdrew. Flying through the universe, the Asgard watched as the Kryptonians descended. Bang. 35. They felt that the Kryptonian battleship was very arrogant. Because Krypton's spacecraft didn't do anything, it just landed. Then, the Kryptonians stood up arrogantly. These guys are going to be out of luck. Seeing this scene, the Asgard warrior immediately shook his head. But don't think that the Dark Elves are easy to bully if there are not many people. As a dark elf who has always been oppressed, his character is very violent. Do everything possible to make trouble for you. And at the moment, the Kryptonians looked up as all Asgard's battleships departed. The Asgard never thought about it, and the Kryptonians never thought about conquering the Dark Elves from the beginning. The instructions they received from Bai Xi were, "Massacre." God said no one will be left. Fiora walked at the front and said expressionlessly. Later, she also felt uncomfortable with the breath of the dark world, so she put on the mask directly. At the moment, countless dark elves gathered around. They were talking words that the Kryptonians couldn't understand, and a few of them rushed straight up. Result: Z. One of the Kryptonian warriors immediately turned red. The dark elves that rushed up were instantly melted. 66-99. All the dark elves froze in place. Go on, Fiora shouted, and the 7 Kryptonians flew out in 7 directions in an instant. These weak dark elves, even with weapons, could not resist the Kryptonians. What's more, now they are basically unarmed. The god of the world, come. What? Fiora can blow up a dark elf with just one touch. The whole body exploded directly and died. She seems to be powerless. However, these dark elves are too fragile. Afterwards, Fiora directly began to chase and kill the dark elves that were fleeing everywhere. All kinds of abilities don't need to be used, just fly over and flick them. This scene takes place all over the dark world. All Kryptonians are invincible beings. Not even the Asgards can resist the Kryptonians, let alone the dark elves. There were only a few dark elves, and countless were slaughtered in an instant. Only a few can survive. 18. This is still useless for the Kryptonians. They have super hearing, super vision. Although it has not been too long to absorb the energy of the sun, these abilities have been gradually developed. After all, their bodies are already in a complete state. Absorbs the sun's energy much faster than the undeveloped state. Supervision can basically penetrate anything in the Dark World 0. Not to mention super hearing. You don't have to make a sound, you can hear the heart. 0. Even the dark elves who hid so deeply would be caught. Fiora stepped directly on the ground. Immediately, the ground collapsed in all directions and a large circular pit appeared. As soon as Fiora pierced the ground with her hand, a dark elf child was raised from the ground. Dark elves are inherently short, and children are even more so. Not even half the size of Fiora. But the child who was supposed to be cute was extremely ugly among the dark elves. Fiora didn't want to take a second look. It looks like an alien in a movie with a deformed head, and the 2 round eyes are huge. Black and white face. Fiora couldn't help but look directly at him. Ugly, Fiora said. The Kryptonians have no benevolent thoughts. Watching this scene, Bai Xi felt that the Kryptonians were cold-blooded. No, or rather the Kryptonian warriors are cold-blooded. They have cold-blooded genes in their genes. This is a must-have for warriors. Otherwise, the Kryptonian Empire would not be able to traverse the universe. But there are other genes that should be there. It can only be said that the genes of Kryptonians are the result of the survival of the fittest. This scene in the Dark World no one knows, not even Hela. If someone finds out that the Kryptonians are slaughtering wantonly, they will definitely be jealous. But now, it has ended. It didn't take long for them to fly around the Dark World, and they only paused to find the Dark Elves. After the solution, all the Kryptonians flew to the spaceship. Fiora said to Bai Xi, "God Lord, all the natives were found and killed." Good job. Bai Xi nodded in approval. He didn't like the Dark Elves either. After all, what Malekith wants to change most is the Earth. Let's get started, Bai Xi said. Several Kryptonian warriors were all excited. Remodeling is actually quite simple. They have the best Kryptonian machines. Just have enough energy. And energy is not a thing for them now. I saw the spaceship flew again, and then the closed door below gradually opened. An energy port was exposed. Like a large reactor. Then, boom. 99. A strong energy was sent out, and it began to inject directly into the center of the Dark World. Transform this planet and continent directly from the center of the Earth and make it a new Krypton. Completely remodeled. Make it suitable for Kryptonian habitation. And now there is the yellow sun. The Kryptonians who grow up will definitely be stronger. The entire dark world shook in an instant. Earthquake Mountain 4.5 shake. After all, the energy directly penetrated into the center of the Earth, and it is difficult not to affect the appearance. Definitely, the most critical thing is that the protective shell outside the dark world is starting to break. The dark world has a layer of protection that keeps light from shining in. But at the moment, this layer of all-black protective shell, like being peeled off, began to gradually dissipate. People who have been unable to spy on the dark world before have found that they can see the dark world. 18. They don't know what happened. This scene immediately aroused the curiosity of countless people. The Warner Protoss, the Ice Giant, and even the Light Elf were all curious. Light elves and dark elves are also mortal enemies. It's just that the Elf of Light loves nature and peace and will not do anything with people. Definitely, if you take the initiative to offend them, the Genie of Light is not to be messed with either. They are obviously powerful, but they love nature. So Asgard never worried about them. Because the Light Elf voluntarily accepted the rule of the Asgard people and didn't care at all. At the moment, the center of the Nine Realms seems to have changed from the Earth to the world of darkness. All eyes are on the dark world. And it's right below the Earth. Everyone can see the true face of Svartalfheim. Then, they saw a spaceship of any power that the universe had never seen before. It is constantly sending out strong energy towards the center of the dark world, as if to completely destroy the dark world. The dark world is slowly transforming, and the environment, air, and water quality are all undergoing rapid transformation. Everyone was dumbfounded watching this scene. He's talking about reestablishment. Is it like this? Nick Fury looked at the screen in surprise. This means that the dark world is too close to the Earth. Otherwise, the space station of the Tianjin Bureau would not be able to detect it. Krypton spaceships are constantly changing the entire dark world. Surprise them. As far as the detected energy is known, this energy could destroy at least 10 Earths if released on Earth. Maria Hill spoke up. Natasha Romanoff and Yelena also rushed over immediately and were extremely surprised to see this scene. The two of them looked at each other with countless emotions. Bai Xi's movements are always so big. No wonder they don't want to stay on Earth. Maria Hill said, "There is such a powerful technology." 99. I always felt it wasn't that simple. Nick Fury said, "What do they want to plan it for?" Yelena asked, "Unless they can grow the clan." As soon as Yelena's words came out, everyone was silent. Among them, only the adjutant is a woman. Natasha Romanoff said, "Is it possible that Bai Xi wants to create a race with her?" Everyone was speechless by this. But Nick Fury frowned. This made him feel something. There were far more Skrulls than Kryptonians back then. But the Skrulls didn't even think about transforming other planets. Definitely, there's also a reason why the Kree Empire is so powerful. Once the Skrulls are discovered, they will face the Kree attack. That is doomsday. Nick Fury also kept the Skrulls under great pressure. Maybe it's because the Kryptonians have no enemies here. So how dare you be so reckless? They only have so many people, so they shouldn't worry about it. Even if Natasha Romanoff and the others say so, they won't be able to conceive much in a year. The extremely rare number of Kryptonians makes Nick Fury puzzled. It also made him feel a little more at ease. And at the moment, the Ice Giant saw the scene and didn't know what was going on. The Ice Giant King Lauf is extremely lucky to have survived until now. 08 in the original timeline, he died long ago from Loki's backstab. He is also a person who has lived a very long time. One of Odin's eyes was blinded by King Lauf. Definitely, King Lauf was also defeated by Odin because of this. The Ice Giant's artifact Casket of Ancient Winters has not seen it for many years. At the moment, he looked at everything that happened in the Dark World and was immediately surprised. What happened to the Dark Elves? Lauf gradually walked out of his ice castle. Someone is changing the matter of the Dark World, my lord. 39. An ice giant came over and said to King Lauf, "What about the Dark Elves?" King Lauf asked. "Gone," said the ice giant. These people are said to be friends of the Asgard people, so Asgard allowed them to take over the Dark World. Damn, King Lauf was very angry when he heard this. The ice giant was supposed to rule the rest of the dark elves and let the dark elves listen to them. Now that it's gone all of a sudden, how can you accept it? Let's go see, King Lauf's huge body said. But the people of Asgard won't allow it. Before his subordinates finished speaking, Bifrost started. Thor and Loki appear in the Frost Realm with the Storm Axe. Lauf, king of giants of Jotunheim, looked at Thor and Loki. In an instant, all the ice giants surrounded the two. Thor said, "I'm not here to fight." 99. King Lauf, I want to go to the dark world with you to see. Hearing Thor's words, King Lauf thought for a while and agreed. Thor's mouth curled into a smile. Now, can you frighten these dark elves? They do not know the existence and power of Bai Xi. That's why he kept rebelling against Asgard. But now, they can see it. Thor and Loki board the ice giant's spaceship. Loki and King Lauf looked at each other and saw nothing. Loki doesn't know how many times he wants to kill King Lauf. Because he considers himself an Asgard, not an ice giant. He hated his ice giant bloodline immensely. At this point, Loki is even more extreme than Clark. But the situation for both of them is very similar. But Clark didn't hate his own blood. I just think of myself as an Earthman and don't identify with Kryptonians. Loki wants to make the ice giant disappear directly. But now Lauf, the ice giant king, doesn't know what Loki is thinking. He only knew that Loki was his child, so he still had a good opinion. The transformation of the dark world is slow. After all, it is impossible to transform into Krypton in an instant. What they want to accomplish is a full-scale transformation. A few Kryptonian warriors stayed beside the spacecraft. The reconnaissance spacecraft was parked aside. They have preserved both the breeding barn and the incubator. At this time, Bifrost's beam turned on. Hela appeared directly in the half-transformed dark world. When she saw Bai Xi, she came over immediately. All Kryptonian warriors looked at her vigilantly. Hela frowned. These people seem to have some problems. There are powerful energy fluctuations in the body. Fortunately, not many. Is this your subordinate? Hela asked Bai Xi. Yes, her name is Fiora, and she is my adjutant. 35. This is the God King Hela. Bai Xi introduced them to the two. He doesn't want a conflict between the two sides. Although when Krypton develops, there will inevitably be various conflicts. With the powerful strength of the Kryptonian, it is impossible to be submissive to others. Fiora sensed Bai Xi's intentions, so she just stood behind him. Hela smiled and said, "The show is about to begin." I asked Thor and the others to call the giant of ice over. Soon, the ice giant's battleship will come. Several people watched the ice giant come down. The giant King Lauf was at the forefront. Thor and Loki stood aside. The horrific sight is shocking. Slightly visible corpse of the dark elf. None are complete. At this time, Hela also found an anomaly. No wonder she didn't notice the dark elf's breath. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, these dark elves are very weak, and it doesn't matter to Hela whether they are killed or not. She had always liked to kill. Hela, you've let people transform Svartalfheim at will. Giant King Lauf shouted to Hela. He was extremely angry. The ice giants have just become allies with the dark elves. Want to overthrow Asgard's brutal rule together. The Kryptonians are the friends of our Asgard people, just a group of dark elves. This is the fate of daring to oppose Asgard. Hela said with a sneer, making the giant King Lauf extremely angry. Then let me see what these Kryptonians are capable of. 99. The giant King Lauf said while holding the scepter. Out of Jotunheim, his body is not as big as Frostland. But compared to the Kryptonian, it is still huge. Hela stepped aside and wanted Bai Xi to teach King Lauf a lesson. Others mean the same. Since Odin's death, the ice giants of Jotunheim have grown increasingly arrogant. Hela and King Lauf fought a few times, but they were all tied. In a battle of this level, it is impossible to decide the winner in a short period of time. This also makes the ice giant more and more arrogant. The giant King Lauf shot, trying to interrupt the Krypton spacecraft. Fiora suddenly raised her head. Boom! She flew straight up. The ice aura emanating from the giant King Lauf's ice staff instantly froze Fiora into ice cubes. Ice Giant's ability is still very powerful, Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought Asgard for so long. Become the mortal enemy of the Asgard. Thor and Loki both looked at Bai Xi, as if asking what's going on. But the next second, crack. A gap suddenly appeared in Fiora's ice sculpture. Then, directly broken by Fiora. Fiora has also been absorbing the energy of the sun for a while, and is not absorbing it all the time. It can be said that she has been getting stronger. Although it is impossible to improve to how strong it is in a short period of time. But resisting King Laugh a little is not a problem. Fiora broke through the air and flew directly in front of the ice giant. The ice giants immediately began to resist. Countless ice shields stood up. The ability of giants is to manipulate the attributes of nature. Ice giants control ice, wind giants are hurricanes. But what King Laugh brought were all ice giants. But this ice shield can be broken easily in front of Fiora. Boom. Boom. She didn't stop at all, and directly smashed the ice shield into pieces. At this time, several other Kryptonian warriors also flew up. 3 people were left to guard the Krypton spacecraft, and the other 3 rushed to help Fiora. When seeing that all Kryptonians can fly, Thor and Loki's eyes widened. What ability is this? Thor looked at the storm axe in his hand and suddenly wanted to cry without tears. He can only do this with weapons. But the Kryptonians can fly any warrior. And it's fast. Loki was even more speechless. He can't even fly. In just a split second, the 3 Kryptonian warriors flew in front of the ice giant and began to slaughter directly. Ordinary ice giants face Kryptonian warriors. It is simply hanging and beating. A Kryptonian soldier's eyes turned red, and the hot sight he had just activated immediately swept out. Normal Kryptonian warriors activate abilities slower than General Zod and Fiora. After all, genes are very different. But the power is still strong. The heat sight instantly melted the ice giant in front of him into a pile of ice slag. Then the ice slag was instantly evaporated. How can that be? When King Laugh saw this, his scalp felt numb. Isn't this ability the nemesis of the ice giant? Moreover, there's this strong physical fitness. Fiora flew right in front of him in an instant and punched him directly. Even under the careless resistance of King Laugh, Fiora was knocked out. Seeing this scene, Thor and Loki were even more surprised. Immediately dodge aside. Don't get hurt by this violent woman. They now find women extremely scary. Especially Hela and Fiora. Moreover, Fiora did not let go of Laugh, the giant king of ice, and flew over immediately. Hela narrowed her eyes when she saw this scene. Is this the strength of the Kryptonians? She asked Bai Xi. Bai Xi smiled and said, Do you know Roar, another name for Kryptonians? Everyone immediately pricked up their ears and looked at Bai Xi. Especially Thor et al. However, Bai Xi did not speak for a long time. You mean it, brother-in-law? Tolton said impatiently 547. He couldn't help asking because Loki stabbed him. Loki pulled his hand back with an expression he knew would be, Thor is a jerk. Bai Xi glanced at him and said, God among men. After Bai Xi finished speaking, Fiora's punch seemed to knock the giant King Laugh into the center of the earth. That is Laugh Wang Nida. Ordinary ice giants will be turned into ice cubes directly by this punch. Loki just felt so happy. This circle of land seems to be sinking. Giant King Laugh smashed to the ground, as if leaving a passageway. Couldn't get out of it for a long time. Fiora floated in midair, the black cloak behind him automatically against the wind. She looked down blankly. Sudden crack. From this deep pit of unknown number of meters, countless ice emerged. Then, all the surrounding land was frozen. The Kryptonian warrior immediately flew into the sky. Boom! An ice thorn hit Fiora, who also had 0 dodge. Huge amounts of ice spikes were bigger than Fiora's entire person. The spikes hit her directly in the stomach. However, Fiora just gritted his teeth and grabbed the ice thorn with both hands. The ice spikes didn't even break open her skin. Then, she stopped it forcefully in the air. Fiora held the ice thorn high and threw it directly towards the deep pit. Boom! A stream of ice's energy came out from it, directly turning the ice thorns into pieces. The giant King Laugh appeared full of manic energy. He had a hunch that the energy of the woman in front of him was not as strong as his, and he should have defeated her at will. 18. He was humiliated by Fiora. Her powerful physique and fighting style caught the giant King Lauf off guard. Worse than a fool like Thor. Just rushing up to you to do this. If it weren't for him being the ice giant, with a strong resistance to physical damage, at the moment would have been defeated. This is the advantage of the ice giant. Extreme heat is his weakness, and he is not good at fighting. But great strength and size, more than enough to make up for it all. Damn. Giant King Lauf stared at Fiora with red eyes. The whole sky started to snow and then turned into ice. The other ice giants also seemed to have been strengthened in an instant. Although, Kryptonian warriors have already defeated quite a few ice giants. Seeing that the entire Dark World seems to be turning into Frost World, Krypton's spacecraft seems to be affected. Bai Xi finally spoke up. Enough. After speaking, he floated up and left Hela's side. Hela looked at Bai Xi expectantly. How strong are you now? Everyone looked at Bai Xi. Afterwards, Bai Xi blew directly forward. Roar. 35. In an instant, the gas coming out of Bai Xi's mouth turned into a hurricane. All the ice was scratched and then scraped straight from the ground. The ice giants were instantly blown away. The giant King Lauf settled on the ground with difficulty so as not to embarrass himself. 18. Can't hold on either. In just an instant, all the ice was blown away by the hurricane. The ice giants fluttered all over the place. Thor and Loki stood shivering. Is there a universe in my brother-in-law's stomach? Thor said. It was the first time he had seen someone blowing a hurricane directly. Even the god King Odin can't do it. Hela was speechless when she saw the scene. She also thought that Bai Xi would defeat the giant King Lauf by some means. Which thought, just take a breath. Then, Bai Xi slowly flew to the giant King Lauf. The solar energy in his body radiated out, causing the giant King Lauf to shrink drastically. When the ice giant encounters an extremely hot environment, its body shrinks. And upon returning to Jotunheim, the ice giant's size will change back. Do you want to die? Bai Xi stood in front of him, looking down and asked. Do not. The giant King Lauf resolutely confessed. I choose to surrender. The rebellion in the 9 realms was easily solved by Bai Xi. With the surrender of the giant King Lauf, the 9 realms returned to peace. Even Odin back then never made King Lauf so frightened. It can only be said that Bai Xi restrained him too much. As long as the heat side is swept away, Jotunheim is estimated to be half destroyed. After what happened with the ice giant, no one in the 9 realms dared to stop the transformation of the Kryptonians. Only Hela and the others found that the Kryptonians were so powerful in combat, and they were also a little worried. But okay. Not enough Kryptonians. Even if there are so many dwarfs, it is enough to make Hela vigilant. What on earth did they come from? Hela asked Bai Xi seriously. She didn't care before. But if she didn't care now, she wouldn't be a qualified god king. Bai Xi looked at her and said, in another world. The Kryptonian Empire was once the overlord of the entire universe, and every Kryptonian was a Superman. But now it's gone and Krypton has exploded. Hela frowned upon hearing Bai Xi's words. Fortunately, Krypton exploded. Otherwise, with the power of the Kryptonian Empire, I am afraid that other universes will not be its opponents. If the full Kryptonian Empire existed, wherever there is a young sun, who can be the enemy? Taking another look, I found that the Kryptonian warriors were still indifferent, and Hela left with someone. With Bifrost turned on, Hela and his party returned to Asgard. The more Hela thought about it, the more it felt wrong. It feels like Krypton is rebuilt within the 9 realms. Seems like a wrong choice? Nick Fury saw it too. Although the picture is very blurry and far away. But under the vibration of Fiora's punch, the entire ground seemed to collapse. Shocked Nick Fury. In his previous impression, I am afraid that only Captain Marvel can do this scene. But now, with the emergence of Bai Xi, more and more people can do it. This makes the Captain Marvel he relies on seem less fragrant. Everyone in the Tianjin Bureau fell into silence. That aloof Fiora really has the capital. Thinking about it on the bright side, this can also better deal with the next enemy, isn't it? Tony Stark laughed. Hearing his words, everyone nodded. But I am afraid that the Kryptonians are not very easy to provoke. It's just these few people, don't be afraid. Tony said again. Including Bai Xi, there are only 8 people and only Fiora is a woman. Yes, even a playboy like Tony can't create a group in a short time, see? Natasha Romanoff sneered when he heard the words. Yelena and the others also laughed. Tony didn't care. Anyway, he has changed his mind and is ready to be a man again. For a time, everyone in the 9 realms was greatly shaken by the appearance of the Kryptonians. However, the Kryptonians remained indifferent. They're getting stronger all the time, and they feel more and more confident. Even just a few of them could protect Krypton from the transformation. Maybe just a few natural days. The Dark World was transformed into the new Krypton. The layer of protection that wrapped around the Dark World has completely disappeared. When the sun shines on the continent again, countless creatures are directly unable to adapt to death. But the Kryptonian warriors were indifferent to this scene. Because as Krypton transforms, they will also disappear. Boom! When the energy emanating from Krypton's spacecraft penetrates the Earth's center of the Dark World, it finally stopped and then slowly fell. The entire Dark World seems to have turned into a golden color. Especially in the sunlight, it becomes extraordinarily dazzling. New Krypton appears. However, it is still in a state of nothing. Without technology, no one can survive. Nothing at all. It was in vain, but it gave the Kryptonian warriors hope. A smile appeared on Fiora's everlasting face. She flew around the new Krypton. Kryptonian air appeared, but with the young sun, it became more adapted to Kryptonians. And it can make Kryptonians stronger. See the appearance of Krypton. None of the other races in the 9 realms responded. They did not stop or send anyone to celebrate, to know what's up with Asgard. Even if they were afraid of being ruled, they still sent people over to celebrate. Only, after the celebration, the Asgard will immediately drive away. However, the Kryptonians didn't care either. Just a few little things. Bai Xi, on the other hand, flew directly into a cave. They put both the breeding warehouse and the breeding room here. Entering from the entrance of the cave, it seems to have become a new world. It's like a sci-fi world here. Krypton's technology is incredibly powerful. The Kryptonian Empire can sweep the universe, and its powerful technological power cannot be underestimated. In this universe, except for those empires that have survived for thousands of years, no other civilization can compare to Krypton. It's just a pity. Many things disappeared into the endless universe with the explosion of Krypton. Bai Xi floated in and entered the incubator directly. The nursery is the most critical place. At that time, Krypton's incubator contained all the Kryptonian genes. Parents on Krypton just come in and have their children based on their genes. That's why the descendants of generals will always be generals, and the descendants of soldiers will always be soldiers. Because it's based on your own genes. Will never change. You are destined from birth to what occupation and class you are. This is the makeup of Kryptonian society. This makes Kryptonian society incredibly stable, but it only appears. So later, some people were dissatisfied and wanted to make the Kryptonian society disappear, so all Kryptonians retracted Krypton and exploded with Krypton. Everything has pros and cons. The advantage of Krypton's doing this is naturally that it loses the ability of self-evolution of genes. But it's also very good for governance. If only. There is only one god on this Krypton. That's Bai Xi. Bai Xi took a hand, and the central treasure book, that is, the Code of Life, appeared in his hand. This contains all the genetic sequences of Krypton. Bai Xi closed his eyes and began to instill his spirit into the central collection. Then he saw countless gene sequences. Bai Xi directly started looking. The genes of those rulers were soon found. Just in case, Bai Xi just wiped it off. Krypton only needs to have him as a ruler. Everything else must obey him. Bai Xi engraved these gene sequences into obeying his own orders. As soon as the newborn comes out, it will obey him. He is the true god of Krypton. After Bai Xi had done all this, he scanned the central treasure book repeatedly to make sure there was nothing wrong. Central Tome does not have any other abilities, nor does it contain any energy. Its only function is to store Kryptonian genes. So there is nothing wrong with Bai Xi's changes. Bai Xi held the central collection like a book. He was put directly into the incubator. Ding, ding, ding. With the release of the central collection, it was as if the incubator was suddenly electrified. The pillar in front of him first emitted a bright white light and then spread out. The walls of the incubator are like small lattices one after another. Each grid is a gene that can give birth to a newborn. Then, as if the genes are cultivated in the warehouse, they can continue to grow. Definitely, you can also take it out directly. But now the safest is to put it into the cultivation warehouse first. Bai Xi looked at the countless gene sequences in front of him and thought of Fiora. Fiora is very obedient. Moreover, one of her lieutenants is enough to manage. There's no need to get another Kryptonian general. Fiora's natural genes mean that Fiora's upper limit is the adjutant. Unlike naturally bred genes, the future is a completely uncertain direction. But for now, it's enough to have Fiora as a lieutenant in charge of all the warriors. Therefore, Bai Xi chose all the energies now to breed Kryptonian warriors. You need more energy and resources. Seeing that only a few warriors could be bred, Bai Xi frowned and said, "There are still too few Kryptonians. It would be nice if there was more." Definitely, the main thing is energy. Without resources and energy, Kryptonian newborns cannot be conceived out of thin air. Fortunately, the cycle in the incubator is very fast, and it is not like a natural birth that takes 10 months to conceive. Does this reduce the burden of childbirth? As Bai Xi walked out of the incubator, all the lights in the incubator dimmed. Still smart. Fiora, who was standing outside, watched Bai Xi come out and lowered her head. "You have to be obedient." Bai Xi stroked Fiora's short hair. Fiora immediately expressed his loyalty. "I will always obey the will of God." Because there is no crazy worship of Bai Xi in her genes. 18. Bai Xi had almost brainwashed her. And a full-grown Kryptonian is hard to come by these days. Bai Xi looked up at the space-time wormhole. Although the war between universes is sure to go on for many years. But no one knows what will happen. Bai Xi believes that as long as there are enough Kryptonians, he can sweep the multi-universe. "Let's go." Bai Xi flew up with Fiora. He held a red gem in his hand. Reality gem. This is what he wants from Hela. Otherwise, how long will it take to build a new Krypton? Bai Xi poured power into the reality gem. The power of infinite gems can't shake him at all now, it can only give him reinforcements. Definitely, a few more will not work. Still need the infinity gauntlet. Endless red light buries new Krypton. Then the buildings rose up one by one. Change reality. Moreover, the reality gem plus the ability of his dimension Mephisto can permanently alter reality and matter. A bit similar to Dr. Manhattan's ability. Moment. A Kryptonian city was built. It is a new city. Although only a few Kryptonians are there. Fiora and a few, Li Majao, Kryptonian warriors all flew up and bowed their heads towards Bai Xi with great piety. They have been completely convinced by Bai Xi. And, because the genes are fixed to death, none of them are destined to have any idea of rebellion. Unless it is a high-level gene like General Zod. The desire and ambition for power is growing. It will be a little hard to control. After all, with the genes of General Zod, he was originally a group at the highest level of Krypton. So it is normal for him to rebel. But in Kryptonian society, the lower ranks and soldiers would never want to rebel. Protect the secrets of the incubator. Bai Xi said. Then extract energy. We know. Fiora said. Although the Kryptonian warriors are not workers, they are now powerful enough to accomplish all this. You know, on Krypton they are even just normal people. So workers can't do the work of soldiers, and soldiers can't do anything else. But in this place, their energy is extremely powerful. You can do things that were never imagined before. For example, digging the ground and slamming it down with one punch. Seeing this, Bai Xi flew directly back to Earth. New Krypton is very close to Earth. When Bai Xi returned home, Maria Hill came to visit from the Tianjian Bureau. The Tianjian Bureau also invited Wanda, Loki, and Susan. But except Susan was slightly interested. Because she is a PhD studying astronomy. He is a very smart person, a scholar. So would be a little interested in that. But aside from her, neither Wanda nor Lorna had any interest in talking. When the enemy comes, they will naturally take action. But there is little interest in surveying. Therefore, the three still stayed in the villa on Earth, as if waiting for Bai Xi to return. Bai Xi fell down, and several people immediately surrounded him. "I've prepared dinner for you." 99. Wanda ran up like a housewife. Both Lorna and Susan just looked at each other. Wanda can express better than them. Maybe completely let go. Bai Xi put his arms around Wanda and kissed him, then smiled helplessly at Lorna and the others. Then, all rushed up. When they got in, only Maria Hill said, wrapping her hands, "It's a beautiful life, isn't it? It's a pity that one person is missing." Bai Xi said with a smile, "My mission is to protect the planet." Maria Hill said immediately. She became more and more attractive. And, because of the fountain of youth, the years did not leave marks on her face. Maria Hill continued, "You never said the Kryptonians were so strong." She seemed to have a headache. Obviously, everyone in the Tianjin Bureau was tricked by Bai Xi. "You didn't ask." Bai Xi suddenly said, "How can an empire that spans the universe not be strong?" As soon as these words came out, Maria Hill was immediately stagnant. In her opinion, as long as those few Kryptonians can defeat most of the cosmic forces. Definitely. The early game is that they have no weaknesses. Now, they don't know what the Kryptonians' weakness is. But everything in the world is like that. One thing falls one thing. Don't worry, they are the helpers I brought and won't do anything. Bai Xi saw Maria Hill's worries. He continued, "Definitely, as long as you don't provoke them." "We definitely won't," Maria Hill assured. After seeing the Kryptonians' formidable combat power, who would dare to provoke it? A few fighters are so strong. What if there was an army of Kryptonians? That really went sideways in the universe. Then what's there to worry about? Bai Xi asked casually. Maria Hill nodded. But how is it possible not to worry? The Kryptonians could become empires in another universe. You can't say they are peace-loving, can you? How can other people sleep on the side of the couch? In the end, she left without even staying to eat. After all, she was not used to the Chinese food at Bai Xi's house. In fact, not everyone likes Chinese food. Especially in the beginning. If you say delicious at the beginning, then most of them have mastered the code of wealth. People like Bai Xi's family have changed over time. Once you get used to it, you can't change it. After 547 sumptuous dinners, Bai Xi also came to Wanda's room. He used the mind gem to help Wanda solidify the defense. Don't let her be corrupted by the evil god Sithon. Anyone who keeps chattering in your ear will get irritated. That's why Wanda's character is getting weirder. But it's much better now. As long as she is obedient, she doesn't practice black magic. Wanda looked at Bai Xi with a smile on her face. Her whole body turned into a Scarlet Witch costume. Bai Xi flew to Asgard with a huh. He left the house again. Fortunately, Lorna has gotten used to it. Although we have been together day and night before. But now it's different after all. Sometimes, looking at the stars, Lorna recalls the first days. It's better than wandering after all. Bai Xi flew to Hellas' Golden Hall and then went straight in. Everyone in Asgard knew him, and naturally he would not stop him. He even nodded respectfully to him. You know, Asgard people are very exclusive. That's what niggers think of as discrimination. Asgards have always been unwelcome to other races. Even if you come to participate in the celebration of the King of the Gods, you will be driven away if you don't even stay. For other races, it is basically impossible to live in Asgard. If found, they will be expelled. Definitely, first of all to hide from Heimdall's eyes. Now it becomes Sif. Although Sif is not as strong as Heimdall, he is well suited for this position. Only Bai Xi is a special existence, because the powerful strength is deeply rooted in Asgard's heart. They respect the strong. The stronger you are, the more liked by the Asgard. So, Bai Xi convinced them. There is also like the previous goddess Frigga. Bai Xi met Hela and threw the reality gem directly to her. Hela sat slumped on the throne, looking a little lazy. This lazy look, coupled with the invincible eyes, made Bai Xi feel a little moved. Hela reaches for the reality gem. If this thing is not collected, in fact, it is no different from waste to Asgard. With the power of Odin increasing, Hela no longer needs to use this thing. That's the benefit of being a god king of Asgard. Although there is no transmission or anything. But the power of Odin will be passed on to future generations, and the queen will become stronger and stronger. Hela is also slowly combing the power of Odin in her body. The 9 realms have been settled. What do you think next? 35. Bai Xi stepped onto the throne and sat directly on the handle. Hela can only helplessly let go. Seeing such an unscrupulous Bai Xi, she couldn't help it. The favored are always fearless. Back then, Bai Xi killed her countless times in that dimension, and there was an indelible shadow in her heart. For a person like Hela, only someone stronger than her can make her surrender. She said lazily, definitely to accumulate strength. No one knows what will happen next, but a big battle is inevitable. Hela said with a smile. She also doesn't know what Asgard looks like in other planes. Could her variant be a god king? Or has Asgard been destroyed? I guess it's the latter. Unless she in every world hugs Bai Xi's thigh. But Bai Xi said it. In the endless multi-universe, there is only one of him, and there are no variants. So, even if other universes don't go to war, Hela can't control herself either. Bai Xi played with her silky long hair. When Hela's long hair is no longer messy, it is very soft, as if she used rejoice. Just beautiful. If there are enough Kryptonians, we can conquer the multi-universe. Bai Xi said with a smile. He is also constantly inflated inside. Facts have proved that people can change. Especially after he has a strong strength, he wants to conquer everything even more. Bai Xi thought that he was not a good person in the first place. I thought so from the beginning. If he were a good guy, he wouldn't be so indulgent in Ohio. It's just that now he has a different, bigger pursuit. And he was different from other conquerors. Others simply want to destroy everything. And he just enjoys that feeling of surrender. Everyone looked at him with awe, which made him feel very comfortable. The man should be so. Otherwise, why do so many people want to be emperor? There are too many Kryptonians. I'm afraid Asgard will be at a disadvantage. Hela snorted suddenly. At that time, you will be the god queen of the Kryptonians. Don't you want it? 99. Bai Xi laughed again. It was interesting to joke with Hela. His hand was suddenly held on Hela's shoulder. Hela incomparably tsundere said, I just want to be the king of gods. But the queen of gods is what a woman should be. Bai Xi said so. After hearing his words, Hela suddenly looked over with cold eyes. Fortunately, she can't punch. Otherwise, Bai Xi was directly beaten to death. Hela snorted and stood up from the throne. Only then did Bai Xi realize that Hela was wearing a dark green dress. No wonder it's as soft as long hair. I want to be the ruler, Hela said. She was really fed up with being bullied by Odin. Because of this painful experience, she thinks it's best to be stronger. You're right. Bai Xi nodded. However, she still has to be conquered in the end. Conquered by the stronger. Time passed slowly. Bai Xi has been spinning between Krypton and Earth. Krypton is a startup after all. If he leaves directly, it is easy to have problems. After all, there are too few Kryptonians. And Fiora doesn't know how to communicate with people. After all, she was General Zod's adjutant. She will do battles and charge into battle. But talking to people, but how can not learn? Therefore, in order to ensure that there is no problem, Bai Xi can only do it himself. The first babies have been born. It's just that it's still too young, it's still a newborn baby, and it's been kept in the training bin. All the corpses had been cleaned up. If those corpses could have crawled out of the warehouse, they would probably still be alive now. But alas, only one Kryptonian came out of it. And it doesn't mean to save others. Then, Bai Xi continued to breed nonstop, but this time it was a scientist. Bai Xi gave Fiora the permission to enter, allowing her to enter as well. Contact after a short period of time. Bai Xi discovered that Fiora was indeed loyal to him. Bai Xi was relieved. We also need more Kryptonians, Fiora said. Then do you know if there are any Kryptonians left in that world? Bai Xi asked. I no longer know. Fiora shook her head. She wasn't interested in any of that. And she and General Zod have been drifting in the universe for so long, and she has not received signals from other Kryptonian spacecraft. So until Clark discovered the probe's spacecraft, they came over immediately. Bai Xi nodded. He also felt the need for more Kryptonians. And at this moment, ding! 99. There was a sudden tingling in his mind, not in the incubator. Congratulations to the host's hidden strength for reaching 26 years and receiving the reward. Time pause, endless family. Time suspension. The ability from the endless family of the DC world, the ability of Aminadir, the brother of fallen angel Lucifer, can make the whole world stand still, and only the user can be unaffected. This skill has a very high personality. Maybe even Mephisto, a dimension beyond time, could not escape. Because it shows that only the user can be unaffected. Seeing this ability, Bai Xi nodded with great satisfaction. Definitely, he didn't expect it. It's been so long. He looked at his personal column. Host, Bai Xi. Person, Dimension Mephisto. Physique, Demigod, Great Silver. Items, Symbiosis Talisman, Lasso of Mantra, Fountain of Youth, Hornet, Pokeball, Lord of the Rings, Anti-Life Formula, Gourmet House, Mind Gem, Sword of Odin, Spear of Eternity. Ability, Batman's fighting ability, Teleportation, Advanced Version, Serious Punch, Hot Vision, Back in Time, Frozen 1,000 Miles, Mirror Space, Intense Listening, Super Hearing, Omega Ray, Dimensional Teleportation, Incredible People. Hell's Gate, God-level Lucky Ability, Odin's Power, Time Pause, Endless Family. Bai Xi used this ability instantly. Time pause. Sure enough, everything in the world stopped in an instant. Fiora's eyes couldn't even blink. Although Fiora is not out of time, she is very fast. Even if ordinary time flows slowly, it just becomes normal for her. But now, she really didn't move at all. It's really stopped time. Rather than slowing down the flow of time, Bai Xi unlocked this ability and did nothing else. After all, this ability is not used for that. Otherwise, let the people of the Endless Family know. I am afraid they will go to other worlds to beat people. This is not an island country. Bai Xi looked at Fiora, who was back to normal, and asked, "Didn't you feel what happened just now?" "No," Fiora said suspiciously. Bai Xi nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He said, "I'm going to find more Kryptonians." 35. Afterwards, he went back and said, telling Wanda and the others that he was going to leave for a while. Because they have been with them for a long time, the three of Wanda have no emotions. Mainly Wanda. Seeing that Wanda was in a stable mood, with a smile on her face, although she was a little disappointed. Life is still long, after all, we won't be together forever. Bai Xi embraced the three and said. Jean Grey, who was beside him, could only watch. She hasn't gotten to that level yet. Because Jean is still afraid of Bai Xi, sometimes she doesn't dare to approach. Although, Bai Xi gave her complete control over the Phoenix Force. But that doesn't mean she can't be afraid of Bai Xi. Instead, they will be more afraid of Bai Xi. Because even the unruly Phoenix Force was defeated by Bai Xi. Wanda nodded. Wanda is not what it used to be. In the original timeline, Wanda was too miserable. All relatives are dead. I finally fell in love with a robot and as a result, Vision disappeared. Moreover, Numb himself, modify the reality. The result was also disrupted. This made Wanda directly unbearable, which made it more and more extreme. But now, Wanda has a happy and fulfilling life, definitely not going to be so extreme. Subsequently, Bai Xi directly used dimensional teleportation. He had to go and see the changes in the mutant core first. A huge amount of islands, as more and more mutants live, the extent of the islands is also developed. For mutants with various variant abilities, it is not difficult to make the island bigger. There are many people on the island who train their own ability and try to control it. Mutants' ability is not the strongest as soon as it is stimulated. Instead, it can be gradually improved through training the day after tomorrow. Moreover, it is not something that can be grasped by appearance. Otherwise, mutant would not be hated in the human world. It is precisely because many people find it difficult to control their mutant ability that more and more people are afraid of mutant. Because one is out of control, I don't know how many people will be hurt. It's fine now. The island is full of mutants. Even if ability gets out of control, someone will stop it. At the center is a huge amounts of academy-like fortresses. Mutants with powerful ability will receive better training, because they need to form the X-Men Corps. Think left and right. Charles still thinks the X-Men sounds better. Therefore, it is used directly. Although the X-Ward does not obey him anymore. It's the White Queen and Psylocke. The trained mutants must accept the command of these two women. Many people dared to challenge, but they were all defeated by White Queen and Psylocke. The Black Queen. Naturally, she returned to the background. Originally, she was also used to being a master messenger behind the scenes. Just like when many people knew that Hellfire Club had a Black King, but they didn't know that there was a Black Queen. She wasn't used to being in front. Unless she becomes a god. Apocalypse, on the other hand, dared not resist. When Bai Xi arrived, he couldn't stop nodding when he saw that the place was thriving. Seeing Bai Xi's arrival, Apocalypse shrank even more. Seeing Bai Xi, he felt a burst of grief. It was difficult to escape the seal from the ground. The good days have not passed for a few days, and the scenery has not yet begun. As a result, they were suppressed by Bai Xi. It is directly used as a charging treasure. Constantly increase the ability of mutant. Many mutants' ability has been improved, which is still very significant. But there are also variants of ability. It's no use raising it. Such mutants are generally abandoned, allowing them to return to the human world. There is no danger after all. My king. White Queen and others all said reverently to Bai Xi. Like a godlike awe. Bai Xi enjoyed this feeling. Many people feel that they are lonely when they have a high status, because no one dares to get along with you sincerely. But Bai Xi doesn't think so. On the contrary, he prefers this feeling of being at a high altitude. Everyone respected him and loved him at the same time. What about the X-Men? Bai Xi asked. They're all training to fight together. White Queen said. Afterwards, she and Psylocke took Bai Xi all the way to the base of the base. The underground of the island was also thoroughly exploited by them. Because there is a variant ability, there is no need to worry about collapse. Subsequently, they came to a room full of screens. On the screen, countless robots are attacking a mutant squad. It was Wolverine Logan who led this new group. After he was educated, he stayed honest. Shadowbat Katie, Naughty, and Blink are the new additions to the X-Men Corps. Under the leadership of Wolverine, tacit understanding was cultivated. Otherwise, when encountering a real battle, it will become their own fight. Therefore, tacit understanding needs to be cultivated. It looks pretty good. Bai Xi nodded. At this time, Mystique Raven, who turned into a big star, came over in the form of Natalie and gave Bai Xi the file. It makes me feel a little bit bad for another one. Bai Xi looked at Mystique Raven's transformation and said immediately, "Make him feel like he's facing Thor's girlfriend." Mystique didn't know why, thinking that Bai Xi had seen the real person, so he immediately changed to Bai Xi's best emperor. Bai Xi instantly felt much more pleasing to the eye. There is a very classic saying. Even in countless multi-universes, you can't date Charlize Theron. Bai Xi suddenly felt that this sentence was indeed true. Can only let Mystique change. Definitely, this is also what Bai Xi didn't think to do. Otherwise, when I went to Los Angeles, I could find her directly. This is island data, Mystique said. Bai Xi looked at it, and then threw it to her. As long as there are no problems. This world is only the rear world, and there is no strong enemy. So Bai Xi didn't really care. If there is an invincible Uncle Tun, Bai Xi will pay attention. But unfortunately, the most powerful jumpers are Apocalypse and the Black Queen. Both of them were restrained by Bai Xi. As long as people create Sentinel without dying, Bai Xi doesn't have to worry. And this is what Bai Xi has been telling Mystique to do. It is to stifle it all in the cradle. The current mutant is such a powerful force, it will not allow humans to have anything. It was just that Professor X was too kind. But now, Charles thought kindness was out of the question. All other mutants must obey Bai Xi's orders. You can only control as few people as possible. Under the leadership of so many people, Charles also gradually deteriorated. This world is already solid. Ordinary humans, what can they do to resist mutants' control? especially those with psychic abilities, such as Professor X. One adamantium helmet per person? And more than one Professor X, White Queen Emma can use the boost to achieve the same effect. Mind ability is still very common among mutants. It's just not as strong as Professor X Charles. Or weaker like White Queen and Phoenix. Even Psylocke has psychic ability. Mutants with psychic ability are generally not weak. How many people are there in the Mutant Legion? Bai Xi asked the White Queen and Psylocke. Psylocke looked at the White Queen. It seems that on a daily basis she is in charge of training. After all, her combat ability is stronger than White Queen. White Queen is only strong on her ability. White Queen Emma immediately said, because your requirements are very strict, there are only less than 100 people. She said ashamed. It doesn't matter. You must have a powerful ability, at least at the beta level 5. Bai Xi said. Otherwise, the common variant ability will also be sent to death. They're divided into levels of mutant. Alpha level ones are Professor X, Magneto, etc. Beta is weaker. Nothing else needs to be said. The strongest is naturally an Omega-level mutant like Phoenix Jean Grey. However, someone with Phoenix Force like Jean, I'm afraid I won't see another one in 10,000 years. White Queen and Psylocke nodded. Afterwards, Bai Xi showed his presence in this world again. Make ambitious people like the Black Queen and Apocalypse fear him even more. Otherwise, if he does not appear for a long time, these people will easily rebel. After all, they are not like Queen Hippolyta, who can be easily conquered. The Amazon female warrior, because of the submission of Queen Hippolyta, has never had any other ideas. Afterwards, Bai Xi left here. After all, his purpose this time was to find more Kryptonians. After seeing the power of Kryptonians, he was no longer satisfied with the ability of mutant. Unless it is the ability of being a little naughty, and it has to absorb the power of most people, it can be on a par with the Kryptonians. In the comics, the little naughty absorbed a lot of Captain Marvel's power, which made him fly and become very strong. Dimensional teleportation. Like a rainbow light flashed, Bai Xi's figure was taken away by this light. Everyone let out a breath. When Bai Xi was there, they all felt a little breathless. Even White Queen and Psylocke, following Bai Xi's side is like walking on thin ice. So after Bai Xi left, they became even more proud. Because they are more trusted by Bai Xi. This made the Black Queen and others envious. Black Queen, obviously I summoned Bai Xi. Bai Xi felt that the teleportation this time was still extremely easy. And it feels familiar. He sensed a little, and knew that the Supreme God was helping. Even in DC's endless multi-universe, the Almighty God is omnipotent and omnipotent. God is omnipotent. This means that he has come to the realm of the Supreme God, which is the DC world. Bai Xi didn't want to come either, but the Kryptonians were so fragrant. Moreover, God the Most High also knows his intentions. Taking a closer look, he saw a working woman with her head down bumped into him. This is the arrangement of the Most High God. Bai Xi has felt this omniscient and omnipotent ability, which is to change his destiny. 0. What? Bai Xi let the hot sofa spill all over. He looked down at the extremely unconfident and glasses-wearing woman in front of him. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to. The other party is anxious like ants on a hot pan. Holding the paper, he kept wiping the coffee on Bai Xi's clothes. She's pretty, and she looks very gentle with glasses, and she's not that pretty anymore. But take off the glasses, but absolutely stunning. Ask for flowers. She is Supergirl, Kayla Zoe. She is also a member of the Al family and Superman Clark's sister, but for some reason, she is younger than Clark. So, Bai Xi immediately grabbed her hand and looked up at the sky. The Supreme God is really good to him. Know what he wants and deliver it directly to him. However, with Kayla's fetters in this world, I'm afraid I won't be able to take her away. 1. Kayla's enemies are also Kryptonians. Bai Xi looked at Kayla with a smile. Nothing. Then will you let me go? Mr. 39. Kayla tried and couldn't get her hands out. And she didn't want to reveal her ability, so she could only ask. Definitely, but you have to have dinner with me. Bai Xi said domineeringly. This. Kayla suddenly hesitation. You stained my clothes. Bai Xi reminds said. Okay, I promise. After Kayla finished speaking, Bai Xi let go. Then she smiled awkwardly and immediately ran into Kate International. Bai Xi doesn't know who she is and doesn't know when to get off work. If you can't find her then, it's not a missed appointment, right? Kayla thought to herself. But she did not expect that she would meet Bai Xi again soon. Since Bai Xi has his eyes on the female Superman Kayla, he will naturally not let her go. He was a direct guest at Kate International. Kate International is a news media, and Kate herself is a strong woman. 18. Bai Xi only had a little influence on her and met Kate herself. Kate looked in her 40s, but she was well maintained. Hello, you're the director of Sure Stark Group? What kind of company is Sure Stark Group? 99. Kate asked. Bai Xi wasn't interested in her, so he just glanced at her. We are doing new energy, and we can invest in Kate International. Bai Xi said. When Kate heard the words, Roar stopped for a while. No one knows how difficult it is for women to start a business. Especially someone with no background like her. Without the support of others, she has come to this step with difficulty, but it is impossible to go to the next level. I need to take a look at. Kate spoke, not knowing what to say. Evidence? But Sure Stark Group can't find it online at all. But this business card looks too high level. That's what we can invest in. Bai Xi took out the cash directly. The cash he just got. As for where it came from, it is naturally robbing the rich to help the poor. Seeing the numbers on the bank card, Kate's eyes widened. This. Kate suddenly said, How many shares do you want? 10%. Bai Xi casually said a number. These things have long been just a string of numbers to him. That is to say, it looks good. Nothing else matters. Kate suddenly felt that this was a pie from the sky. But the numbers in the bank card are real. Is there such a good thing? In order to suppress the shock, she immediately called Kayla and brought in 2 cups of coffee. Kayla carefully held the coffee and brought it in with her head lowered. This girl is just not confident enough. Bai Xi looked at it and smiled. Kayla immediately raised her head and saw Bai Xi's shocked expression. You. Kayla was immediately at a loss for words. What are you? Kayla, you girl is getting more and more rude. 55. Kate said immediately when she saw this. Call Mr. Bai. White. Mr. Bai. Bai Xi looked at Kayla with her head down and nervous, and suddenly it felt like a workplace drama. Okay, don't call it that. Bai Xi waved his hand. Kate appears to be yelling at Kayla, but she's actually protecting her. Bai Xi said, I know Kayla, and I have a date with her at night. 5. I see. Kate suddenly realized. Kayla, this girl's film is lucky. No wonder pie falls from the sky. It was a conspiracy. She looked at Bai Xi, then at Kayla. If this little girl Kayla is more confident and raises her head, she should still look good. So she suddenly said softly, Put the coffee out. Yes. Kayla said yes. This makes Kate angry. She just saw that Kayla was always unconfident, that she looked bad to Kayla every time. But in fact, she wants Kayla to be confident with 100 million.